HarperCollins presents Mirage by Camilla Läckberg and Henrik Fexeus. Translated by Ian Giles. Read by Sophia Engstrand. 1. 14 days to go. Niklas ate slowly, gazing at his family on the other side of the dinner table. It was only December 17th, which meant it was a little too early for his liking to put up the Christmas decorations, but he and his daughter had decided to make a start now. There were small white porcelain Father Christmases adorning the table, and the room was illuminated by the warm glow of the Christmas tree lights. They had realized that a spruce might be a little tired-looking by Christmas Eve if they brought it inside now, so they had hung the string of lights above the table and were using it instead of the normal light. His daughter was wearing a knitted jumper with flashing red and green LEDs enmeshed in it, while he had donned a bright red Christmas tie in honor of the meal. His suit was ash grey, just as always. There were limits to this madness. He raised the fork to his mouth, loaded with another bite of grilled pineapple glazed with ginger, chili, and honey. As it happened, he didn't believe that fruit belonged on a dinner plate, but his daughter loved pineapple. She probably preferred it to the juicy Kobe beef. Oh well, that would leave more for him. The others at the table were just as occupied with their food as he was, which was why they didn't seem to notice the way he was looking at them. That was fortunate. He probably looked rather daft, but he couldn't help that. For want of a better description, he felt at ease. This was a new feeling, although, in the end, it hadn't taken much to achieve it. It hadn't taken a dazzling career, even though he was exceedingly successful. Nor had it required a magnificent apartment on Östermalms Linnégatan, although he really did appreciate the home he and his daughter shared. All it had taken was for the three of them to sit together at the table. The assassination attempt he had faced 6 months earlier, the one that had even made it into the pages of the tabloids, was consigned to the past. Of course, he still required additional protection. That would probably remain the case for at least another 6 months, until his employer was totally reassured. But he'd had a protective detail for so long that he thought of them as family. Family. That was what it was all about. His daughter was 16 and on the way to becoming a woman, and he thought he'd done a pretty good job of teaching her about the world. Of course, she sometimes said she hated him, but that was doubtless just a teenage thing. And sitting opposite him was his ex-wife. If he had been told 6 months earlier that the two of them would be spending time together like this, he wouldn't have believed it. Not remotely. But the cliché was true. Time healed all wounds. And now here they were, like the archetypal modern family, eating Christmas dinner many days too early and managing not to hate each other. They had even given each other Christmas presents. A lump formed in his throat, and he looked out of the window so that neither of the other two would see that his eyes had filled with tears. The snow was falling softly and prettily in the darkness outside. The world looked picture perfect. And the same was true of his life at this very moment. For the first time in years, he felt no tension in his shoulders. There was no incipient headache. A buzzing noise from the hall indicated that someone was ringing the doorbell. His daughter looked up from her plate in surprise. "Who's that?" she said. "It's Saturday. You promised you wouldn't work tonight because we were going to have Christmas dinner." "I've no idea," he said truthfully, rising from his seat. "It couldn't be for either of you, could it?" His ex-wife and daughter both shook their heads. Niklas went into the hall, heading for the front door. "If you've booked a Santa, then you're in big trouble," his daughter called from the kitchen. Whoever was ringing the bell, It would be someone that the security detail in the street had admitted after a thorough security check. That they hadn't called in advance indicated that this was not someone he needed to be prepared to face. A high-resolution screen on the inside face of the door showed him who was on the outside. A man wearing a bicycle helmet with a red star across his chest. There was also a dusting of white snow on his shoulders. A messenger from Not Just Mail. That explained it. "Yes?" Niklas said as he opened the door. "Niklas Stockenberg," the man said, slightly out of breath as he proffered a small black envelope. "Here you go. Message for you." The envelope was unmarked. Niklas frowned as he accepted it and turned it over. It didn't say anything on the back either. "From whom?" he said, looking up. But the man was gone. He'd started running down the 6 flights of stairs back to the street and his bicycle as soon as he had handed over his consignment. He was probably already late for his next delivery. Niklas closed the door and opened the envelope to find a piece of white paper within. As he pulled it out, he realized it was a business card, and a luxurious one at that. There was no name on the card. Instead, there was something that looked like a number. It was a large 8, with the bottom half coloured in. Beneath that, there was a phone number. The card was otherwise empty. Niklas frowned. He didn't recognise the symbol, and the phone number was unfamiliar to him. But something at the back of his mind immediately told him that he knew what it was. Told him it was a message he'd been expecting for many years, but had hoped he would never see. He'd suppressed the expectation of its arrival and forced it out of his life, and he wasn't ready for it now either. Then again, it might just be an advert, he thought. There was only one way to find out. He pulled his phone from the inside pocket of his jacket and dialed the number. His hands were shaking. An automated recording of a female voice answered after 3 rings. "Hello, Niklas Stockenberg. We hope you have been satisfied with our services during this period, which has now reached its end. You have 14 days, 1 hour, and 12 minutes left to live." He clutched the phone tightly, as if trying to crush the very message that it had delivered. His throat constricted. He could no longer breathe. The room began to spin, and he had to place a hand on the wall to support himself and avoid falling over. Laughter came from the kitchen. His daughter and her mother were amused by something. Niklas fell to his knees on the hall runner. It was a good job he'd bought one that was so expensive and thick, otherwise it would have hurt his knees, he thought. He screwed his eyes shut and tried to focus his thoughts. He had known this day would come. He had known for a long time. But he had refused to think about it. He had hoped he would be spared. After all, it had all been such a long time ago. "Where have you gone, Dad?" his daughter shouted. "I'm warning you, if you're putting on a Santa Claus costume, then I'll alert the media." He once again supported himself against the wall and stood up slowly, clearing his throat several times and trying to fill his lungs with air so that he wouldn't tremble too much. Then he went into the kitchen. When the 2 women at the table caught sight of him, they immediately stopped laughing. "Who was it?" his daughter said in horror. "You look like you've seen a ghost." His ex-wife stood up. "Sit down before you take a tumble," she said, pressing him down onto a chair. She placed a hand to his brow. "It was no one," he said. "Wrong door." "You're soaked in sweat. Have you had some kind of funny turn? Are you taking any medication? Should we call an ambulance? Talk to me, Niklas." He turned his head and tried to smile at his daughter. "It's nothing to worry about, Natalie," he said. "I just had a dizzy spell." Natalie looked askance at her mother. Niklas removed his ex's hand from his shoulder and held it briefly. "Thank you, Mina. There is no need for an ambulance," he said. "It'll soon be over." The snow falling outside was no longer soft or pretty. Instead, it was cold and inexorable, isolating him in a prison of winter. He couldn't move. He couldn't get away. There was nowhere to escape to. In 2 weeks' time, he would be dead. He, who still had so much unfinished business. He gazed at Mina, opened his mouth to say something, then closed it again. Had he done all that he could for them? Had he been a good father to Natalie? Would they miss him? What would they say at work? Natalie's jumper continued to flash merrily at him in shades of red and green. He really did not want to die. The business card fell from his hand onto the floor and he left it there. Niklas let out a deep sigh and stroked his chin. The last 20 years had been good. Very good, in fact. But just as he'd told Mina, it would all soon be over. In 14 days, 1 hour, and 12 minutes. Although it was probably only 10 minutes by now. 2. Vincent was lying on the floor of his dressing room at the Scala Theatre in Karlstad. He had turned off the ceiling light, leaving only the lighting around the makeup mirror illuminated. The warm bulbs framing the mirror were one of the few things that resembled the stereotypical idea of being behind the scenes in a theatre. It was probably no more than the result of lifelong conditioning by Hollywood, but he thought the light bulbs around the mirror were both beautiful and romantic. The show had ended an hour earlier. His crew were in full swing on stage, de-rigging a flight of stairs down from the dressing rooms and green room above. The set, the props, and a not insignificant quantity of lighting gear needed to be disassembled and loaded into 2 large lorries. They always brought in local muscle to assist with the loading work, and his tour manager, Ola Fuchs, was a legend in the Swedish showbiz world, but it still took almost 3 hours for them to finish their work. What people didn't know was that Vincent's 2 hours of glamorous entertainment required at least 7 hours of decidedly unglamorous setup and strike carried out by a large number of people, every night. He carefully adjusted his posture on the floor. The linoleum floor covering beneath him was incredibly hard. He glanced up at the sofa and realized he should have opted for that instead, but it was too late for that now. All he could do was to keep lying where he was. The Scala Theatre was full of odd, and thus uncomfortable, numbers. The ceiling above the stage was 5 meters high. He would have preferred 6. Suspended from the ceiling, there were 17 fly bars to which the lighting and set could be attached. That wasn't a good number either. 5 and 17 made 22, which was 2 twos. Better. What was more, 2 plus 2 made 4, which was the total number of performances he was scheduled to give at the Scala on this tour. His costume was on a hanger. He'd worn a 3-piece suit today, even though it was the final show before Christmas. 3 pieces. Bloody hell, the thought hadn't crossed his mind. The suit had meant that he'd been dripping in sweat by the time the performance was over, so he had stripped down to nothing but his t-shirt and underpants as soon as he reached the dressing room. It might make him look a little less dead if someone barged in, as opposed to lying there on the floor in his full stage attire. He smiled to himself. You learned from your mistakes. A loud bang from somewhere beneath him made him start. It sounded like something had been broken. Vincent could make out Ola's profanities all the way up here, but he'd learned, long ago, that it was better ignoring some things. Early on in his career, he'd tried to help with the setup and strike for his shows. He'd heard about stuck-up performers who never lifted a finger and cared about nothing but their own performance, and Vincent didn't want to be like that. But he'd quickly realised that he was just in the way. It was a better solution for everyone involved if he steered clear until they were done. And that meant he had at least another hour lying on the hard floor before the lorries were fully loaded. That was lucky for him, given that his headache had returned with full force. On the table beside him there was an empty water glass with white grains visible on the inside of the vessel. Aspirin. For some time now, he'd been sustaining himself on painkillers, preferably ones with caffeine in them. He considered taking another, but concluded it probably wouldn't make any difference. Instead, he screwed his eyes shut and sighed as he waited for the headache to pass, or at least to dissipate a little. On previous tours, he'd usually only been tired afterwards. His thoughts had perhaps been a little sluggish. The headaches were new. They'd started after his performances around 6 months earlier. It hadn't been long before they'd become a permanent feature. Sometimes they were more palpable, sometimes less so, but they were always there. Aching, disruptive. He could no longer even remember what it was like not to have a headache. He had refused to believe that it was a sign of aging, since he was still a few months shy of 50. Besides, his performances were no more strenuous now than they had been before. That left two possibilities. It was either a brain tumour, or it was psychosomatic. He was sceptical about the former, given the absence of any other symptoms. But if the headache was self-inflicted, then what on earth was he playing at? Was he trying to tell himself something? He wished, as he did so often, that Mina were there. She would probably have had a good answer. Following the events of the previous summer, centering on Nathalie and Norva, they had only managed to see each other a handful of times. On the one hand, they had both been busy with their respective lives. Vincent preparing for his new show, and Mina working on new investigations. And on the other hand, the threshold for seeing each other still felt pretty high, unless it was on police business. But when they did get around to seeing each other, it was always too fleeting. It was never enough. The headache was milder whenever he was with her, while the shadow that had dwelled within him for so long stayed beneath the surface. Her team of police detectives had received a renewed vote of confidence from the top brass, which meant that Mina was generally busy working. And on those few occasions when she wasn't, Umberto, of Show Life Productions, had conspired to schedule Vincent's tour dates so that they clashed with Mina's leave with almost sadistic precision. It was as if her boss and his management were in cahoots to keep Vincent and Mina apart. Then there was that other thing, too. The riddle in his study at home that he didn't dare mention to her. The one that made it no easier to meet up. Now that he came to think about it, it might be the source of this headache. He had, at any rate, devoted more and more thought to it during the autumn, without managing to solve it. All he knew was that he was well advised to take the threat it posed seriously. Whoever had sent the first message to him 6 months ago was clearly a person of great patience. Vincent didn't want to trouble Mina with that. He would have to sort it out by himself. Nevertheless, he hoped at the end of each performance to find her there, waiting for him in the wings, just like the very first time they had met in Gävle. Of course, she never was. She had her life, he had his. And the fact remained, they saw far too little of each other. However, since the end of the summer, he'd been able to spend far more time with his family than before. He'd been on crutches thanks to a broken foot, which had meant he'd been unable to appear on stage for months. Instead, and for the first time ever, he'd been at home every evening, and every day for that matter, just the way his wife Maria had always wanted. Still, it had turned out, after just a few days, that she wanted that rather less than she had thought. Even the kids had started to wonder suspiciously why he was constantly at home. And the shadow within him had begun to stir. So, no one had been happier than his family when he resumed touring. Since then, he had been working double time, often doing 2 performances a day. The trick was to keep busy, not to dwell on things it was pointless to think about. He gazed up at the ceiling. Could brain cells burn out? Was it actually possible for him to damage his brain through overuse? Probably not. But he was going to look it up anyway. Because in that moment, as he lay on the floor in the Scala Theatre in Karlstad, that was how it felt. He sighed, closed his eyes, and added the headache to the long list of things he wanted to talk to Mina about. 3. Akai walked determinedly along the metro station platform. He had long since learned that provided you looked like you knew what you were doing, no one would ask any questions. The bright yellow high-vis vest he was wearing was also doing its job. To the weary eyes of passengers at this time of night, the vest paradoxically made him invisible. He was just one of the people who worked on the metro. Pay no attention to him. That he was there to work was of course true, in a way. It was just that it wasn't in the way people around him assumed. He reached the end of the platform and opened a small barrier, while taking care not to show his face to the ceiling-mounted CCTV camera. Just a regular service technician on his way to do a job. Nothing more. But it was lucky that the rattle of the spray canisters in his bag couldn't be caught on camera. The barrier led in turn to a staircase that descended from the platform and into the tunnel. He didn't really like being in the tunnels. It was far too dangerous. The new trains were much quieter than the old ones, which meant that the risk of accidents had increased for those artists who continued to enter the tunnels. Anyway, he had long since moved on in his own artistic expression. Graffiti was for amateurs. His work focused on poster art and stenciling, a retro 90s look. Sure, it wasn't the same since the identity of his idol Banksy had supposedly been revealed, but Akai thought he was taking it to a new, cutting-edge level. His previous exhibitions in Stockholm's Old Town had confirmed that theory. It was almost shocking what people were willing to pay for his works without even knowing who he was. Akai was merely his nom de plume. Just like Banksy, he had no intention of telling people his actual name. His identity was to remain a mystery to the art world. Once he had proceeded a few meters into the tunnel, he switched on his headlamp. The tunnel had been built wide enough to enable work crews to move about without risking being too close to the tracks. He knew the technical room was not far ahead. It was the room where his friend's girlfriend, a metro technician, often worked. Akai had promised his friend that he would give her a birthday present by decorating the entire room. The plan was to surprise her in the morning when she entered the room and wasn't confronted with the usual concrete. Instead, she'd be entering a forest. Trees and shrubs would be covering every single wall, and in their midst, there would be a troll family in the style of John Bower. It was going to be amazing. He passed an earlier painting of his in the tunnel. It depicted several of his own friends. Someone had daubed, "Sussi was here," across the face of one of his friends. Bloody vandals. The gravel crunched beneath his feet. The door to the technical room swam out of the gloom, captured by the lamplight. He sidestepped a large heap of gravel and then came to a halt. Something was off. He turned back towards the heap of gravel. It was so big, it almost reached waist height. There was nothing strange about there being gravel down in the tunnels. There was all sorts of stuff down there. But there was something white protruding from the mass in several places. The white was reminiscent of something he'd seen in a movie, although he couldn't quite place it. He brushed some gravel aside, before taking a quick step backwards when he saw what it was. Bones. Someone must have put them there as a sick joke. That was the only explanation. But what animal had bones that big? When he tugged at one of the bones to extract it, the gravel began to shift and the stones on top cascaded away to reveal more. A skull smiled grimly at him in the glow of his headlamp. A human skull. Akai had no idea whether he screamed or ran first. But he definitely did both. 4. 13 days left. Mina stared at the sandwich on the plate in front of her in fascination. She really had made progress. In the past, a sealed yogurt would probably have been her only feasible breakfast option. Now, here she was, eating a sandwich that could have been exposed to just about anything. And she had enjoyed dinner at Niklas's the night before, even if it had been unpleasant when he'd become so dazed. But Natalie had reassured her that it was not a common occurrence, and he had recovered quickly. Mina hoped he would take her advice seriously and see a doctor this morning. Dinner with her daughter and ex-husband. Life really did take the most inscrutable of paths sometimes. She would have been lying if she had claimed her way through life had been straightforward. Instead, she and Natalie had performed a dance more akin to the cha-cha-cha, taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Yet, it had still meant that they had slowly progressed to where they were now. A point where they could eat dinner together as a family, all 3 of them. Mina took a bite from her open sandwich, savouring the combination of butter, cheese and pepper on the dark, almost treacly slice of bread, fully aware that she might as well be eating a slice of cake for all the nutritional goodness it offered her. Then again, it was Christmas. She wondered how Vincent would be celebrating. With his family, of course. But would it be a big Christmas, with all the extended family? Or would it be a more leisurely occasion? She felt a pang of something, but dismissed the idea that it might be jealousy. She missed him. They had only been in touch on a handful of occasions since he had saved Natalie's life in the summer. There were several reasons for that. For one thing, neither of them was much good at small talk. For another, Mina had been in the thick of it as she slowly worked to foster her fragile relationship with her own daughter. Pieder's death had also left a void, a necessary distance mandated by grief. She felt her eyes sting as she thought about her late colleague. Then, there was the trifling issue that she had no idea what they meant to one another. She thought about Vincent more often than she was prepared to admit to herself. But he had a family, and a very jealous wife. Mina didn't want to cause a furore. Instead, she'd buried herself in her work, and that had been her excuse for not seeing him. In an attempt to stop thinking about it, she forced herself to focus on the breakfast show, chattering away on her TV. The singer-songwriter Niklas Strömstedt was in the studio to perform his Christmas classic, Light a Candle. Triad. Wasn't that the name of the band he'd been in when he'd penned the single? She desperately tried to recall who the other two men had been, but was only able to summon the images of Orup and Anders Glenmark, who had been in another band with Strömstedt. The opening bars began to play against a backdrop of lit candles, and she felt herself reluctantly being drawn into something resembling the Christmas spirit. She actually hated Christmas. Her childhood Christmases had been anything but peaceful. By the time she'd moved in with her grandmother, they had calmed down, but they'd been very simple affairs. Mina got up to pour herself more coffee. She glanced at her phone on the table as she sat down on the sofa again. Maybe she ought to at least text Vincent a Christmas greeting. The only question was what he'd read into it. Then again, it was surely pretty difficult to interpret Merry Christmas as anything but that. Merry Christmas was Merry Christmas, the imparting of the desire for a good Christmas, shared between friends. She reached for her phone and began to tap away. Then she deleted. Then she wrote more. Then she deleted. Yet more text. She added a smiley after Merry Christmas, but then changed her mind right away. Vincent was not a man you sent smileys to. She removed the happy face but left Merry Christmas in place. Then she hit send. She was already regretting her text message by the time Niklas Strömstedt brought his song to a close. 5. It had been snowing for more than a week. The garden and trees surrounding Vincent's house in Tyresö were covered in what looked like a thick layer of cotton wool. When he had been little, he had loved snow, but his enthusiasm had dissipated with age. Perhaps that was something to do with the snow shovel currently in his hands. Snow wasn't as much fun when it was up to you to deal with it. What was more, he was still aching all over after travelling overnight aboard the nightliner, as they referred to the tour bus with berths on board, from Karlstad. He hadn't fallen asleep until the bus had arrived in Stockholm at 4 o'clock in the morning and come to a halt by the Barnhusbron Bridge, alongside the other tour buses that had also arrived in the city during the night. Vincent had managed to get 3 hours sleep while the bus was stationary before he'd taken a taxi home, still drowsy. Vincent glanced towards the kitchen window, through which he could see his family eating breakfast. He'd promised to clear the path before Aston and Rebecca left for school. He thrust the shovel into the snow, lifted as much of it as he could, and threw it onto the lawn hidden somewhere beneath the whiteness. A small, snowless rectangle opened up before him, the gravel path peeking through. It was a start, at least, but it also served to highlight just how far he had to go. He stood up straight and put his hands to his back. His breath showed white in the air in front of him. The cold really had arrived. Snow didn't usually come until January, when it came at all. This far south, it was usually no more than slush. But this time around, they were forecasting the coldest, snowiest winter for years. His garden was already under 7 or 8 inches of snow, and they'd only just entered the second half of December. As he stood there, fresh snow began to powder his neat rectangle. Sisyphus. He was Sisyphus. With a sigh, he returned to the front door and propped the shovel against the wall of the house. The kids would just have to trudge through it to the road when it was time to go to school. Before he had time to open the door, Aston came tumbling out of it, clad in his snowsuit. "More snow!" he yelled. "I love snow!" Aston threw himself onto his back and began to make snow angels, seemingly completely unaffected by the cold. "Dad, can we build a snow fort this afternoon? Or an igloo? Please?" In his mind's eye, Vincent pictured the snow forts he had played in as a young boy. Well, the ones he had played beside, given that most of these forts had been no more than a narrow passage through a shoveled pile of snow in the yard. He shivered. He'd never been able to bring himself to crawl through those passages, although he understood the temptation. There was something exciting about building your own world like that. Admittedly, everyone built their own world to some extent, at least mentally, since everyone's realities were different. But... "Dad," said Aston, who was now standing in front of him. "Have you got snow in your brain or something?" Vincent blinked. He opened his mouth to say something or other about a fort needing a lot more snow, just as Marisa appeared in the doorway. "We'll have no snow forts here," she said firmly, folding her arms. "They can cave in. They're absolute death traps. And why on earth are you shoveling snow in leather gloves and a Hugo Boss coat? Why can't you wear practical winter gear like a normal person?" Of course, she was right, both about the clothing and the fort. Then again, he didn't own a down jacket, nor one of those knitted hats with a bobble on top that everyone else seemed to wear. And there were ways to build snow forts that ensured they didn't collapse. You just have to think hexagonally, like Buckminster Fuller, or work with blocks in an arc that distributed the weight evenly. If only there were more snow. Then he spotted Marilla's look and cleared his throat. "Your mother's right," he said. "And if we were going to build an igloo, we'd need ice." "Great," Aston said, lying back down in the snow. "We can make that in the freezer." "Well, the freezer's capacity is 278 litres, Vincent said, "across 7 shelves. The exterior dimensions of an igloo need to..." Vincent heard his wife clear her throat loudly behind him. "The freezer isn't big enough," he said. "By the by, where's your backpack?" Marisa sighed and went back inside to retrieve the missing bag. Aston sat up and tried to shape a snowball. Vincent knew who it was meant for. "Right, I suppose I'd better pop inside to get the car keys so that we can get going," he said, turning around quickly. The wallop of snow struck him before he'd even made it across the threshold. Behind him, Aston was howling with laughter. Marisa was standing in the hallway, putting a change of clothes into Aston's bag. "By the way," Vincent said, "I've been trying to reach your sister to sync arrangements for the kids ahead of Christmas, but her phone seems to be off. In fact, it seems to have been off for days. Do you know if she's away or something?" Marisa forced a pair of long johns into the backpack with brusque movements. "I haven't spoken to Ulrika in ages," she said acidly. "You'll just have to keep tabs on your ex-wife by yourself." "That's what I'm trying to do," Vincent said. "It's just not like her." As he went into the kitchen to retrieve his car keys, he pulled out his phone to call Ulrika again. It was the same as before. No connection. He texted her instead, asking her to get in touch as soon as she could. After all, there were only a few days left until Christmas. He also saw that Mina had texted him a brief Merry Christmas. He wasn't quite sure how to respond to that. The message was like a challenge, as if she were asking him to define their relationship. They were currently at a tipping point in respect of each other, and it could go either way. If his response was just as succinct, then he would be confirming that as of now, they had no more than a superficial, cordial relationship. If he countered with something more personal, then he would be making it clear once and for all that he wanted to be more than just colleagues. And that would open a Pandora's box of questions about what he wanted them to be. Merry Christmas. Damn it. After giving the matter further consideration, he slipped the phone into his pocket instead. He would have to reply later, when he had had more time to think. "Dad! Are you coming or what?" Aston shouted from outside. "I'll be late." "Coming," he called out. For half a second, he wondered whether to call Ulrika's work and ask if she was ill or otherwise indisposed. But Marisa would probably have something to say about his thoughtfulness towards her sister. Ulrika would call when she could. He swept the car keys off the side, and before heading back outside, he double-checked that his study door was locked. He had taken to locking it a month or so ago, out of concern for his family. If any of them happened to see what he had in there, then it would not only lead to questions that he couldn't answer, but it would probably also leave them frightened. Almost as frightened as he was. 6. And they're sure the bones are human? Mina forced herself to breathe, taking calm, deep inhalations. There were few places she wouldn't have preferred to be than the one she found herself in. The dark, dirty tunnels that made up Stockholm's metro system. Besides, it was icy cold. She normally liked the cold, but even she had her limits. Their breath turned into white smoke, and she hugged herself to try and warm up a little. "Yes, forensics were absolutely certain. One of them is an osteologist," Ardam said, stifling a yawn. "A bone scientist. She knows her stuff. I doubt we'd be down here at the crack of dawn like this otherwise. Normally, I'm barely even awake at this hour." She could tell from his voice that he too was not a fan of claustrophobic tunnels. "And we're sure they've stopped the trains on this stretch of the line," she said, carefully placing one foot in front of the other in the beam of light cast by her torch. Something streaked past her feet. She didn't manage to see what it was, and was unable to suppress a shriek. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to carry on, even though her heart was pounding so hard in her ribs that it felt as if it might leap out of her body altogether. Some distance away, she saw more light and the movement of people. This helped her to shut out the horrors lurking in the darkness and made her focus on the task ahead of her. "Good morning, Mina, and Ardam too," said the head of forensics, nodding curtly to them. "Not that this is a particularly good morning." He pointed towards what she realized had previously been a heap of gravel. The officers had now brushed away most of it, leaving behind a neat stack of bones. "They're definitely human bones. Based on a quick visual inspection, they seem to be from the same body. But we won't be able to confirm that until the forensic anthropologist has laid them out on the table to check." Mina contemplated the bones while rubbing her cold arms. The heap almost looked like an altar. The bones were neatly arranged, symmetrically positioned with a skull atop them all. It felt somehow ritualistic, but she took care not to become too attached to that impression. It was dangerous to start making assumptions this early on in the investigation. Quite honestly, she was somewhat surprised that this one had landed in the team's in-tray. Old bones weren't usually their department, but she assumed that the circumstances in which they had been found elevated this into something out of the ordinary. "Any identification?" she asked, taking a small step to one side so that Ardam could get through. They took care not to step too close to or otherwise contaminate the crime scene. Even though she knew better, she couldn't resist the impulse to look around. The lighting rigs illuminated much of the space. She felt the panic rising again. There was rubbish all over the place, and in the shadows she could make out things moving. Rats, she assumed, and she shuddered. This wasn't her first time down here. As a new recruit, she'd come down into the tunnels on several occasions in pursuit of suspects. She knew there were people who lived down here too, in a shadowy existence, separated from the world and hidden from reality. She couldn't even begin to imagine what that was like. The forensic officer had begun talking again, and she forced herself to focus on him and ignore the things moving in the dark corners that the floodlights did not reach. We haven't found any form of identification. No clothing, no ID. There might be DNA on some of the rubbish that we can tie to a possible killer. We'll collect everything there is in a wide radius around the remains and send it for analysis. However, I think if we find anything, it will be from the artist who called it in. Anyway, the teeth are still inside the skull, so that should help in identifying the body. And there's a severe fracture to one of the femurs. It's broken in several places and then healed again. Broken femur, Nina said thoughtfully. How long did you say you think they've been down here? Hard to say. It's up to Milda to tell us, but I suppose at least a few months. The bones don't look fresh, but that's me shooting from the hip. Like I say, it's Milda's call, the officer said. Mina looked at Adam to see whether he would make the same connection as she had. He furrowed his brow as he gazed at the bones. Then his gaze lightened, and he turned towards her. You think it's... Yes, I do, Mina said. I'll call Yulia right away. They contemplated the heap of bones in silence. If these remains belonged to the person they thought, then it was about to unleash a media storm, and it would raise all sorts of new questions. 7. Ruben woke up in a cold sweat. He'd been dreaming, and he'd seen Peder's face. That happened a lot these days. Peder's skin had been grey, and most of the back of his head had been missing. But that hadn't been the awful part about the dream. The awful thing had been the gaze. The eyes staring meaningfully at Ruben. Eyes that had seen straight inside him. That was what had woken him up. Peder didn't have to say anything, because Ruben already knew what the message was. It could all be over at any moment. That was Peder's lesson for him. There were two paths in life, and both were horrendous. On the one hand, it might end before Ruben was ready for it. On the other, if it didn't end, he would grow old. Older with each passing day. He took a deep breath and ran his hands across his face. Fuck getting old. It was almost worse than the alternative. Someone moved in the dark, and the bedding next to him rustled. Bloody hell. She was still there. That was the problem with bringing home someone young. At least the ones over 30 realised it was better for both of them to wake up in their respective homes, alone, and never see each other again. The young ones hadn't been around the block as many times, and still thought it was a nice idea to stay and cuddle in the morning. They had romantic notions of eating breakfast together and other crap like that. The truth was that it was never a good idea to see each other in the light of day afterwards. Especially not when that light revealed how old he was. He looked at the clock on his phone and swore silently. He had somehow managed to switch off the alarm last night. He would be late for work. What was more, Julia had been trying to reach him, something about a discovery the night before. At the same time as Ruben had been reeling in his catch outside the nightclub, something had apparently happened in a metro tunnel. Oh well, the others could man the fort without him. His left calf suddenly spasmed, and he had to bite his lip not to scream with pain. He pulled his leg towards him to massage it, taking care not to wake the sleeping woman by his side. He needed the muscle. It was rock hard. The cramps had started a while back. If he drank too little water the night before, he would have cramps in the morning due to lack of fluid. But if he drank plenty of water, then he had to get up to take a slash at least 2 or 3 times during the night, like some old codger. Old. His daughter Astrid probably wouldn't have a dad alive by the time she reached her teens. He sighed deeply. He was pathetic. He knew it. Not only because he didn't want to age, but because he'd also resumed his past predatory behavior in relation to the opposite sex. His psychologist, Amanda, had looked like she wanted to give him a slap when he'd told her. But what was he supposed to do? Amanda was still young. She didn't understand. He reached towards the bedside table and grabbed the 2 capsules lying there. They were so-called dietary supplements he'd found online that were meant to aid both his virility and his testosterone production. It was probably all bullshit, but he'd paid for a year's subscription anyway, just to be sure. 600 kroner a month. He swallowed the capsules and then lifted the covers to look at the person next to him. She was lying on her side, with her bare hip just an inch or 2 away from him. He'd bumped into her outside his old watering hole on Stureplan, which he'd started frequenting again. He'd been on his way home after an unsuccessful night when he'd seen her smoking outside. He'd gone up to her and asked her whether she liked uniforms. And unlike inside the bar, it had worked, no matter how stupidly corny it was. He placed his hand on her smooth hip and felt the vibrant warmth of her skin. He was fairly certain her name was Emmy. Or was it Emily? Definitely something with a Y. He carried on stroking her hip, and she moved drowsily towards him. Julia could wait, and Amanda could say what she liked. Life was too short. And as Peder had so clearly shown him night after night, you never knew when it might be over. 8. Vincent was in his study. With the passing of the years, the bookcase behind him had come to serve less as storage for books and more as a display case. Ever since it had become common knowledge that the master mentalist had helped to solve the mystery involving Jane 2.5 years earlier, enthusiastic admirers had been sending him puzzles, rebuses, and riddles to solve. They seemed to assume that unravelling mysterious enigmas were his favourite occupation. Of course, it was not widely known how close he had come to death on that occasion. And they weren't entirely barking up the wrong tree. He did like them, when he had time. Many of them were simple. A common variant was to send a fan letter cut up into several parts, though others were more ambitious in their efforts. There was one anonymous sender who liked to send the most obscure puzzles and riddles that Vincent had ever encountered. They weren't homemade. In fact, they appeared to come from all corners of the world. His correspondent clearly knew their onions. Vincent knew they were from the same person thanks to the handwritten messages that were always enclosed, which often featured a riddle. At present, however, it was a different kind of puzzle that was occupying his concentration. Specifically, the one that he had pinned to the wall above his desk. It was the same kind of mind map that Mina had set up at home in her apartment when they had worked together that first time. A collage of clues that might, with a little luck, explain a connection or show a pattern that had been hitherto hidden. Vincent's wall, however, did not consist of pictures and notes. Instead, it was covered in physical objects, ordered chronologically, with a note on a post-it beneath each one. This was the reason why no one in the family was allowed into his study. It would be bad if they came to believe he'd lost his mind, or even worse, if the penny dropped, what the timeline meant. For Vincent, the conclusion to be drawn from the wall was clear. Someone wanted to cause him harm. He didn't want to think of that person as his enemy. His nemesis? No, that sounded even worse. His shadow, perhaps. Well, why not? Each time he had received something new in the post, the shadow within had come to life. It was as if it no longer dwelled within him, but had instead manifested itself in the real world, and was now terrorizing him. What was more, shadows took the same form as the person casting them, albeit a distorted one. And whoever had sent him the objects on the wall seemed to know exactly how he ticked. It was as if they were being sent by a nightmarish version of himself. He nodded. The Shadow was an apt name. At the far left-hand end of the timeline was the old laminated newspaper cutting from Hallandsposten, the one showing Vincent as a boy with a magic box, in which his mother had died in the background. Magic ends in tragedy. He had lost count of how many times he'd read that headline. 2.5 years ago, someone had sent the article to Ruben, making Vincent the prime suspect in the investigation into the murders of Tuva, Agnes, and Bobby. Crimes that it had transpired his missing sister was responsible for. At first, he had thought Jane had sent the article, since part of her plan had been to pin the blame for the murders on Vincent. But it hadn't been her. The article had, however, forced Vincent's past back to the surface. It was a past that he had spent a great deal of time not daring to think about. The police had, with the utmost difficulty, managed to keep it out of the public domain. Underneath the article were the Tetris-style pieces of puzzle taped together that he had started to receive shortly after his sister's death. These puzzles consisted of different anagrams of newspaper headlines and came together intricately to form the word guilty. He had thought they had been sent by Norva in an attempt to distract from the goings-on at Epicura. Norva, who had based her teachings on the chronic pain that she suffered from and who had almost caused Natalie's demise. But following a confrontation with Norva immediately prior to her own death, he had realized they must have been sent by the same person who had sent the clipping to Ruben. His shadow. Next to the taped-together puzzle pieces was the Christmas card that had come with the final Tetris puzzle, and which also contained an alarming inscription. In the 4 months since he had received it, he still hadn't managed to solve the riddle. It seems that you don't learn. I'm tired of waiting. And remember that there is no one to blame but you. You could have chosen a different path, but you didn't. So, we have reached your Omega, the beginning of your end. P.S. If you're wondering why you've received the puzzle now, it's because Omega is, as you know, the 24th letter of the Greek alphabet. 24 divided by 2, you and I, makes 12, which gives us 24/12. Christmas Eve. Wishing you an early Merry Christmas. When Vincent had received the message about his Omega, his implied end, he had immediately set about searching for what would be his Alpha, his beginning. If he could find what had started it all, then he might have a better understanding of what was going to end. Then he might be able to protect himself. It hadn't been long before he had found it. It had once again been in the old newspaper article, in the photograph itself. His shadow had followed the contours of the magic box with a pencil, with the lines forming an A, the sign for Alpha. What was going to end had begun there, on the farm in Kvibille, with his mother. Back when he had stopped being Vincent Bullman and had become Vincent Valder. Yet, instead of the end threatened by the message, he had begun to receive gifts in the post. Christmas presents, even though it wasn't Christmas. The first had arrived in the summer, just after the end of the Epicura case. The parcel had contained a vinyl single titled Alpha Omega by an unfamiliar rap group, Renegades. The EP was on the wall to the right of the newspaper article, held up with adhesive pads at each corner. Underneath it was a note with the information he had found about the release, which wasn't much. The song had come out in 1987 on Kool-Aid Records, and the EP had a red label. But the group only seemed to have made that one song, and the lyrics didn't mean anything to him either, so he had left it at that. The following month, in September, he had received another Christmas present, a new record. This time it had been a Led Zeppelin album called Alpha and Omega. It turned out to be a rarity. A live bootleg recording of 4 LPs that was more or less impossible to get hold of these days. He had taken the records out of the sleeve and stuck the empty sleeve onto the wall. In addition to the title, it had another thing in common with the previous record. It, too, had been released in 1987. Vincent knew what the figures stood for. His sister had reminded him of that when she had led him to page 873 of a book. The 8th of July, 3 o'clock. Mum's last summer. When he had been 7 years old and performed his magic show on the blanket in their garden. 87 was the 8th of July, Mum's birthday, on the farm in Kvibille. Again. To the right of the records was the Christmas present for October. On that occasion, the parcel had contained a toy car, a replica of a German Opel Omega military police car. No Alpha this time. But the Opel Omega had first gone into production in 1987. Not to mention that the toy was in 1:87 scale. Mum. The magic box. The illusion. Guilty. By November, his gift giver had dropped the Alpha-Omega connection almost entirely in favor of a fairly over-explicit present. He'd been given a magic set. More specifically, a great Houdini magic starter set in good but used condition. Vincent hadn't even needed to Google that. The item had provided enough information. Harry Houdini was the handcuff king and famous for being able to escape from a water-filled tank. The same kind of tank that Vincent and Mina had almost met their ends in at Jane and Kenneth's mink farm. The Houdini reference was also a blatant allusion to his mother and the box she had never been able to escape. Even before he had turned over the worn box to read the reverse, he'd guessed what the printed copy would say. It came as no surprise when he saw that the magic set with Houdini's name on it had been made in 1987. Since then, Vincent hadn't received any more parcels, and he didn't want to receive any either. His shadow had written some 6 months ago about the days that were now approaching. Omega, 24th letter of the Greek alphabet. 24 divided by 2, you and I, makes 12. 24, 12, Christmas Eve. Wishing you an early Merry Christmas. You and I, Christmas Eve. Today was the 18th. That left only 6 days until Christmas Eve. Whatever this person was after, it would begin then. His Omega. And he still didn't know what that meant. Vincent gazed at the presents on the wall again. Kool-Aid Records. The expert that he and Mina had visited to learn about cults had told them that the members of the People's Temple in Jonestown had committed mass suicide by drinking spiked, Kool-Aid branded grape juice. Not unlike Norva's followers at Östra Real Upper Secondary School. A bootleg album that was practically impossible to obtain. So someone knew that he was a collector of vinyl, even if the genre wasn't a favourite of his. The police car. He assumed it had to be a reference to Mina. A magic set for children. So the Shadow knew that he had loved magic as a child, and that he had almost drowned in Houdini's water tank as an adult, alongside Mina. The connection was clear. Whoever was behind all this, it wasn't just someone who was deeply familiar with Vincent's background. It was someone who also had detailed information about his work with the police. He really did need to discuss this with Mina. He should have done so long ago. But something had held him back ever since he had received the ominous message and the Tetris puzzle 6 months ago. A small voice somewhere inside him was whispering that he might deserve what was coming to him. That the Shadow was right, and he was somehow guilty. The only question was, of what? 9. How did you get on in the tunnels? The sympathetic tone adopted by Milda's assistant, Luke, bothered Mina at first, but then she shrugged. She simply had to accept that her particular kind of behaviour was something people talked about. I can rise above the fear when I'm on duty, she said briefly. Luke seemed to understand where she was coming from. It's kind of like what we do when we're at work here, he said. We take a step back, although not so far that we forget there's a human being on the table in front of us, but far enough that we can do what we've got to do without being overwhelmed by emotion. Got it in one, Mina said, smiling at him. This was the longest conversation she had ever had with Milda's ordinarily taciturn assistant. She won't be long. I could hear that she was on the phone to her ex-husband, Luke said apologetically, as he carefully laid out a number of tools on a sterilised steel tray. Don't worry, I can wait, Mina said, observing Luke's long, slender fingers with fascination as they arranged the contents of the tray with military precision. Silence echoed around the white room, and she desperately searched for a way to break it. So, what's the next step on the career path? Do you become a medical examiner? She swore silently. She sounded like a high school careers advisor faced with a sulky teenager. A smile flitted across Lurks's face as he carefully set down a scalpel. "I suppose that would be the usual way of things," he said. Mina noted with interest that he seemed to be placing instrument after instrument on the tray without the slightest metallic sound whatsoever. "There's a big obstacle to my career ambitions. I'm satisfied." He shrugged. Mina gazed at him with greater interest than before. That was a word she rarely heard. Satisfied. "I'm happy with things the way they are. And so it would only upset a well-functioning equilibrium if something in the equation changed. I'm happy in my work. I don't need to strive for enhanced status or better finances. Well, I suppose you might have heard gossip about me being set up for life following an inheritance. A wealthy medical examiner's assistant. A rare beast, I suppose. Hence the gossip. I've got what I want in life. Few people are blessed with that. Being satisfied. So I see it as a gift that I can appreciate that. Ambition would only upset those in my immediate circles." Mina didn't reply. She was busy taking in what Lurks had said, not to mention the fact that he had uttered several sentences in a row to her using amusingly highfalutin language. It was also some of the best wisdom imparted to her in a long time. What he had said made her consider how satisfied she was, in life, with her existence. "The bones are in astoundingly fine condition," Lurks said, surveying the skeleton in front of them. Mina searched for a suitable reply, but came up short. Lurks carried on speaking as he pointed at the bones. "Look at this. They're perfectly clean. There are no biological remains whatsoever. All the flesh is gone. That's extremely unusual. And another thing that's strange... Hello! Sorry I'm late. I just had an issue that needed sorting out, but I'm here now. And I heard a whisper that you've got a theory on who this might be. That's quick work." Milda entered and took Lurks's place by the tray of implements. Lurks discreetly slipped away. Mina pointed at the bones spread out on the metal surface in front of them. "There, the fractured femur. I've got a high-profile individual who's been missing for 4 months, Jon Langset. He took a fairly well-known tumble and broke his leg while climbing Mount Everest a couple of years back." "Oh yes, I remember that. Wasn't the whole thing mired in controversy since there was a Sherpa who died in the efforts to bring him down off the mountain?" "Yes, exactly. And all that came up again when there was coverage of his disappearance. So when I saw the broken leg down in the tunnel, I made the connection right away. I may be wrong. Plenty of people break their legs. But maybe it's worth starting from there?" Milda nodded. "I hear what you're saying. I'll start by getting in touch with a forensic odontologist and have them come and capture images of the teeth, and then we can see if they match his dental records. In the meantime, I'll examine the bones and see whether there's anything else I can find." "That sounds good. You know where to find me." "Otherwise, I'll only have you back down here knocking on my door," Milda said with a laugh that failed to reach her eyes. She looked tired, and Mina was on the brink of asking her whether everything was all right when she stopped herself. Milda was always having trouble with her private life. Before closing the door behind her, she glimpsed Milda leaning heavily against the table for a few seconds. Then she shook herself and reached for a pair of disposable gloves. 10. Sara Temmerik looked up from her computer. Her closest colleague in the National Operations Department, Teresa, was standing there. Sara had been Teresa's boss before she'd gone to the USA. Since then, they had taken on different responsibilities, but Teresa was still the person she trusted most in the department. "What do you know about ammonium nitrate?" Teresa said, without bothering to offer a greeting first. Sara blinked in amazement. It's a kind of salt," she said, stretching her arms above her head. She was stiff from spending too long at her computer. It's used in fertilizer because it's got so much nitrogen in it. Interestingly enough, it turns into laughing gas when heated. The nitrate is usually diluted when making fertilizer, since it's rather explosive in its concentrated form. Sara fell silent. She understood exactly what Teresa was getting at. She should have been thinking along the same lines too. Sorry, she said with a sigh. I was thinking about how Zachary and Leah really need to visit a Swedish farm this summer while they're still around. The farms, that is. Hence the association. But we're not interested in fertilizer at NOA. She closed her laptop, propped her elbows on the desk, and rested her chin on her hands. Her American ex-husband liked to refer to it as her engaging pose. He had words for everything, except why he'd chosen to stay behind in the USA. Ammonium nitrate is also one of the most common ingredients in homemade bombs, she said. If it's mixed with flammable materials, then it dramatically increases the likelihood of an explosion and causes much more damage. It's also an oxidizing agent, which means that even if it doesn't explode, it adds extra oxygen to fires and makes them bigger and harder to extinguish. Both ANPP, that's technical ammonium nitrate, and the straight fertilizer known as N34 work as explosives. Am I right? Have a gold star, Teresa said with a smile. Now I remember why you were my boss. But why do you ask? Teresa closed the door to Sara's office before continuing. We've received reports from several companies who sell products for use in agriculture down south in Skåne, she said in a low voice. So you weren't a million miles off with your fertilizer talk. Ammonium nitrate has gone missing. Stolen. There are 10 tons of it missing. That's more than enough to make us prick up our ears here at NOA. Do you remember the huge accidental explosion in Tianjin in China back in 2015? That was caused by ammonium nitrate. Sara remembered it well. The footage of the incident had continued to circulate in the news media for a surprisingly long time afterwards, and online for even longer than that. But wasn't that something like 800 tons that exploded? She said. And we're looking for 10? Sure, but that nitrate hadn't been primed for use as an explosive, and they could still see the blast from space. Sara whistled. About 1,000 people were injured or died, even though it happened in a deserted corner of the port. Teresa added. I hope I never find out what 10 tons of primed ammonium nitrate can do to a built-up area. A city, for example. But my guess is there wouldn't be much of it left. Couldn't there be another reason for someone to have stolen 10 tons of ammonium nitrate? Sara said. Does it have to be for a bomb? Can you think of another reason? I'm having a hard time imagining that it's just a farmer trying to cut their fertilizer costs. Teresa was right, of course. Sara furrowed her brow and stared into space. Bomb threats were nothing new. All the major cities in Sweden, towns too, were the subject of regular bomb threats. Most were no more than empty attempts to cause fear. This was different, precisely because there had been no threat. If Teresa's suspicion was correct, then a party, or parties unknown, were building a very big bomb very quietly. That was much worse, because it probably meant they were serious. Not quite the Christmas present I was hoping for this year, said Sara. But I'll take what I can get. So, how are we going to find this bomb? 11. As had become the case, it felt strange when they all gathered in the conference room. Everyone had the feeling that something was missing, that someone was missing. No one had yet taken Peder's seat. It was left empty, a constant reminder of what and who they had lost. Julia watched them closely as they entered the room one by one. She looked at everyone except for Adam. She had made the whole team, including herself, see crisis support counsellors following Peder's death in the summer, but she wasn't sure how much it had helped. Judging by her own progress, it hadn't made a damn bit of difference. The grief was still like a heavy mass in the pit of her stomach, and had grown neither heavier nor lighter since then. And the responsibility was ultimately and inescapably borne by her as the team leader. The hierarchy and division of responsibilities in the police force was clear. She had spent many sleepless nights going over what had happened step by step to see what she might have done differently, what she could have done to change the inevitable. But no matter how much she twisted and turned it, she kept concluding that there was nothing she could have done differently, not without having the answers ahead of time. And the police internal investigation had drawn the same conclusion as she had. But that did nothing to alleviate the grief. She stood up straight and cleared her throat to get everyone's attention. "Right, but everyone's here. Good," she said, going over to the whiteboard. "I want to start by pointing out that we don't yet know exactly what we're investigating. We're almost certainly looking at offences involving desecration of a grave, but whether we're also looking at manslaughter or murder remains unclear for now. Let's maintain an open mind for the time being, okay?" Bosse padded up to her and settled down at her feet. The dog looked up at her with pleading eyes, and she gave him a small smile before producing a dog treat from her pocket and giving it to him. She and this dog had an agreement. Once he had consumed his treat, she pointed at Christer's feet, and Bosse obeyed immediately. Then Julia once again became serious and pointed at the board, where she had put up a photograph and written a name underneath. "Jon Langset," she said. "Disappeared without trace on August 10th. That's 4 months and 8 days ago. 41 years old, CEO and co-owner of the investment company Conceals. He has a wife and 3 children. The media splashed the disappearance and took the angle that Jon had probably fled the country, given the current investigation into Conceals' supposed illegal activities." "Bloody bankers," Christer muttered, scratching Bosse behind the ears. "Conning honest folks out of their pensions." "Please keep your personal views to yourself, Christer," Julia said sternly, crossing her arms. She still hadn't looked at Adam. She was convinced that it would be visible in her gaze that just a couple of hours earlier, his naked body had been on top of hers, had been inside her. It always felt as if both the attraction and the guilt were writ large across her face afterwards. But Adam always reassured her that she looked just as cold and strict as ever. Perhaps he was right. Just as long as they didn't end up in the same room as Vincent Valder and his uncanny ability to read people, they'd be able to keep their secret just that. "But Jon Langset never left the country," she said. "It's been confirmed that the bones from the metro tunnel are his. Nice work, Mina. The fractures to the femur are an exact match to the X-rays taken after his mishap on Mount Everest. Milda has also confirmed that there is a match to his dental records." "Milda's assistant Luke made an interesting observation when I was down there," Mina said. "Something about the bones being unusually clean. The question is whether that has anything to do with where they were found. Could the rats have gnawed them clean?" "Surely there would be teeth marks left on the bones," said Julia, "and I haven't heard anything to suggest that's the case." "So, Mina, how did you manage to go down into those dirty tunnels?" Ruben said with a chuckle. Mina glanced at him angrily, but he carried on. "Did you see any rats, by the way? I've heard they're this big between the eyes," he said, holding his fingers around 2 inches apart and looking at her meaningfully. "Sorry, I thought you were showing us how big your dick is," Mina said levelly. Christer snorted so hard that coffee spurted out of his nose. Ouch! He cried. Julia sighed. Come on, people, let's focus, she said, fixing her gaze on Ruben and Mina. You two can handle the interview with Langset's wife. Christer, can you check the files and see if there's anything that casts light on this? Adam, have a word with the lead detective on the Confido investigation. Peder... She fell silent. Good grief. What had she said? Tears welled up in her eyes, and she quickly turned her back on the team so that they wouldn't see, although she knew it was already too late. The silence in the room thundered between the walls. She swallowed, turned back around, and tried not to look at Peder's vacant seat. Get on with it, she said hoarsely. When the others had left the room, Julia slowly approached Peder's chair and placed a hand on the back of it. She pictured him, half asleep with exhaustion after the triplets had been born, and yet such a constantly happy and thoughtful man. He'd left a void that would be impossible to fill, but they had to carry on without him. The work didn't stop. She sighed and made for her office. She needed to prepare for an imminent press conference. The media would devour the news about Jon Langset when it became public. She would at least have to try and control it. Thoughts of Peder would have to be pushed aside. 12. They were running through the tunnels. It was pitch black, but they knew every inch of those tunnels inside out. They knew when the trains were coming and how quickly they had to press themselves against the wall, get onto a platform, or slip into one of the many nooks and crannies. They knew where to turn right and where to turn left, and they always knew how to find their way back home. This was their home, their kingdom. The footsteps behind him were approaching quickly, and he picked up the pace as much as he could. His feet were pounding hard and fast against the uneven ground, but soon he felt someone else's breath on the back of his neck. He stopped. He longed for what he knew was coming, longed for the embrace, for those safe arms to hold him from behind, for the stubble to rasp against his smooth cheeks. Ha! Got you! Dad wrapped his arms around him just as he'd wanted him to, and pressed him so tightly to his chest that he felt the soft leather of Dad's big jacket. Dad smelled of damp, tobacco, and that sweetness that was always lingering around their camp like a light mist. He smelled of Dad. Time to stop playing and start looking for food, Dad said, letting go of him. My tummy's rumbling. He nodded reluctantly. He didn't like having to go topside. It was so bright and so noisy and so in your face with all its sounds and impressions and all the people staring at them. He wanted to remain in the soft belly of the subterranean world where he was safe and loved, where he was among his own. But he knew they had to get food. The bins up above were usually most bountiful with leftovers and scraps immediately after lunch. The watch he'd been given for his last birthday showed it was nearly 2:00. They would have to hurry. He took Dad by the hand. It wasn't that scary up there, as long as they were together. 13. I was just kidding about the rats, right? Ruben held the handle above the car door tightly as Mina sped around a corner. She hadn't said a word since they had got into the car. He kept his sigh to himself, determined not to rile her up any further. Some people clearly had no sense of humour, and he never did seem to get it into his skull that she was one of them. There's a spot. He pointed to an empty parking space, and Mina pulled in abruptly and turned off the engine. They were making for Narvavägen. Of course they were, Ruben thought sourly. Finance bros with something to hide always lived in Östermalm, didn't they? "Are you going to keep sulking, or can we get on with the job?" he said as they got out of the police car. He knew it always paid to appeal to Mina's sense of duty. The job seemed to be the only thing she cared about. He still wondered whether she and Vincent had got it on, but he had a hard time picturing it. Any attempt to visualize the combination of Mina and sex always resulted in images of plastic coveralls from head to foot, and rubber gloves. "I'm not sulking," she said. "I just didn't want to talk, but of course we're going to get on with the job." She found the name Langset on the intercom and pressed the button. After a few seconds, the door buzzed and they entered. A sign on the left-hand side of the grand foyer told them that the Langsets lived on the top floor. Obviously. "Fuck me. Imagine living like this," Ruben said, struggling, however, to conceal a certain degree of envy that had washed over him in the foyer. It was an orgy of marble and gold. "It's not really my cup of tea," Mina said dryly, getting into the lift. Ruben pulled the black gate shut and pressed the button. They rose slowly, and against a backdrop of worrying, creaking noises, heading towards the 6th floor. The door to the apartment was ajar when they arrived. A blonde woman with a ponytail was waiting for them with an anxious expression. Ruben automatically wondered whether she would be tough to get into bed. He pulled open the gate on the lift. "Is this about Jon?" she said, stepping aside to admit them. The hallway within was striking. It was huge, with an expanse of polished parquet disappearing into the other rooms. Hanging from the ceiling was a crystal chandelier that appeared to take up more space than Ruben's entire living room. "You called and said you wanted to come round, but you didn't say what it was about. Have you found Jon? Where is he?" The anxious expression was giving way to one of anger. The woman led them into a living room that was so large it could easily have been converted into a sports hall. "I knew he took the coward's way out," she said, "ditching me and the kids. He's probably got some bimbo with him too. 3 girls, 3, have rung up since he did his bunk to tell me that he had affairs with them. And if 3 of them have called, you can imagine how many more there must be out there." She ushered them towards a large white sofa. Ruben sat down and felt himself sink several more inches than he had expected. It was like landing in a cloud. "It's Josephine, isn't it?" Mina said, also sitting down. "Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Josephine Langset. That's me." She continued to talk at speed, without asking them for their names, and without leaving them any opportunity to interject with their own introductions. Ruben couldn't help but think that Josephine Langset looked like she'd come straight from a Ralph Lauren advertisement. Glossy blonde hair and a perfect ponytail. Expensive-looking white shirt tucked into a pair of jeans he assumed cost a fortune. And Simone Perel lingerie underneath it all. Surely. He could see himself now, holding on to that ponytail tightly, or doing her from behind. Then he pictured a furiously indignant Amanda, and he swallowed hard. He needed to focus. "So, where is Jon?" Josephine said, sitting down on the sofa opposite them. "The Caymans? The Bahamas? Dubai? Christ on a bike, I don't even know which countries don't have extradition treaties with Sweden. But he likes Dubai. We often went there on holiday and stayed at One and Only, by the Palm Island. Is that where he is now?" Mina exchanged a glance with Ruben. Then she began to speak. "It's true that we have located Jon, but he isn't in Dubai. We've found his remains." I'm afraid we're here to inform you that your husband is dead. The huge apartment fell completely silent. The only sound was a faint hum that suggested someone might be using a vacuum cleaner in a distant room. Josephine slumped backwards into the sofa and stared vacantly out of the window. Ruben followed her gaze. Beyond the snow-covered trees lining the avenue, there was a glimpse of the Oscarskyrkan church. For some reason, he remembered the odd detail that it was home to one of the biggest organs in Sweden. It was strange what stuck in the mind. I've been so bloody angry at him, Josephine said, her tone different from before. He dropped me right in the shit. 3 kids to look after, bailiffs and prosecutors at my door. The press writing piece after piece that hang him and his mates out to dry for being the worst kind of con artists. Everyone in the neighborhood staring at me. The other parents at school won't even speak to me. The girls who've been calling. I thought he'd legged it. But I was so fucked off. But I still love him. Josephine began to cry quietly. Ruben shifted his weight uncomfortably on the fluffy sofa. All coital thoughts were vanquished. Women crying had always made him want to crawl out of his own skin. Did Jon have any enemies? Mina said, pulling a tissue from a pack in her jacket pocket. He's at the centre of a scheme with billions of kroner missing, Josephine said, taking the tissue. So I'm sure he does. But I don't know a thing, regardless of what the prosecution authority may think. He went to work, I looked after the house and kids. We had a clear division of tasks. If I asked him how work had been, he always said good, and that was the end of that. I'd talk to his cronies if I were in your shoes. She blew her nose loudly into the tissue and then put it down on the coffee table. There's no one else you're aware of who might have wanted to harm him? Ruben said carefully. No. Scorned women? Josephine Langset snorted. The girls who called were barely 20, and it didn't exactly sound like Jon had been interested in their brains. I know my husband well enough that I don't believe he would have let any of them get close. They were just casual flings. But what are you getting at? How did he die? That's just it, Ruben said. We don't know. But we can't rule out that he was killed. Josephine gasped and then began to cry again. We realise this will come as a shock to you, Mina said, producing another tissue. But anything you can tell us is of great help. Is there anything else that springs to mind? Ruben noticed that Mina could barely take her wide eyes off the crumpled tissue on the table as she handed a new one to Josephine. I don't know, Josephine said, blowing her nose again. A few weeks before he went missing, he started acting strangely. I don't know how to describe it, but he seemed to turn paranoid. He was constantly standing behind the curtains and peering out of the window down into the street. He was often up at night, and it sounded like he was wandering around the whole flat. When we were out, he'd constantly be looking over his shoulder, but... She paused, then shrugged. That could all have been tied up with the looming charges. That's what I assumed anyway. Gustav said they were all under a lot of pressure. I assumed he was just trying to stay out of the media eye. Gustav, Ruben said. Gustav Brons. That's Jon's colleague, one of the co-owners. We're close friends. He used to tell me stuff that Jon held back when we... Well, that doesn't matter. How did it make you feel when Jon changed like that? Mina said. Josephine looked down at the floor. It wasn't nice. The weekend before he went missing, I actually went to a resort for some me time. The Ellery Beach House. You won't be surprised to hear that's weighing on my conscience now. She placed the second tissue next to the first on the table, and Ruben saw Mina hastily avert her eyes. What happens now? Josephine said, her gaze shifting between them. Ruben cleared his throat. We'll be keeping Jon for a while longer, until the medical examiner has reviewed everything. Then you'll receive the body and be able to make the necessary arrangements. Where was he found? Inside a metro tunnel, Mina said. Josephine stared at her in bafflement. In the metro? What was he doing there? He's never taken a metro in his life. Good God, Ruben thought. What were people like? We don't know much yet, Mina said. What little we do know, we can't reveal without risking a compromised investigation. But there's likely to be significant media interest when they find out Jon has been found. We can't tell you what to do, but we'd urge you to say as little as possible. Believe me, the media has been after us for months. The last thing I want to do is talk to them, Josephine said grimly. She escorted them back to the front door and proffered a surprisingly firm handshake in parting. While the cramped lift stuttered and squealed its way back down 6 stories, Mina applied hand sanitizer to her hands, and Ruben tried to recall the shape of Josephine Langset's rear end. But all he could see in his mind's eye was Jon's grinning skull. 14. You've got to persuade the security service to increase your security, Tor said, folding his arms. Just look at what happened to Anna Lind, or Ingmarie Wieselgren, or what happened to you at the end of the summer, for that matter. It was a very close call, and the public is oblivious of all the other potential attacks we've averted. We live in uncertain times, and you, Niklas Stockenberg, are an obvious target. We would all sleep easier if you got them to increase your security. Maybe you would, too. Those are some serious bags under your eyes. Fine. I hear what you say, Tor, Niklas said, running a hand through his hair in frustration. It's just that I don't agree. The level of security you think appropriate makes it impossible to have a life. Tor was right that he had slept poorly. He reached for a report lying on his desk that was far too many pages long and pretended to read it, hoping that his press secretary would take the hint and make himself scarce. But Tor rarely interpreted anything subtle, nor did he this time. Instead, he stayed rooted to the spot. I'm begging you to reconsider, Tor said with his brow furrowed. If not for your own sake, then for Natalie's. Yes, of course. I'm sure my teenage daughter wants to be followed everywhere she goes by even more not particularly discreet bodyguards. It'll do wonders for her social life. What little of it she's managed to keep going. Better that than that she stays alive, Tor muttered, picking an invisible speck of dust off his lapel. They never mixed privately, but Niklas could clearly imagine what his press secretary's wardrobe must be like. A row of identical suits, next to a row of white shirts. Identical ties, too, apart from the one with the miniature Swedish flags on it that he always wore on the National Day. On the shelf below, he imagined there to be a row of identical Italian loafers made from patent leather. Tor was not a man of variety. He was, however, a faithful and able press secretary who had been by Niklas's side since he'd taken office. The only problem was that Tor didn't always know when to stop. I'll be the one to take responsibility for my daughter, Niklas said. I appreciate your concern, but this is on the verge of nagging. I'm happy with the security detail as it is. The events of last summer aren't the kind of thing that happens every day. I just want to have as ordinary a life as possible. That wasn't entirely true. He wasn't happy at all. He wanted 10 men with laser sights behind him at every moment, at least for the next 2 weeks. But that, most probably, wouldn't make any difference. The clock would keep counting down, no matter how many bodyguards he had. Well, you're the boss, but you know what I think, Tor muttered, before striding out of the room. Niklas turned his gaze towards the report on his desk. It was more than 1,000 pages long. He couldn't focus. His pulse was racing. When Mina had gone home after dinner the evening before, he had stayed up nursing a glass of rum into the small hours. On several occasions, he'd been obliged to reassure Nathalie that nothing was the matter. But the truth was that he hadn't dared go to bed because he feared what he might dream about. He needn't have worried. He hadn't slept a wink after he'd finally settled down in bed. The first thing he had done this morning was to call the number again. The message was the same, except now it was saying that there were 13 days instead of 14. Tor had passed comment on the bags under Niklas's eyes, but it was worse than that. He didn't even know whether he had it in him to stand up. The feeling of powerlessness had him in a stranglehold. He pushed aside the thick stack of papers, shoved his chair, made from aged hardwood and upholstered in leather, away from the desk, and put his long legs up. The business card was burning a hole in his jacket pocket. It was absurd. The whole thing was absurd. It felt as if he was in a bad action movie or a third-rate thriller. Things like this didn't happen. Not in real life. But he still had to be on his guard. He should have known better. It had been his choice. His choice to continue his life, but on new terms. And he'd accepted the benefits that had come with that. Benefits that had brought him into the very heart of government. He pulled out the business card and examined the symbol. Then he put the card face down on the desk. His predecessors were staring sternly at him from the surrounding walls. Had they sometimes chosen paths not knowing where they would lead? Paths that might not have been morally justifiable? And had they had to pay a price for that? Probably, one way or another. The only thing that Niklas Stockenberg knew was that he couldn't sit there waiting. He had to do something. Anything. He had to feel like he was in control. And he might as well start with the most pressing issue. He pulled out his phone, but his pulse was still racing. He had to force himself to take several deep breaths and wait until he was sure that his breathing was back to normal. There was no point in scaring people unnecessarily. Then, he dialed his ex-wife. 15. Vincent had been grocery shopping. When he returned home and opened the front door, he heard his own voice coming from the living room. He stamped the snow off his shoes before stepping inside and removing them, hanging up his coat, and then taking the shopping bags into the kitchen. The voice continued. When he entered the living room, he saw why. Benjamin and Rebecca were on the sofa, while on the TV, Vincent was on stage. He had just pulled a blonde woman out of the audience to help him with his next number. "I'd like you to think of a number that's personally significant," TV Vincent said to the woman, handing her a notepad and pen. "Write it down, but keep the notepad close so that no one else can see what you've written, especially not me." Vincent grimaced. Ever since his association with the police had been made public, they had been putting his performances onto the Viaplay streaming platform. Benjamin and Rebecca were watching his first ever production. "Why are you watching that?" he said. "And aren't you supposed to be at school, young lady?" "To wind you up," Rebecca said, without taking her eyes off the screen. "Why do you always bring women up on stage? It seems very sexist. And it's the start of my Christmas holidays today. Aston's start in 2 days' time, just so you know." "I don't always do that," he said, defending himself. "Bring women up on stage, I mean. But some numbers are better with women, and others are better with men. When they're to do with emotions, women are usually better on stage. They're prepared to show more clearly what they're feeling compared to many men." "Dad, come on." Rebecca looked shocked. He shrugged. Maybe it wasn't the most modern view to hold, but on stage, he tended to find it still held true most of the time. TV Vincent scrutinized the woman for what must have been a minute. Then he pulled out a slate and quickly wrote 16 numbers on it, divided into 4 numbers across 4 rows. Aha. It was that show. He'd completely forgotten about this number. "This doesn't look all that emotional," Rebecca said. "I can't believe you actually made a piece of maths homework your closing number." "It's a magic square," Vincent said. "It's an old mathematical problem originating from China in 190 BC. Back then, of course, they did it with 3 times 3 numbers. The one I'm doing in the show is much more complex. I think it was another 800 years before mankind came up with that version. That was in India." "And now we're getting a history lesson too," Rebecca said with a sigh. "I don't know whether you heard, but my school's packed up for Christmas." "But you've actually seen a magic square before," Vincent said, thinking of something. "Give me a second, and I'll get the photo album from Barcelona." He knew Rebecca had a point, but she had loved Barcelona when they had all gone as a family a few years earlier. At least she would be able to appreciate this. Vincent searched through his albums on the shelf. He preferred to have printed photo albums from their trips, rather than just keeping the pictures on the computer. This was partly because it was more pleasant to leaf through a book, and partly because he could never find what he was looking for among the 50,000 pictures on his computer. "Here we are," he said, pulling the right album down. He sat down on the sofa between Rebecca and Benjamin and flipped through it until he reached the photos of Gaudi's remarkable Sagrada Familia. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the kids were both glancing over with interest. He knew it. "Here," he said, pointing to a photograph. "This was made by the sculptor Subirax, who made a lot of decorations for the facade. This is what they call the Passion facade." The picture was a close-up of the detailing. 16 numbers were engraved into the wall inside a 4x4 grid. "If you add up each row, you'll see that they all add up to 33, he said. "And if you add them up in their columns instead, they also add up to 33. It's the same if you add the 4 figures running diagonally across, or if you add the 4 numbers in the corners. In fact, there are 310 combinations where these figures add up to 33, which was, of course, how old Jesus was when he died, at least according to a lot of Christians." Benjamin traced his finger over the picture. He appeared to be counting silently. "That's actually pretty cool," he said with a nod. Vincent nodded in satisfaction. It was cool. And it was an incredible mathematical feat to construct. He put his own finger on the photograph. "And if that wasn't enough, this particular grid of numbers also contains a hidden message," he said. "Almost all the numbers only appear once, but take a look at which ones are repeated. 10 and 14 are featured twice. They add up to 48. In the old Latin alphabet, that's also the sum of the positions of the letters I, N, R, I. Rebecca stared at him unappreciatively. INRI is the abbreviation of Jesus Nazarenus Rex Iudiorum, or Jesus, King of the Jews, which Pontius Pilate had carved onto his cross. Vincent waggled his eyebrows meaningfully. "Oh, God," Rebecca said, burying her face in her hands. "There are mentalists everywhere." On the TV, Vincent had just demonstrated how the 16 figures he had written in his own grid added up to 15, no matter which way they were added together. "These numbers came to me through your presence alone," TV Vincent said to the woman standing next to him on stage. "And no matter what I do, they keep leading me back to 15. Strange. I've no idea why it's 15 in particular. Does that mean anything to you?" The woman was close to tears. "That's how long I've been married to my life partner," she said in shock. "It's our anniversary today." She turned over the pad of paper. The number 15 was inscribed on it in large red handwriting. She'd also drawn a small heart next to it. Rebecca laughed. "Okay, I've got no idea how you did that," she said. "But it doesn't help. It's still maths homework. You must be the nerdiest dad on earth. Anyway, weren't you supposed to be putting away the shopping?" "Benjamin, a little help, please," Vincent said, pointing first to the album and then to himself on the TV. "Really cool, right?" "Sorry, Dad," Benjamin said. "Rebecca's right." "Unrepentant," Vincent said with a sigh, before standing up to return the album to the shelf. But he knew that Benjamin at least was only pretending to think it was stupid. His eldest son had not only inherited Vincent's ability to see patterns and flesh out complex structures, but had, in some cases, surpassed it. The words of the woman on the TV lingered in his head as he went back to the kitchen to deal with the groceries. My life partner. He hated terms like that. Soulmate was another one that was just as bad. Those kinds of ideas placed completely unreasonable demands on relationships. Words like that represented no degree of reality whatsoever. But if they happened to be true, if there really was something like a soulmate, then that only made matters worse. Because that meant his soulmate was Mina. And that made his life even more complicated. He still didn't know what to say to her in reply to her text. 16. Christer stretched his legs out underneath the desk, which caused Bousset to sit up in disapproval. Feeling guilty, his master thought better of it and drew his feet back to where they had been so that Bousset could lie across them again. Christer logged on to the Duret 4 database and entered Jon Langset's name to see what he could find on the disappearance. It had been clever of Mina to make such a swift connection to the case. It usually took a long time to identify victims like this, but since Mina had been able to supply them with a possible name immediately, Milda had simply requested copies of Langset's dental x-rays from his dentist, and they'd had a match within 24 hours. Now, the toughest part remained, working out whether, and if so why, the financier had been killed, and by whom. Christer squinted as he read the screen. Lasse was always telling him that he needed glasses, but so far he had dug his heels in. It wasn't vanity. He'd let go of that long ago, since he'd accepted that nature hadn't given him an Adonis-like appearance even in the beginning. No, it was really that anything that was evidence of the rapid passing of time was also a painful reminder that everything was leading to an end. And for the first time in his life, Christer Bengtsson feared death. Because for the first time in his life, he was happy. It was an unfamiliar emotion. Frightening, even. Although the most frightening thing was the thought that he now had something big that he could lose. It had taken every last ounce of courage for him to bet on a future with Lasse, because it meant he had to show who he really was. The stakes had been, and remained, sky high. So, no glasses. He glowered towards the rear corner of the open-plan office. Some idiot had selected a Christmas playlist, which was now blaring from a speaker. Normally, music was not allowed to be played so loudly in the shared office, but it seemed as if everyone at police headquarters had capitulated in anticipation of Christmas. There was Christmas cheer in every direction he turned. But he was never going to be so happy that he started liking Christmas music. He couldn't bloody stand it. The worst thing was when people started playing it in October. With Bosse serving as a heated, weighted blanket across his feet, he tried to focus on the screen and blank out the Christmas music hellscape. He squinted even more, trying to make the letters as clear as possible and slowly read what they had on Jon Langset's disappearance. He also went to his browser and Googled for articles in the press. There were a lot of them. The media interest had been significant and the speculation boundless. But most people had made the assumption that Jon had disappeared of his own volition, and that he was probably on some hot island somewhere with access to a fortune stashed in offshore accounts. It wasn't too far-fetched a guess, given the circumstances, but it was one that had turned out to be completely wrong. Before Jon's disappearance, the Confido scandal had been in the headlines. A bunch of city slickers had cunningly and deliberately cheated senior citizens out of their savings. Of course, it deeply upset people. The founders were living the high life with mansions on Lidingö, swish apartments in Östermalm, champagne, fast cars, expensive suits and wristwatches, and trips to St. Moritz, Ibiza, Dubai, and the Maldives. All at the expense of those with fewer means. It had all come to an abrupt end upon the filing of criminal charges and a trial in the court of public opinion. Christer had been following the coverage closely prior to Jon's disappearance, since there wasn't much that gave him the same degree of satisfaction as seeing arseholes like that get what was coming to them. Jon had been reported missing by his wife on the morning of August the 10th. When asked why she hadn't reported his absence the night before, she said that Jon was off and out entertaining and would come home after she had gone to bed. On the other hand, he was usually there in the morning. When she had discovered that he wasn't at home then, she called his secretary, who said that he hadn't been to the office the day before, and she realised that something must have happened. And then the circus had rolled into town as the police had begun to search for him. There was a file containing interviews with Jon's wife, colleagues, and anyone else who might conceivably have any idea where he'd gone. But the only thing they'd turned up was that after he had walked out of the door in the morning on his way to the office, no one had clapped eyes on him. Efforts had been made. No aspersions could be cast on the police's work. However, Christer reflected, perhaps no one had gone the extra mile, because everyone had been convinced that Jon had left the country and was living the good life in the best of health. The Christmas playlist on the speaker moved on to Feliz Navidad. Disgusting. Utterly vile. His mother had been nuts about Christmas, so he'd had an excess of Yuletide joy during his childhood. It didn't take a shrink to realise that this was why his skin began to crawl whenever the festive season was on the horizon. But, regrettably, he had admitted a Christmas fanatic into his home. Lasse had wanted to start putting up decorations in the middle of November, which had led to a compromise. Christmas music was permitted in the evening and at weekends, but not until December 15th. Now, He was putting up with this misery at home and at work. A few hours and countless Christmas hits later, Christer stretched on his uncomfortable office chair. He had read everything about Jon Langset there was to read in the files, and he had read everything he could find about the case online, and he was none the wiser than when he had started. Nothing stood out. There was no thread to untangle. It really did seem as if Jon had left his apartment before disappearing into thin air. That was until his bones had been found in the metro tunnel some 4 months later. Christer frowned. There were so many different angles of attack when searching. Age, occupation, social circles, geography, sex, friends, family. Thousands of potential connections where just one tiny detail that showed a correlation might be hidden in the wealth of information stored in the database. Finding details in the monster archive at his fingertips was his strength. Page after page scrolled by on the screen in front of him. There was a lot about Jon Langset that made him a very different kind of victim when it came to his disappearance. Well, now there was his presumed killing too. He didn't have a long criminal record, no connection to drugs or gangs or human trafficking or burglary, or anything else that usually popped up when they found someone dead. The vast majority of people who were killed had a clear connection to risky activities, the kind of things that had probably caused their deaths, or so one might conclude without stretching the imagination. Not that they only had themselves to blame. That wasn't what Christer thought. It was just that when looked at through the eyes of a police detective, it was often not all that difficult to understand why someone had ended up in that situation. Admittedly, Jon Langset had been under criminal investigation, but financial crime rarely led to deadly violence, and certainly not in this stratum of society. These were not usually people who engaged in violence. These were people accustomed to robbing people from behind the anonymity and safety of their computer screens. They robbed people while wearing tailored suits and Italian leather shoes. These weren't even people who had access to guns. Their brain was their gun. They didn't need a Magnum or a Luger. Unless Jon Langset had been bumped off by a pissed-off pensioner he'd rinsed for cash. Christer chuckled. Murder, of course, was no laughing matter, but that would be some form of poetic justice. "Our Christmas ham has escaped," floated across the open plan office, and Christer began to giggle to himself. Werner and Werner, otherwise known as Sven Melander and Åker Cato. That was some proper bloody humour. And not that falling on your ass kind of humour that the kids were laughing at on their phones these days. Christer was a man who considered humour to be an indication of humankind's intelligence, but his observation was that nowadays it seemed to be a lost cause. He sighed and stretched again. Somewhere in that database was something that would help them to advance. There always was. All it called for was patience, and he had an abundance of that. 17. Mina locked the car without really being aware of what she was doing. Her thoughts were fully occupied by the phone call she had just finished. She still found it hard to believe it had actually taken place. Niklas had called her. At work. While she had admittedly seen more and more of her daughter and ex-husband lately at their place, that was exactly the point. It had been at their place. And now, Niklas had asked whether Nathalie could stay with her for a while. Mina had been completely unprepared for that, and her instinct had been to say a flat-out no. But Niklas hadn't just asked. He'd beseeched her. He never did that. Despite the resumption of contact, Niklas had to date made it clear that he remained Natalie's primary parent and that her home was with him. But things changed. That was something Mina had learned of late. Her entire life had changed, and she simply hadn't been able to say no. So now, Natalie was going to be staying with her. Apparently, she'd be turning up in 2 hours' time. Mina had hurried home. She went up to her apartment and unlocked the door. She needed time to clean first. It wasn't actually necessary. Rationally, she knew the apartment was just as antiseptic as it had been when she had left it that morning. However, her emotions told her otherwise. And while the apartment might be ready for a visitor, the same could not be said for her. She took off her shoes, left them on the doormat, and began to wander around the apartment. She knew she was stirring up more dust by doing this compared with sitting down, but she couldn't help it. Her body was unable to find peace. Her apartment was her fortress, her safe place, and it had been hers alone until Vincent had visited. And now her daughter was going to live there. The drawbridge across the moat had apparently been lowered without her quite understanding how. The question was where Natalie would be sleeping. The only reasonable option was the study, but it was, as ever, full of cleaning products, multi-packs of cheap knickers and vests, disposable gloves, and boxes of hand sanitizer. If she let Natalie in there, she wasn't sure whether her daughter would ever dare to return. Mina had to find somewhere else to put her stash, but there wasn't time for that now. She put on gloves, filled a bucket with warm water and cleaning fluid, grabbed a microfiber cloth, and began to dust every surface in the apartment, including the walls. When she was done, she got out the vacuum cleaner and gave the apartment a once-over with that too. Then she wiped down the surfaces again, just in case the vacuum cleaner had kicked up any more dust. 1 hour left until Natalie arrived. The cleaning had left Mina slightly sweaty, which meant she had no choice but to take a shower. She took care to use a freshly opened tub of exfoliating cream across her entire body. The hot water was probably washing away all the dust that had got on her, but sweat and dead skin were almost more disgusting. The cream promised to remove all skin cells no longer in use. She knew that the human body shed between 30 and 40,000 dead skin cells every hour. That was around 0.09 grams per hour. Over the course of a day, she released around 2 grams of skin. Every day, all year round. The mere thought of it made her want to throw up. She rubbed the cream harder against her leg. The small grains in the product abraded her skin so nicely. Before she could stop the thought, she pictured her whole home covered in invisible flakes of skin, being constantly replenished no matter how much she cleaned. How long would it take until there was enough for a full-size copy of her in the living room made of nothing but skin flakes? She began to count in her head. In a year she released, good God, almost 800 grams. A little less than a kilogram of nothing but dead skin. She began to sob and sank onto all fours in the shower, leaning over the clean, shiny drain. Fortunately, it went no further. She didn't have time for this. Natalie was due to arrive imminently. If Mina hurried, she'd have time to apply another layer of exfoliating cream to her whole body. 18. Peter Kronlund had been in Kronoberg Remand Prison for almost 2 weeks, which meant he was right next door to police headquarters. Julia ran through her mental checklist to ensure that she had done everything necessary in order to enter the prison. She had an approved visitor's permit, she had called ahead, and she had brought identification. Everything was in order. She saw Adam approaching in the distance. Julia had come straight from the office and had only put on a cardigan for the brief walk outside, but he was heavily wrapped up in a Canada Goose coat, hat and gloves. It was far too many degrees below zero outside. She regretted not bringing a coat. The cold had already penetrated through her clothes in the few moments she had been outdoors. But soon they would be back inside in the warmth. "Hi, I hope you didn't have to wait," he said breathlessly as he embraced her. She responded to this awkwardly, feeling his hand against her backside and his breath against her ear. She pulled out of the embrace and avoided his gaze. Life was far too complicated, and the approach of Christmas only made it many times worse. It wasn't supposed to be like this. But a late gathering at the office with a little too much cheap white wine from a box was all it had taken for her to succumb to her attraction to him. She felt Adam's piercing gaze on her back as she led the way through the entrance. "For once, I'm glad the justice system takes its sweet time," she said. "If Peter Kronlund had been remanded immediately, he'd already have been released and he'd be out of our reach by now." The prison entrance was sterile and forbidding. The security checks were rigorous. The facility wasn't run by the police. Instead, it was under the charge of the Prison and Probation Service, and the woman who received them wore a prison officer's uniform. "Identification?" Both Adam and Julia handed over their police IDs and were scrupulously checked in. "Peter Kronlund?" Julia nodded. "Yes, we called ahead to book." The woman didn't reply, instead proffering a blue plastic box and pointing at their shoes by way of a request. Both Julia and Adam had been inside the remand prison many times before and knew the drill. One at a time, they placed their shoes into the box to be x-rayed, after they had stamped as much snow off them as possible. They also had to put all their personal possessions into a separate box. Julia wasn't sure whether she needed to take off her wedding ring, but just to be on the safe side, she slipped it off her finger and put it in the box. She didn't dare look at Adam as she took it off. Then they went through the metal detector. After that, it was time for the final step. A large German shepherd had been waiting patiently, her tongue lolling as she gently panted, and she now responded swiftly to a command. "Lissy, search." The dog immediately ran eagerly towards her and Adam to sniff them out, but she didn't signal that there were any drugs. They could come in. They were shown into a visiting room with colourful walls. "All the others are full, so you're in the family room," the prison guard said, nodding towards the painted animals on one of the walls. "The loo's through there. Would you like coffee?" They both nodded and sat down to wait for Peter. He'd been there for 13 days, which meant there was 1 day left before the prosecutor had to decide whether to order an extension to his remand. When Peter Kronlund, the majority shareholder and chairman of Confido, entered the room, they both stood up. He looked haggard and worn out. Not at all the same person they'd seen in photos in the newspapers, clutching a champagne flute at some event or wearing flashy summer attire at a party in Ibiza or Marbella. His hair was greasy and unwashed, his skin was faded and sallow, and he smelled faintly of sweat. Julia knew that all people on remand had access to showers and toiletries, but it wasn't uncommon for the shock of being in a cell to make the prisoner lose all interest in personal hygiene. "I've nothing more to say. I'll have to talk to my lawyer. I'll be out of here tomorrow," Peter said, reaching greedily for the cup of coffee that had just arrived. "We're not here to talk about your case," Adam said dryly. "We'd like to talk about Jon Langset." "Jon?" Pieter shook his head and sipped the coffee, but grimaced when he found it too hot to drink. Julia gently blew on hers. "Well," he said bitterly, "Jon was the smartest of us all. I dare say he's got a G&T in one hand and a blonde in the other, somewhere far, far away, while I'm stuck here." Pieter ran his hand through his greasy hair. Julia exchanged a quick glance with Adam. They didn't know whether the news about Jon had reached Pieter, but they had been hoping he would still be unaware of it. There was a lot of value to be derived from the first spontaneous reaction. Julia made a quick decision. She didn't want Pieter to know that they had found the remains of his colleague. Not quite yet. She shot Adam a warning look, and he seemed to understand exactly what she was thinking. "What makes you think Jon has fled the country?" she said. Pieter shrugged. "Why wouldn't he? Surely it's the logical thing to do, right? Look at where I am, in fucking jail." He held his hands out dramatically. "But you're innocent, aren't you?" said Adam. Julia could hear that he was unable to prevent a tart note from creeping into his voice. Pieter curled his upper lip. "Yes, I'm innocent. But in this damn country, I doubt anyone will care about that. It's considered vulgar to make money in Sweden. Everyone has to be a 9-to-5er. Everyone has to be equally poor. When I was growing up in Södertälje, no one cared what I did. That was when I was the same as everyone else. But now, it's different. Now that I've got dosh and I'm successful, out come the hyenas. Fuck the welfare stages and their dreams of mediocrity. No one's allowed to stand out. That's what I'm being forced to pay for now. And that's what Jon was smart enough to figure out, so he got out of here." "Do you know for sure that's what happened?" Adam said. "Did he say anything before he disappeared? About heading abroad?" "No, I suppose not," Pieter said, once again trying to sip his coffee. "But he was up to something." "Why do you say that?" Adam leaned forward with interest. It made his pectoral muscles stand out clearly underneath his white t-shirt. Julia tried not to look at them or to think about what they felt like under her hands. "Oh, just little things. It's hard to say." "Try," Julia said. "Describe them to us as best you can." "Well, he was behaving pretty weirdly for the last month. Super jumpy, constantly looking over his shoulder." "Tell us more," Julia said. "It's sort of hard to describe," Pieter said, furrowing his brow. "But he started acting as if he was being followed, kept taking different routes to and from the office, boosted security and reception. If we went out for a bite to eat, we could only book places with 2 exits, bollocks like that. It just started all of a sudden. But it was around the same time that bloody hack from Dagens Industri started snooping around our affairs, so I assumed he was just reacting badly to that. Everyone handles stress differently, and Jon was being driven up the wall. So, to be perfectly honest, I wasn't at all surprised when he did a bunk." "But it was out of the ordinary for him." Julia tried the coffee and grimaced. It was no longer too hot, but it was truly vile. "Fuck no. Jon was the most cool-headed human being I've ever met. Nothing made him lose control. There was no one who could keep a poker face in meetings quite like Jon. You know, he's the kind of guy who doesn't even sweat when he's doing his workout. Every strand of hair in its rightful place, suit neatly pressed. I know he once said that he'd gone through a really tough time years ago, but I have a hard time believing it. Jon was Mr. Perfect. Until suddenly he wasn't. Yes, exactly." Silence descended. Julia gazed at the painted wall. The theme appeared to be happy animals in the jungle. There was a monkey hanging off a branch, a couple of elephants spraying water, a zebra that mostly looked like it was high. Harry would have loved it. On the other hand, it didn't take much to make him happy. He was an extremely cheerful baby, and it took no more than a doorknob to make him burst into laughter. She pushed away thoughts of her son. Thoughts about Harry were intimately intertwined with thoughts about Torkel, and the fact that she had a family, at least for the time being. "Do you know whether he has any enemies?" Adam said, his gaze fixed on Julia. She realized that her expression must have given her away, and she forced herself to silence the tumult awoken within her by the children's mural. She leaned forward. "Nothing so dramatic," Peter said, shaking his head. "Of course, there are always people in our world whose toes will have stepped on. It comes with the territory. But I don't think anyone would want to hurt him. So, no. I still think he's alive and well and working on his suntan." "Jon's dead," Julia said abruptly. Peter started. His pale face became even whiter. He stared at her, his mouth opening and closing like a fish's. Julia waited. The initial reaction was valuable. Everything about Peter's behavior suggested to her that he'd been completely unaware that Jon wasn't alive. "Dead? How? What? Who?" The questions tumbled out of him in quick succession, and he grasped the edge of the table so tightly his knuckles went white. "We can't reveal any details of our investigation, but the fact that he's dead suggests that his behavior prior to his disappearance may be related to why he was killed." "Did you say killed?" "That's our current hypothesis. So thinking it over again, is there anything about what he did that particularly stands out? Anything he said? Anything you saw?" Julia leaned back on her chair, intently scrutinizing Peter's face to see whether he was hiding anything. But it was frank and open as he shook his head. No. It never crossed my mind that it might be connected to anything except our affairs." "Okay, I think we're done here," she said, standing up. She needed to get out of there before the animals on the walls began talking to her. That was how palpable their presence felt to her, and what they represented. "I'll be out tomorrow," Peter said feebly as he clutched his cup of coffee. "Good luck," Adam said with a nod. The irony was clearly layered into his voice. As they left the visiting room, they passed the guard who had come to fetch Peter. Behind her, Julia could feel the elephants on her back. 19. When Nathalie got out of the lift at the Ministry of Justice, Tor was already waiting for her in reception. He cracked a big smile when he saw her. "Nathalie, it's been a long time," he said loudly. "I barely recognize you." She was about to ask him whether he'd forgotten about all the meetings they'd had 6 months earlier, about whether she would have to testify in court against Epicura. But she suspected that Tor's remark was mostly for the guy sitting behind the reception desk. Her involvement in the kerfuffle around the cult had been kept as secret as possible, and apparently they were going to keep pretending. They'd told her that although she was obliged to give evidence since she was 16 years old, there was also the need to consider her safety as the daughter of the Minister for Justice. In the end, it had been enough for that tall policeman to testify, the one who had been there when Epicura's members tried to kill themselves and each other. Adam, or whatever his name was. Anyway, Nathalie had been with Nova when it had all kicked off. And Nova was dead. "Hi, Tor," she said. "My goodness, how you've grown." She was tempted to pinch his cheek, but perhaps that would have been taking it too far. He beckoned to her to follow him, and they walked along the familiar corridor in silence. Tor said nothing until they reached the door to her dad's office, when he pursed his lips. "I don't know what's up with him today, but if you find anything out, then please do tell. He doesn't seem to be talking to me any longer." Then he left. Nathalie stifled a giggle, knocked on the door, and entered. Her father was sitting behind his desk, reading the thickest binder she had ever seen. The desk itself was cluttered with papers. This was definitely not like him. She had never seen more than 2 pages at once on the desk in his study at home. He'd been acting strangely since dinner the night before. A knot formed in her stomach. "Hi, Natty," he said, looking up. "Look, there's something I've been discussing with your mother. I think it would be a good idea if you stayed with her for a while." Really?" she said, stopping mid-step. "That's unexpected. What do you mean? Like every other week or something when the spring term starts? I don't really know if I want to. I like the things the way they are." "I mean that you should move in with her full-time for a while. Right away. As soon as possible. Why wait, if it's a good idea?" He attempted to smile, but failed completely. "You need some one-on-one time," he said, leaning back in his chair. "Wouldn't it be nice to spend Christmas with her? Maybe New Year too?" Nathalie stared at her dad. His shirt was crumpled. It never usually was. And now that she thought about it, his hair appeared to be uncombed. "Dad, what's happened?" she said. "Happened? Nothing at all. I'm just a little overworked." He was clearly lying. But she wasn't going to push him. After all, maybe he had a point. She had slowly started getting to know Mina in recent months, and had realized that she probably liked her mother. Of course, Mina was batshit crazy, but rather that than someone deadly boring. The idea of living with her still made Nathalie's stomach flip. It was a very big step. But then, like Dad said, perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea to spend some time alone with Mina. With Mum. Maybe. "I suppose," she said uncertainly. "Splendid. Perhaps you could go round there now to discuss it. I've already called her to say you're on your way." He glanced at his watch. "She's actually expecting you right now. I'll give you the address." "Well, thanks very much for including me in the decision," she said resentfully. Part of her wanted to rebel against Dad. She wanted to protest that he was always controlling her life without checking what she actually wanted. It had always been that way. He had always decided what was best for her without consulting her. But she was also a little curious about Mina's living situation. She would just have to pick her battles. "Well, fine. I haven't got anything better to do right now," she said. She found a piece of paper on the desk, jotted down the address her father had told her, and then slipped it into her pocket. "I've just got one question before I go home and pack my bags. What was so important about this that I had to come here? You've already decided everything. You could have just texted me." Her father looked at her for a while without answering. Then he blinked a few times and rubbed his hand across his eyes. "I wanted to see you," he said. "Who knows how many more opportunities I'll have to do that. You're getting big now." She wanted to make a quip about hearing a sentimental film score in the background, but her father's behaviour was actually worrying her. She knew what he was like when he was overworked, but this was something else. It was something she didn't know how to handle. It would be good to spend some time apart. "Be nice to Tord while I'm gone," she said, opening the door to leave. "I think he needs a new chew toy or something." 20. Rebecca was in the kitchen, looking at the calendar that Vincent had put up on the wall above the coffee maker. There were deep furrows in her forehead. Vincent had found a calendar where each month's illustration was a mathematical problem rather than cute kittens or amusing words of wisdom. He peered over her shoulder at December's problem. Fermat's last theorem. It was rather mean of the calendar maker to include it, since it had taken almost 360 years for the mathematical geniuses of the world to solve it. When Pierre Fermat had set out his proposition in 1637, he had postulated the existence of a solution, but had conveniently forgotten to write it down. However, when the solution was published in 1995, it relied upon mathematics that had been undiscovered in the 17th century. Vincent smiled to himself. He strongly suspected that Pierre Fermat had simply played the greatest prank of all time on the mathematical world. That was humour. "Are you trying to solve Fermat's riddle?" he said to his daughter. "It's quite a task. I think the solution, when written down, is about as thick as a brick." "Huh? No, that's lame," she said. "What kind of person has maths problems on the wall? I get enough of that at school. I was just wondering why you've circled 21st, 24th and 28th of December. Are you going away then? That's right over Christmas. And you promised to drive me to the station on the 22nd. Don't you dare try and wriggle out of that." "Of course I'll drive you to your train," Vincent said, nodding. "Is Denis joining you on this skiing trip? You're off to the French Alps, aren't you?" "I'm going with Edith and Sigrid," Rebecca said firmly. "Denis can go to hell." Vincent had failed to keep up with developments. Rebecca's French boyfriend was clearly out in the cold. "So you don't have to be at home for Christmas, but I do," he said, winking at her. Rebecca gave him a look that could have destroyed any father on earth. She had honed it during the months he had spent at home on crutches. "Anyway," he said, "I wasn't the one who circled those dates. Must have been Marisa." "Sure, whatever," Rebecca said with a shrug. "As long as you can drive me to the station." His daughter went to her room and closed the door behind her. Vincent realised that he hadn't set foot inside her bedroom in a long time. He wondered what he would find in there when she eventually moved out. Probably landmines, with his name on them. His gaze was drawn back to the calendar. 21, 24, and 28 were indeed circled. He automatically added them up before he could stop himself. 73, the 21st prime number. The numbers 21, 7, and 3 also had another strange relationship. 7 times 3 was 21. And 7, 3, 21, and 73, written in binary form, were all palindromes, meaning that they read the same forwards and backwards. 111, 11, 10101, and 1001001. The same was true in relation to 73's mathematical function as a prime number. It was one of those prime numbers that was still a prime number if you reversed it and read it as 37. He smiled to himself as he recalled the geeky fact that this was known as an emerp, the word prime backwards. Sometimes they had a sense of humour, those mathematicians. Just look at Fermat. Vincent put a hand to his head. It had begun to ache at the back. That was the thing about overheating his brain. He couldn't help but glance at the circled numbers one last time. There was something about them that bothered him. 21, 24, 28. He couldn't put his finger on it. They just looked unnerving. Vincent frowned. There were 3 days left until the first date. He made a mental note to ask Maria what she was going to do then. 21. Mina was just getting dressed after showering when the doorbell rang. She realized she was quivering with nerves. Her daughter, at her home. Now, there was no going back. Should she offer her coffee? Should she have bought biscuits? If so, what kind? She had no idea what to do in this kind of situation. She took a deep breath and opened the door. Nathalie was standing on the threshold, smiling at her uncertainly. In one hand, she had a wheelie suitcase, and in the other, she had a scrap of paper on which Mina's address appeared to have been scrawled. "Oh, gosh," Nathalie said, her smile disappearing. "Have you just done a workout or something? You're completely red." "No, I was," Mina said before stopping. Nathalie was unaware of her issues, and Mina preferred it to stay that way for a while longer. She would notice soon enough. But right now, Mina was fighting to be accepted as a normal mother. The abnormal, like the fact that she'd just gone through an entire tub of exfoliating cream so her body and face were still stinging, or that the study was bursting with sufficient stocks of antiseptic products to see a small country through several years, would have to come later. "Come in. So, this is where I live? Well, where we live now," she said, horrified by her cheery tone. Mina tried not to stare at Nathalie's feet as her daughter came into the apartment, walked straight past the rug, and kicked her trainers off into a corner. Mina noted with alarm the trail of gravel left on the hall floor. She swallowed. She wanted nothing more than to deal with it at once before it spread further into the apartment, but she forced herself to refrain. "Well, this is nice, isn't it?" Nathalie said as she looked around. "It's very clean and tidy. Do all cops live like this?" Mina thought about Peder and Annette and the triplets. Peder's home had been an explosion of toys, leftover food, and laughing children. She smiled and shook her head. "No," she said. "Not all of them. Do you fancy a coffee? Tea? Juice?" This time it was Nathalie's turn to smile. "There's no need to be so polite, Mum," she said, trundling the bag into the corner where her shoes had been deposited. "This is weird for me too, but it's actually been 6 months since I found out you existed. I should have come here ages ago." They went into the living room and sat down next to each other on the sofa. Nathalie was sitting so close that she could have touched her. Mina made sure to keep her hands to herself, clasping them on her lap. She didn't know how to cope with the emotions that were suddenly overwhelming her. She had come so close to losing Nathalie. First, when she had left her family. And then in the summer, when her own mother Ines and the cult leader Norva had got their claws into her. Never again. She would do anything to heal the wound between them. If only Nathalie would let her. Living together was a step forward. It was just that it had happened so fast. "I was probably just as surprised as you when your father called me," she said. "If not more so. And I don't like Niklas thinking he can make these kinds of decisions without talking to us first. After all, he's not the one who's coming to live here. But maybe it isn't such a bad idea. What do you think? I agree. It's pretty much typical Dad, Nathalie said, fidgeting with the scrap of paper with Mina's address on it. By the way, he's been super weird ever since dinner last night. He seems to be really nervous, but he says there's nothing wrong when I ask. I think ministers of justice probably know things that would make more or less anyone nervous, Mina said. It might not be anything more than that. That's what he said too, that it was work. But he's weird. So, how are we going to do this? You and me, I mean. I was going to ask you the same thing, said Mina. I completely understand if you want to be left alone. You can have your own shelf in the fridge for your food. I thought you could have the study once I've had time to tidy up in there. And that door has a lock, so you can— Mum, Nathalie interrupted. I'm your daughter, not a lodger. I think the idea is that we're supposed to live together. I just didn't want to make any assumptions. Silence descended. Nathalie put the slip of paper on the table. I suppose I wouldn't mind a coffee, she said, with plenty of milk. 22. 12 days to go. Vincent was in the kitchen in his dressing gown, going through the post that he'd brought in from the mailbox the night before. The path leading to the road in the mailbox had finally been cleared, but he was expecting it to be blanketed in snow again by the evening, if the weather kept up its efforts of the last few days. It was mostly junk mail, but he wanted to be sure he didn't miss anything before it went into the recycling. And he was quite right to do so. Tucked between a flyer of the latest supermarket promotions and a begging letter from Save the Children, there was a letter addressed to him. He could have sworn he hadn't seen it when he went through the heap of post the night before. Not only did he have a constant headache, but he was also becoming inattentive, or so it seemed. Benjamin wandered into the kitchen and yawned. Want a coffee? He asked as he began to rummage through the capsules. Vincent pointed to his newly filled mug in response. I don't get how we're supposed to wake up while it's still dark outside, Benjamin muttered as he inserted a capsule into the machine. It's the same thing every winter. Do you think we'll ever get used to it? Do I think we'll get used to the dark? Said Vincent. That's a very existential question for this hour of the morning. Aston came out of his bedroom, rubbing his eyes. He set a straight course for the living room, and Vincent heard him throw himself onto the sofa. Breakfast first, then TV, Vincent shouted. Aston muttered something in response. Just a few days earlier, he had stumbled across the TV show Sweden's Worst Driver, and he was now binging every episode of it that he could find. He was even getting through half an episode before it was time to leave for school. Well then, I want toast, Aston said, coming into the kitchen and going to the fridge where he took out a squeezy bottle of strawberry jam. With lots of jam. Well, get on it then, Vincent said, beginning to open the envelope addressed to him. Well, not on the toast itself. Then you'd have Aston on toast. Has either of you seen your sister? She was at a party yesterday, Aston said as he slipped 2 slices of bread into the toaster. So she's asleep. I'll wake her up soon. You'd better put on a bulletproof vest then, Benjamin said, laughing. And a helmet. Rebecca the morning after the night before is not to be trifled with. Vincent wasn't sure whether Rebecca was even old enough to be having a morning after the night before, but he'd delegated that part of her upbringing to Marisa. Lately, his wife had shown an unusually keen understanding of the teenage phase her stepdaughter was going through. As if he had conjured her with his thoughts alone, Maria came out of the bedroom, tugged at the sash on her dressing gown, and began to rummage around in the pantry. "Has anyone seen my chia seeds?" she said. Since Maria had started her own business, it had become difficult to keep track of time in the household. Vincent tried not to be annoyed by it, but he always had breakfast on the table for the family at 7:30, whether or not it was needed. There was a reason for the existence of routines. He peered down and realized he was holding a letter. There was post for him. Oh, yes, that was what he'd been doing. He finished opening the envelope while Maria changed her mind and joined Aston for toast with jam instead. He understood why. He felt like eating healthily when it was dark and cold outside. Inside the envelope was a Christmas card. It wasn't the first of the year. Both Umberto at Show Life Productions and Julia's team at the police had sent him cards already. Sometimes he also received cards from theatres he'd performed at. But the Christmas cards he received were always work-related. What he was holding in his hand was personal. There was a handwritten message. He never usually got those. When he read it, he suddenly found he had difficulty swallowing. The shadow that had been inside him since the age of 7 when his mother died rose within him with a roar. "I need to check something," he said much too loudly, and rushed into his study before the kids could see how violently he was trembling. He slammed the door shut. In the study, he added the new Christmas card to the right-hand end of the timeline. If this was serious, then it was lucky he hadn't got the police involved. He wanted to talk to Mina about this, now more than ever, but the new message made that impossible. He read it again, even though he didn't want to. "Are you ready for the end, Vincent? I'm going to take your family. Then you. And you won't be able to do anything about it. It'll still happen, even if you go to the police. Just a lot faster. You and I, divided by 2. Merry Christmas." He listened for Benjamin's breakfast chatter. For Aston and Maria's voices from the living room as they bickered about whether Aston would be allowed to finish this episode of Sweden's Worst Driver before he had to leave for the Christmas assembly at school. Anything to suggest that his family was still there. But it was suddenly completely silent. 23. Mina was at her desk in police headquarters, staring at the colourful image on her computer for what was surely the umpteenth time. The temperature in her office was a degree or 2 colder than it was in her colleagues' rooms. She preferred the cold. Indeed, she invited it in. Unlike the others, she was far happier in the winter than she was in the summer. But despite the cool room, beads of sweat threatened to break out on her brow, and it was all the picture's fault. "See you at the police Christmas do." She'd received the email weeks ago, but had suppressed the thought of it. The invitation showed a photograph of a Baltic Sea ferry, onto which a creative colleague had photoshopped a Santa hat. Not to mention writing "police" along the hull of the ship, so that it looked like a police car. But on water, and giant. Great. Usually each department organised its own Christmas festivities, but Julia's team was so small that it got invited to join a few other groups that had merged their own parties. The picture was enough to make Mina hyperventilate. The ferries plying the Baltic waters to Finland might be spick and span these days, but in her head, Boats like that were an orgy of sticky carpets marinated in decades of beer spillages, with air that was reused by thousands of people on each sailing, and claustrophobic cabins with beds that had been used by far too many people, and that would be best sanitized using a sandblaster. In short, they were teeming with bacteria. So many that she could practically see them with the naked eye in the picture. She was tempted to apply some hand sanitizer to the monitor. She also knew that several departments had gone on a similar cruise a few years ago. Luckily, Mina hadn't been invited, since she hadn't worked for the same department back then. But the stories of that outing lived on at police headquarters. Ruben could barely mention it without getting a greedy look in his eyes. Julia, meanwhile, always fidgeted awkwardly. Mina really didn't want to know, and she really didn't want to go. She checked the date. "See you on December 19th, was emblazoned across the picture in festive, snow-capped red lettering. Today was the 19th. She was due to check in 3 hours' time. She still hadn't thought of an acceptable reason to decline, especially not since Julia had emphasized how important it was to their cohesion that the whole team went along. She just couldn't. Surely there was something in the Jon Langset case she needed to prioritize. Something that Julia would accept as a good reason for not going. Mina could hardly use Nathalie as an excuse. Her daughter was 16 and quite capable of looking after herself. Mina minimized the email and its abominable boat, and instead opened the report on Jon. She read it carefully. She had 2 hours and 45 minutes to find something. When she reached Adam's notes from the interview with Peter Kronlund, the CEO of Confido, she started. Peter had said that Jon underwent a personality change shortly before his disappearance. She recalled Jon's wife Josephine saying the same thing. Just like Josephine, Peter had taken this to be the media storm taking its toll. It was a reasonable interpretation. No one could keep their spirits up when they had investigative journalists on their heels day and night, regardless of whether they were innocent or not. But Josephine hadn't said anything about Jon talking a lot about the press coverage at home. If the press was wearing him down like that, then surely he would have mentioned it to his nearest and dearest. What if it was something else entirely? It wasn't beyond the realms of doubt. Jon's personality transformation might be for a completely different reason. For example, he might already have known that something was going to happen to him. Maybe that was why he had been on his guard and nervous. But if that were the case, then why hadn't he said anything to anyone, or called the police? He must have feared for his life. What had Jon known? That question was exactly the pretext she needed. She glanced back at the invitation. Check-in at 3 p.m. She pulled out her phone and composed a text message to Vincent. Finally, they had the perfect reason to meet up. It was about work. She needed to talk to him about Jon's change of behavior in around 2.5 hours' time. 24. He held Dad's hand as tightly as he could. But each time they reached a promising-looking bin, he had to let go and help to go through its contents, carefully hunting for hidden treasures. People threw a surprising amount of stuff away. He didn't understand why anyone would buy a hamburger and only eat half, or why a tasty cheese and ham sandwich would be tossed away after just a couple of bites. Topside people were weird. Sometimes faint memories of their own life topside would intrude. Usually when he was in that borderland between sleep and wakefulness. The memories were fuzzy and hard to capture. Not that he wanted to. They just hurt. Especially the ones in which he could smell Mum's scent. That floral scent that had been hers, and which was intimately linked to the feeling of being enveloped in her embrace, with the soft fabric of her blouse against his cheek. But he'd been so little then. He didn't know whether they were real memories or just fantasies concocted afterwards, after hearing all of Dad's stories about her. What he did remember clearly, however, was when he and Dad came home and she was gone. He and Dad had been gone for a few days. Dad had gone on one of his outings, as Mum called them, and had taken him along. When they'd left, Mum had been alive. Angry, but alive. She didn't like Dad's outings, and she liked it even less when Dad took him along. He loved it when he got to go. They would usually stay in the forest. And while he was afraid of the dark, he wasn't even scared at night in the forest since Dad was there with him. He shook himself so he would stop thinking about things he didn't want to think about. Dad had crossed the street to a bin in the middle of the big square at Alden Plan. It was Dad's favourite place topside, since the bins there were often filled with goodies. Dad waved to him impatiently, and he looked around before scurrying across the street. When he reached him, Dad offered him something. His favourite chocolate. 1 square left. A rare find. Chocolate wrappers were usually empty. Then, Dad triumphantly held up the carrier bag to show him its contents. Lots of food. Mostly pieces of sandwiches. That would be enough to last a couple of days. A couple of days when they wouldn't have to come back up here again. He took Dad's hand as they walked back towards the metro. He saw all the looks they got from the people hurrying past them, but it didn't matter. They didn't understand. They didn't know. His dad was a king. He proudly held Dad's hand even more tightly. Soon, they would be back in his kingdom. 25. How did you find this place? Vincent said, looking around. Mina did the same. The joint was coldly lit, and there wasn't a Christmas decoration in sight. Perfect. I googled it, she said. My search for restaurant without Christmas Stockholm turned up a few thousand hits. Apparently, I'm not the only one who's allergic to tinsel. The small restaurant in the Vasastan district was indeed full. Admittedly, there was some sort of Christmas special being offered on their lunch menu, but it was couched in terms such as crossover, alternative, and Asian, so Mina was confident it wouldn't contain any greasy sausages or spongy meatballs. Vincent looked a little crestfallen. I mean, I like Christmas, he said. The cliched version with too much of everything. And thanks for getting in touch. I'd been meaning to contact you so many times, but... A stressed waiter appeared with a bundle of menus tucked under his arm. Do you have a booking? He said. Otherwise, I'm sorry, but we're full up. Don't be, Vincent said, smiling warmly. Be happy that it's going so well for you. This garnered an uncertain smile in response. The waiter was clearly more accustomed to patrons being upset when they were informed there was no room at the inn. Mina noticed the way Vincent gently touched the man's upper arm when he said, happy. Like that, Vincent said, touching the man's arm again. You'd do anything for that happy feeling, wouldn't you? The waiter was now smiling broadly and nodding. "Notice how good that feels," Vincent said. "A good table for two?" "Good. I'm sure we can arrange that," the waiter said, his eyes somewhat unfocused. "I've got a couple in the corner who are about to leave. I'll see if I can hurry them. Follow me." The waiter led them through the restaurant, retrieving a credit card machine, which he took to the corner table to process the payment of the couple there. The pair got up and glanced suspiciously at Mina and Vincent as they pushed past them with their coats over their arms. The waiter placed 2 menus on the table before discreetly absenting himself. "You're outrageous," Mina said in a low voice as she watched the waiter moving away. "Why? We got a table and he's happy," Vincent said innocently. Mina smiled and sat down on the chair with its back to the wall. Vincent took the seat opposite and moved it to the side of the table before sitting down. "I don't like it when people sit opposite each other," he said in response to her questioning look. "It feels so confrontational, so formal, and with a physical barrier in the shape of the table removing half the visible body language, it makes it so unnecessarily difficult to communicate. Sitting like this, perpendicular to each other, makes for much better conversation. Do you feel the difference?" He was right. Mina could definitely feel the difference. Above all, she could feel how close he was, and how she could no longer hide anything. She thought about whether to explain the major advantage of physical barriers, well, all types of barriers really, between people, but she wasn't sure she wanted him to move. "By the way, thanks for the dramatic text," he said, holding up his mobile, where Mina's message glowed on the display. "We need to talk. Can you meet right away?" "Maria seems to have taken it well," Mina said, pointing to the small post-it stuck onto the phone with a handwritten question on it that she assumed had been authored by Vincent's wife. "Have you got her pregnant?" She had to stifle a laugh when she saw how embarrassed Vincent was. "So, Christmas, huh?" she said, clearing her throat. "You like it then? Isn't it all a bit too chaotic for you?" "Well, it was," the mentalist said. He frowned, removed the post-it, and scrunched it up before putting it and his phone away. "I used not to like it, because of what you say. It was chaos. I'd stress out like a madman ahead of the big day to get everything ready, and then I'd spend 2 days in the midst of anxiety-laden family anarchy, and then it would all be over. It always gave me a stomachache, and the feeling that I was somehow missing the point of the whole thing." Someone cleared their throat beside them. "2 Christmas lunches, is it?" a waitress asked. Vincent looked inquiringly at Mina, and she nodded. The waitress disappeared just as quickly as she had arrived. "Then what happened?" Mina said. "Well, I started celebrating Christmas at the end of September instead," Vincent said. "Don't look like that. It's a completely rational decision. Gives me plenty of time to enjoy the Christmas spirit on my own terms, so that when things get properly started in early December, it doesn't hit me the same way. I'm already way ahead. Christmas Eve for me is a lovely end to a longer period of time, instead of the whole package being confined to a single day." He paused as a troubled look crossed his face. "Of course, my family think I'm an idiot for wearing my Christmas socks in October," he said. "What's new about that? Them thinking I'm an idiot, I mean." She stared at him. She bit her lip and tried to maintain eye contact, to stop herself from ducking under the table to inspect Vincent's socks. But she couldn't help herself. A quick glance at Vincent's feet, revealed bright shades of red and green at his ankles. When she looked up again, he still looked concerned. But then he pulled himself together and went back to looking like his usual self. "What's up?" she said. "You don't seem quite yourself today." He shook his head. A little too fervently, she thought. "No, I was just thinking about my family," he said. "And what a nuisance I must be to them." A worried wrinkle returned, then disappeared again. There was quite obviously something he wasn't telling her. "But if you don't like Christmas," he said hesitantly, putting his hand into the pocket of his coat, which was hanging over the back of his chair, "I've brought you a Christmas present. Was that a stupid thing to do?" He pulled out a parcel wrapped in robust brown paper and thick, coarse black string tied into a bow. A warmth erupted in her breast and spread throughout her body. "You can't open it until Christmas Eve," he said, handing it over. "Not a chance," she said, grinning as she began to tug at the string. "Then I won't be able to hold you personally accountable." Inside the parcel, there was a box, and inside that, there was a soft grey lump. Clay. Fortunately, it was wrapped in cling film, so she didn't have to touch it with her hands. She shivered. But she didn't understand. Why clay? She looked at Vincent, who looked back at her with a smile. "I'm giving you pottery classes," he said innocently. Pottery. Sticky clay, water everywhere, stains on her clothing, surrounded by a bunch of artsy hippies. "Do you even know me at all?" she said. "Isn't your thing about reading people and their minds? You of all people ought to be able to get me the perfect gift. This is basically the opposite." She weighed the cling-filmed lump in her hand, trying to determine whether it would do any serious damage if she threw it at Vincent's head. It was doubtful. "Don't be like that," he said. "The clay in your hand is completely bacteria-free. And you like water. You told me that. As you so deftly put it, my whole shtick is reading people. And what I've read in you is that you need to push your limits. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. Confront your demons. I think you'll meet a demon unlike any you've seen before if you don't take back..." Her throat was cleared. Mina hadn't noticed the arrival of 2 plates at the table. The waitress was back. "Would you like anything other than water to drink?" she said. "Something with arsenic for him," Mina said, without taking her eyes off Vincent. "What if I go with you?" the mentalist said. "I've already drunk poison for you once. Well, for your daughter. I'd much rather throw clay than do that again." The waitress seemed to realise she wouldn't get a better answer than that, and made herself scarce. "By the way, was there any particular reason you wanted to meet up?" Vincent said. "Apart from getting your Christmas present?" "We're not done at talking about the clay," Mina said, "just so you know. But yes, we've had a rather odd case come across our desks. Skeletal remains were found in a metro tunnel the day before yesterday. Human remains." "Gosh," Vincent said, curiously prodding his food with 2 metal chopsticks before managing to pincer a dumpling. "Although, surely that's not so unusual. I mean, people have been buried more or less all over this town over the centuries. You can barely put a shovel in the ground on Riddarholmen without hitting the bones of people buried there in the 14th century and onwards. Of course, it's been 200 years since the cemetery disappeared, but the skeletons don't leave by themselves. Not to mention the channel between Riddarholmen and the old town. which is nothing less than a mass grave for all the mariners, criminals, and pagans who weren't allowed to be laid to rest in consecrated ground. These bones are much more recent, Mina interrupted. And we know whose they are. A financier who went missing 4 months ago. Vincent frowned. And you found his skeleton, he said. Is decomposition really that fast? Mina pulled out a shrink-wrapped straw from her jacket pocket and put it into the water glass. Despite the morbid topic of conversation, she could smell the heavenly aromas from her plate, none of which reminded her of Christmas. Perfection. She picked up her chopsticks, applied some sanitizer to a napkin, and wiped them down before spearing a piece of broccoli tempura. It tasted delicious. No, that's a fair point, she said after swallowing. And this is not a case of standard decomposition. The bones were separated from the flesh and tissue with almost clinical precision, and then they were left in a neat pile. Vincent put his chopsticks down on the edge of his plate with a clatter. Mos Teutonicus, he said. Mos what? Mos Teutonicus. It was a form of VIP treatment for high-status individuals when they died far from home. Royalty, nobility, clergy. Nobility, she said. It suddenly felt as if she was back in middle school. Vincent nodded enthusiastically. We're talking the high Middle Ages, the 1200s and 1300s, he said. Although the custom may have its roots as far back as the 10th century. If it was impractical to transport the whole body home, say a bigwig died abroad, then they used Mos Teutonicus. It loosely translates as the German custom, and it involved boiling the body in water and wine or vinegar to remove the flesh from the skeleton. That allows them to transport the bones alone for burial on home turf. In the end, the Pope put a stop to it. Christianity regards the body as sacred and it can't be destroyed. Apparently, they thought it was better to let it rot in a warm carriage for a few weeks. Mina looked down at her plate. There were 2 pieces of sushi on one side. The raw fish on the bed of white rice was a little too reminiscent of raw flesh on bone. She pushed the plate aside. But do you think that's what might have happened here? Vincent said. That the bones were part of some kind of VIP burial? You did say it was a prominent financier. That sounds completely deranged, she said. And about 1,000 years too late, according to you. Not quite 1,000 years, but I know what you mean, Vincent said, looking pensive. What about the logistical explanation? That someone needed to move the body post-mortem and wanted to make things easy for themselves. So they boiled it? She shook her head skeptically. The positioning of Jon Langset's bones had been far too deliberate. Someone was supposed to find them. The only question was, why? Before she had time to answer, her phone buzzed on the table. It was a text message from Julia, sent to the whole team. Sorry, but I've got to check this, she said, opening the message, while Vincent made short work of the food on his plate. I know many of you have been looking forward to the Christmas cruise this afternoon, but I'm afraid we have to prioritise the Langset case. Adam and I will be holding a press conference at 1400 to prevent the spread of any further rumours. After that, we'll meet in the conference room. I promise we'll make up for the missed cruise. Julia. Vincent was looking at her with an almost amused expression when she had finished reading. Have you won money on a scratch card or something? He said. She realised that she was grinning and that her shoulders had dropped at least a couple of inches. Pretty much. Well, congratulations then. You know what the odds of that are, don't you? Your chances of winning 10,000 kroner are 1 in 32,000. And since it costs 30 kroner to buy a scratch card, you might have to spend a cool 1 million kroner to win your 10,000. But it seems that people don't get that, given that they sell in the region of 130 million of the things each year in this country. Vincent, she said. Langsett. Bones. Boiled. Rewind. She snapped her fingers in front of the mentalist. You mentioned Mos Teutonicus, she said. But why would someone treat a missing financier like a medieval king? For a moment, Vincent looked utterly bewildered. Then he regained his senses. Sorry. Okay. Perhaps he had a big ego. That's exactly what I wanted to ask you about. That's why I texted. It's about his ego. Well, his behavior just before he disappeared. The people closest to him say he changed in those final weeks. It's easy to think you know the reason for a change in behavior with the benefit of hindsight, Vincent said thoughtfully. When you think you already know what happened, that knowledge changes the memory of what you saw. There's a well-known study from 1974 by Elizabeth Loftus and John Palmer in which people watched a film showing cars driving into each other, and then they were asked questions about what they had seen. But the questions contained different verbs. The subjects, who had to say how fast the cars had been going when they crashed, also recalled that there had been shards of glass on the ground afterwards. Meanwhile, the subjects who were asked to talk about the cars that had struck one another didn't see the broken glass. Different words used to describe the same incident affected the participants' tangible memories of it. For the record, there's no broken glass in the film. What is it you're trying to say? I would need to read exactly what the people around Jon experienced before I'd venture an opinion on what it might mean, and whether it's all just interpretations that have occurred since he went missing. Vincent made eye contact with a waiter at a table further away and signalled that he wanted to pay. Mina had long ago given up on any sense of equality in these matters. If he wanted to pay so badly each time they met, then she would let him. The waiter beamed when he saw Vincent and hurried over with a credit card machine. Vincent thanked him for the delicious food and gently touched the waiter's arm again. The man's smile became even wider, if that were possible. I was thinking about the bones, Vincent said as he tapped his phone against the card reader. I assume they're still in Milda's custody. Do you think... Could I take a look? I thought we'd make that our next stop. You can always tell Maria we're getting an ultrasound. 26. Ruben was in the world of toys in the Gallerian shopping mall and could feel the anxiety descending upon him. The plan had been to spend his lunch break buying Astrid Christmas presents. He'd been slow off the mark, leaving it until 5 days before Christmas Eve, but the crowds inside the toy shop revealed that he was not the only bad planner. The other customers were moving among the shelves with almost remote-controlled purposefulness. He, on the other hand, had no idea how this worked. What did a 10-year-old girl want? Did she even play with toys any longer? Clothing was an even riskier option, so that was off the cards. Anyway, he'd already bought her a new martial arts suit. Maybe she'd like new pencils to draw with. She liked painting. Or would she prefer brushes and oil paints like her mum used? Were colouring pencils childish? He'd been seeing Astrid once a week for almost 6 months, but when faced with the shelves of board games, Lego and dolls, he felt as if he didn't know anything about her. He couldn't do this. The shelf of stuffed animals, however, gave him an idea. She liked the police dogs, that much he knew. She loved visiting them. But Eleanor would probably murder him if he gave their daughter a real-life Alsatian pup. Bloody hell. He mopped the sweat from his brow and fled the toy shop. He wasn't looking where he was going and bumped into a woman passing by in a thick quilted jacket. "Sorry," he said quickly. "Oops," she said with a laugh. It was a familiar laugh. "Sara." He hadn't seen Sara from NOA's analysis department since the summer they'd worked together on the child abductions, and she had told him that her husband had just left her and the kids. But he remembered having appreciated her company, and then she had disappeared. He assumed she'd changed jobs or moved back stateside. Instead, here she was, with snow in her dark hair and a twinkle in her eye. "Hey, Ruben," she said, peering over his shoulder into the toy shop. "Christmas present hunting for one of your hookups? I know they're young, but that young? For one of his..." He stared at her, gaping, unsure what to say. He ought to be angry. Surely his private life was none of her business. However, to his surprise, he felt himself blushing instead. "Christmas present hunting, yes, but not... It's for my daughter." "But how..." He cleared his throat. "Perhaps you can give me a few hints about what 10-year-old girls want." Sara smiled at him without saying a word. The twinkle was still there. He immediately felt uncertain. He didn't like being scrutinized like this. None of the young girls he took home ever looked at him like that. That was what was so good about them. They mostly saw his uniform and sometimes his handcuffs, if they were in the mood. No strings. "I'm freezing," she said. "It's bloody freezing out here. Why don't you buy me a hot chocolate and I'll tell you about what 10-year-old girls like, although only on the condition that it's got marshmallows in it." Although it was wrapped up in a thick coat, Ruben surveyed Sara's figure on reflex. The coat revealed nothing, but he seemed to recall Sara was a curvaceous woman. The ones he liked to bring home for the night were often stick-thin and wouldn't even dare to be in the same room as a marshmallow, lest they ruin their figure. He liked that Sara didn't seem bothered by that kind of thing. "This way, young lady," he said, gesturing with his arm. He wanted marshmallows too, although he couldn't help but suck in his stomach as Sara walked past him. They had to plough their way through a sea of panicked shoppers until they found 2 empty seats in a cafe. Ruben bought 2 cinnamon and orange hot chocolates for them. It was Christmas after all, with extra marshmallows. "Haven't seen you for a while," he said, once he'd set down the steaming mugs on the table and sat down opposite her. She had taken off her coat, and he couldn't stop his gaze from being drawn to her neckline. All the right shapes were undeniably in the right places. "How are things?" he said, forcing himself to look her in the eye. "There's a lot going on right now," she said, blowing on her hot chocolate. "The latest is that we've got a lead on what might be suspected terrorist activity. Some agricultural companies have reported a theft of ammonium nitrate." Ammonium? It's used to make fertilizer, but you can also blow it up if you're really determined. We're looking into whether anyone else has lost similar chemicals that might be used as explosives precursors. At worst, someone is building a homemade bomb. It happens every now and then. They usually fail. Of course, the thefts might be pure coincidence, but we still have to look into it. We're also, well, I'm not really allowed to say this, but I know I can trust you. Sara looked around and leaned forward. "Ted Hansson," she whispered. "The Sweden's future party leader," Ruben said in a low voice. And Sara nodded. "What's up with him?" "He's mixed up in some bad shit. Obviously, we keep tabs on various politicians when we have to. For example, the security service has asked us to keep an eye on any threats to the Minister of Justice. But Ted Hansson seems to have plenty of his own skeletons in the closet. So far, we're just keeping an eye on him, But like I said, it's a lot. Ruben nodded. He was silent for a few seconds. Then he plucked up his courage and asked the question that had been running through his head for the last few minutes. To change the subject completely, what do you know about my extracurricular activities? In years gone by, he would gladly have told anyone who would listen about his debauchery. Indeed, he would have told people who didn't want to listen too. Then he'd started therapy with Amanda and realised that he didn't have to live like that any longer. But then Peder had died, and that had changed everything. When Ruben had started going out looking to pick up girls again, he'd been careful not to make a thing of it with his colleagues, both because he was ashamed and because Peder wouldn't have liked it. So how come Sara knew? My daughter has this young supply teacher, she said with a wry smile. When she heard where I worked, she started telling me about the Silver Fox Cop, which is what she and her friends had christened this bloke they would encounter on nights out. Ruben buried his face in his hands. Well, they're all around 25, Sara said. I think. The Silver Fox Cop, Ruben groaned. I'm not that old. Is that what it's about? She said. That you feel old? He looked at her. Some things were best kept to oneself. Some things he didn't even discuss with Amanda. But Sara's gaze didn't allow him to say anything but the truth. I don't want to die, he said quietly. Who does? She said, leaning forward and patting his hand. Fortunately, you've extended your line by another generation. Your daughter. Why don't we talk about her Christmas presents now? Sara's hand was still on top of his. It was warm from the mug. Warm and alive. She's into martial arts, he said. So my backup plan was to buy her a Bruce Lee poster. They don't seem to do those any longer. All I can find are posters of pop groups I've never heard of. I think one was called Blackpink, and there was another starting with B. I've no idea what she likes. What the hell does K-pop come to that? Sara laughed. Then she sipped her hot chocolate. It left a thin stripe along her upper lip. A marshmallow tumbled onto the table. Bruce Lee? There's hope for you yet, Silver Fox Cop, she said. 27. Julia was patiently waiting for everyone to fall silent. Her team could act like children sometimes, but they were a marvel of conscientiousness compared with the journalists and photographers she was currently facing. They had started shouting questions before the press conference had even begun. Adam was standing next to her in case he was needed, and he was visibly annoyed. More than once, Julia had been obliged to put a hand on his arm to prevent him from telling off the assembled media. Of course, it was quite possible she had touched him more frequently than the situation merited, but she didn't think anyone had noticed. As expected, the room was filled with the usual suspects from the broadsheets and tabloids, the news agencies, and TV and radio. Julia recognised correspondents from Aftonbladet, Expressen, Dagens Nyheter, and Svenska Dagbladet, as well as TV4, SVT, and TT. But given the palaver around Confido, John Langset's name had also lured in reporters from newspapers such as Dagens Industri and Resumé. Julia saw no reason to exclude them. It was as well they heard what she had to say in person, rather than through the rumour mill. Julia guessed that it was the Resumé correspondent who was standing by the coffee table at the far end of the room, gesticulating wildly. Despite the distance, she could clearly hear him asking a security guard whether he could get him a latte. Julia shook her head. "Order," she said, waiting until everyone was looking at her and Adam. "I'll keep this brief." The gesticulating reporter slipped discontentedly into the back row, clutching a cup of filter coffee. "Jon Langset, whom you all know as one of Confido's founders, has been found dead," Julia said. "Given the circumstances in which he was found, we're unable to disclose any further details at this stage." There was a murmur from the journalists. "Can we assume it was suicide?" shouted a hack from Svenska Dagbladet. "Presumably he didn't die of natural causes, given the controversies around the company." "The circumstances around Jon Langset's death are such that we're unable to determine whether his death was by natural causes or not," said Julia. "And I'm not being deliberately vague here. We really don't know yet. It could have been a heart attack. The autopsy is complicated." The murmur developed into a louder buzz. "We can't rule out foul play for precisely the reason you've given," Adam said, turning towards the journalist from Svenska Dagbladet. "But the manner in which she was found doesn't align with suicide or acts of revenge carried out by organised crime that we've seen in the past. We'll naturally be investigating all applicable theories as to what may have happened." "What kind of circumstances are we talking about?" shouted the reporter from Resumia. "Why exactly did you invite us here? You must be able to give us something else." Julia glanced at Adam, and he nodded. They'd been given the go-ahead by Jon's wife to announce it. It might lead to something, but would also guarantee front-page headlines. They had to be sure it was worth it. And in her view, it was. "We found Jon Langset's skeleton," she said. "That's all we've got. We know it's him, and we know that the skeleton has been cleaned thoroughly and professionally. But we have no cause of death, and we don't have any motive for the cleaning of the skeletal remains. Obviously, we realise this is catnip for you all. That's why we've invited you here. You'll probably hear rumours about where we found the skeleton. If you publish those rumours, members of the public will be drawn to the site out of curiosity. That, in turn, might lead to accidents. I would therefore ask that you refrain from publishing any such details. If any of you mention where Jon Langset was allegedly found, you'll be charged with willfully endangering the life of another. Is that understood?" She fixed her gaze on the journalists, who all nodded gravely at her. But the man from Resumia was smiling wryly as he tapped away furiously on his phone. Julia sighed. She didn't even dare contemplate what the headlines would be in the morning. 28. Milda had laid out the skeleton on a table by the wall. The bones were positioned with her usual precision, and Mina once again admired Milda's mastery of her craft. Jon Langset lay there in all his glory, apart from the fact that he didn't have any flesh or skin. But the bones had their own story to tell. Mina and Vincent had gone straight to Milda's after lunch. As usual, Vincent gave the impression that the National Board of Forensic Medicine was not his favourite place on earth. But Mina thought there was something beautiful about the bare bones set against the sterile, gleaming metal around them. The objects lying on the table were, or had been, a human being. But all the gooey bits, the insalubrious and infectious bits of humans, were gone, leaving behind just purity, simplicity, reflected perfectly in the metal the bones were lying on, without so much as a grease mark. "All 206 bones are there," Milda said, nodding towards the skeleton. "Whoever cleaned him up is a very careful and meticulous person, with anatomical knowledge to boot." Milda passed disposable gloves to Mina and Vincent, who donned them. "I had a theory that he was boiled, but I don't know for sure that's what happened," Vincent said, bending over the bones. "What do you mean?" said Milda. "I gather that museums use terrariums filled with beetles to remove the flesh remains from animal carcasses. They often have a purpose-built room or building for it. A dermastarium. Anyway, apparently the beetles, or mostly the larvae, are incredibly thorough when it comes to cleansing bones, and much more gentle in the preservation of brittle bones than other processes. In fact, they're so good at it that they can pose problems when there are animals that the museums actually want to keep. That could be what's happened here." "What about a combination?" said a cautious voice behind them. "To expedite the process." Mina hadn't even heard Loke enter the room. Milda's assistant was, as ever, practically invisible, even when he was there. But according to Milda, he was the best she'd ever had. He was presumably also the only one she'd managed to get to sing along to her beloved Schlager music while they worked. Loke smelled faintly of smoke, so that was why he hadn't been there from the very beginning. He'd been on a smoke break. Mina thought the smell sullied the purity she had just experienced, but it wasn't her place to comment on that. Working in this place probably required everyone to have their own emotional outlet of one kind or another. Milda had her music. Loke had his cigarettes. "Boiled first, then maybe the beetles finished off the job," Loke said. "By the way, the museums don't use regular beetles. They use so-called skin beetles, dermastidae in Latin." Vincent groaned and looked like he wanted to slap his own forehead. "Hence dermastarium," he said. "Of course. Thank you." Loke smiled broadly and nodded. "Speaking of processing the body after death," Vincent said, "I assume in your line of work that you've heard of human composting? Where you put the body in a container along with something like wood chips, straw and fungi, and leave nature to take its course so that the body is broken down into pure soil. You just get shy of a cubic meter of soil out of a human being, plus the composting material." Milda nodded. "Yes, it's a smart approach," she said. "It's already been legalized here and in the UK, and it's springing up in various parts of the USA. There's actually an American company who've taken it a step further," Loke said enthusiastically. "They plant a young tree, chosen by the immediate family, on top of the composting body. The tree absorbs the nutrients and molecules from the body, and as it grows, it contains more and more of your dearly departed loved one. In the end, you can pretty much accurately say that the tree is your grandmother." "How poetic," Vincent said. Mina stared at him. Was he out of his mind? "The only problem is the skeleton, which is left over," Milda said. "No one ever really mentions what happens to the bones afterwards." "Speaking of bones, perhaps we could redirect our attention back to the present and Jon Langset," Mina said dryly. "Have you been able to determine any cause of death?" Milda shook her head. "It's effectively impossible. Let's say that he really was murdered. A bullet might create a recognizable fracture to something like a rib. The same goes for scratches from a knife wound. I would have seen that. Here, for example." She pointed at the loose pieces of skeleton, indicating the ribs. At the same time, a bullet or a knife might have completely missed the skeleton, but still caused fatal damage. Not to mention suffocation and other causes of death that only affect the soft tissue. Finally, he might have died of completely natural causes that I can't see either. Stroke, heart attack, cerebral hemorrhage. There's just no way of knowing. "He might have been boiled alive," Loke muttered. "Thank you very much for that picture," Mina said. For a brief moment, she had an image of Jon Langset, naked inside a large cauldron, as if it was some kind of racist cartoon about cannibals. There was nothing funny about that picture. "The metro tunnel part of it is what surprises me," Vincent said, inspecting the bones. All sorts of myths abound about which tunnels remain underneath this city. Some of the stories are true, although construction of the city line and the new interchange at Slussen has destroyed some of them. But the old post office telephone cable tunnels are still to be found in plenty of places. Of course, it's much harder to go down into them now that the regular locks have been changed for keypads. I'm not even going to ask how you know that they've changed the locks, Mina said. What are you getting at? Well, the metro is a pretty dangerous place to be. There are other tunnels that are much safer. If someone wanted to bury Langset underground, then why not do it in one of those safer tunnels? Mina nodded to Milda to indicate they were done and that the skeleton on the table could tell them nothing more. Milda left them and went over to the table in the centre of the room. Lying on it was yet another body whose cause of death was yet to be determined. This time, however, it was easy, even for Mina. It was a teenager in his late teens, with several bullet wounds to the chest. She didn't need to see the tattoo to know that it was probably gang-related. She couldn't fathom how Milda coped. Unless, of course, the plan was for him to be found, Luca said, tearing her away from her own thoughts. I was thinking the same thing, she said, looking at him. Work crews regularly move around in the metro tunnels. Had he been in any other tunnel, it could have been years before he was found, or he might have been gone for good. In this case, it was only a matter of time before someone found the bones. And we don't actually know whether he was killed. We only know how he was positioned post-mortem. Luca tapped the outside of his pocket and then disappeared through a door. Apparently, he was off for another smoke break. Vincent, however, was still examining the bones. A VIP burial, he said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Underground. So what does it mean? She said. Vincent paused before answering. It means there's more to this than we understand, he said finally. Now, I'm even more curious about this change of behavior you mentioned. I think it's time you met the team again. Julia's called a meeting for this afternoon. Vincent beamed like the sun. It's been too long, he said. I'm not sure that everyone else agrees with you, she said, laughing. Mina nodded in parting farewell to Milda as they left. Luca still hadn't returned. But if his next job was to assist Milda with the boy on the table, she could understand why. 29. Since when do you meddle in my work? Julia felt the anger rising within her in a way that was hardly healthy. Few people made her as angry as her father. In her more lucid moments, she was aware it was probably because she was made in his image. On the desk, there was a gilded nameplate with Egil Hammarsten on it, in clear, I mean business letters. She didn't think anyone used signs like that any longer, but her father was old school. Julia hadn't taken Torkel's name when they had married. In retrospect, she realized this might have been a mistake. Because if she had done, then the connection between her and the Stockholm police commissioner would not have been as obvious. But if she had taken Torkel's name, she would have been forced to add a name change to the list of all the other things that needed sorting out, if she did end up leaving him. Please don't see it as me meddling, her father said. Policing is teamwork. A little bird told me that the National Operations Department are currently engaged in a survey of organised crime. Among others, they're looking at the Serbian Mafia. The Serbian Mafia? You mean the ones led by that psycho, Dragan Manojlovic? Julia said. What's he got to do with this? Perhaps nothing. Perhaps everything. And as I said, strictly speaking, I haven't heard any of this. but it would be a breach of my duties not to point you in the right direction. The right direction, she snapped. Our investigation has only just begun, and you think you could just barge in and tell us what the right direction is? Yulia heard her own voice rising to a falsetto. She was bright enough to realize that her agitated emotions were not just linked to him, but also her feelings about family in general. Both Torkel and her father made her feel as if she had her back against the wall. Yulia, this is in no way a criticism of your conduct, her father said calmly. I can honestly say that I have heard many good things about you, especially since last summer. And you did splendidly at the press conference. Entre nous, I wouldn't be surprised if you ended up sitting on this side of the desk one day. After I retire, of course. Involuntarily, she was flattered and felt her cheeks beginning to cool down slightly. Okay. I'm obviously happy to receive any information that may assist our investigation, formal and informal alike, she said in a calmer voice. But I just think it's too early to— What do you know about Gustav Brons? Her father interrupted. He's one of Confido's founders, along with Jon Langset and Peter Kronlund. Nothing special about his background apart from the obvious. He's as much of a scumbag as the others. Why do you ask? Because NOA's information, of which I am of course unaware, is that Gustav has been receiving payments from Dragan Manojlovic, from the mob, and that we're talking about more than loose change. Yulia stared at her father, who sighed. Even you have to agree that it's highly suspicious, he said. One of Confido's co-owners goes missing and is found dead, while another has been in receipt of large sums of money from one of the foremost criminal gangs in Sweden. I don't know, she said, thinking. It doesn't have to be connected, although obviously we have to leave no stone unturned. Good. Then we agree that you'll bring in Gustav Brons for questioning. My many years of policing tell me we've solved the case of Jon Langset's death. This was a contract killing with Brons's name all over it. Don't forget that the simplest solutions are often the right ones. Just a second. We're not ready to— Yulia, there are times in life when you just have to do as you're told. This is one of those occasions. Yulia opened her mouth. Then she closed it again. The heat in her cheeks returned, and she knew there would be big, flame-red patches on her face and at her throat. Her father had an almost magical ability to make them flare up. Sure thing, boss, she said through gritted teeth. Sure thing. And don't forget we're expecting you at 1 o'clock on Christmas Eve, her father called out cheerfully as she left his office. She didn't reply. 30. Mina was struck by the change since she had introduced Vincent to the team for the first time almost 3 years earlier. On that occasion, everyone's faces had been pictures of suspicion and skepticism. Now, there was nothing but happy smiles. Vincent, great to see you. It's been ages. Yulia gave Vincent a lingering embrace, and to her surprise, Mina felt a pang of jealousy. She grimly tugged her sleeves down and contemplated her hands, which were raw from being washed. Her trimmed back fingernails and cuticles had been dried out by the hand sanitizer. Yulia always looked effortlessly groomed, as if she got out of bed every morning looking perfect and beautiful, and with not a hair out of place. Mina sighed and sat down at the conference table. Only Vincent could make her think such stupid things, but she didn't understand why. She just had such tremendous respect for his sharp mind and his knowledge of areas that fascinated her. She felt oddly relieved when Yulia let go of Vincent so that he could take his seat next to her after greeting everyone else around the table. She had to get it together. She cleared her throat to get everyone's attention. As she looked around, she spotted that the board at the end of the room had accumulated further material since the last briefing and was now almost half full with notes, images and press cuttings about Jon Langset. "You may be wondering why I've brought in Vincent," she said, finding herself confronted by a broad grin from Ruben. "To do card tricks, I guarantee it. Or he's promised to conjure us a pay rise and more resources," Ruben said. "The latter is a trick that I don't even think someone with genuine magical abilities would be able to pull off," Vincent said, receiving wry smiles and nods in reply. Mina cleared her throat again, seeking to regain people's attention. "I took Vincent to see Milda because he has a theory about the bones. Vincent, would you please elaborate? I'm afraid I can't remember half the terms you used." "Not a problem. What I told Mina when she contacted me about Jon Langset and the peculiar placement of the bones was that my first association was with Mos Teutonicus." "Gesundheit," Ruben said, which made Christer chuckle. "Ruben," Julia said, her gaze stern. He rolled his eyes but fell silent. "As I told Mina," Vincent said, "Mos Teutonicus is an old custom from the High Middle Ages. When high-ranking individuals died a long way from home, they had to find a way to transport them back for burial. But it's not very practical or pleasant to store and transport a rotting corpse, so they came up with a method based on boiling the body to remove all the flesh from the skeleton. That way it was easier to transport the remains for a fitting burial at home. Mos Teutonicus." "Ew," Christer said emphatically, looking somewhat nauseous. "What did Milda make of it?" Julia said curiously. "Did she think it was interesting? As a theory, I mean. That there might have been some kind of ritual like this at play?" "She thought it was definitely worth taking a closer look at," Mina said, nodding. Milda's assistant Luke also had an intriguing suggestion about it possibly being a combination. The perpetrator might have boiled the bones and then used beetle larvae to polish them into the state we found them in. "It was me who," Vincent said, but then he fell silent. "Larvae," Christer whimpered, his face taking on an increasingly green hue. "What kind of beetles?" Ardam said, leaning forward with his elbows propped on the table. "Can you use any old kind of beetle for this? Or do you need a particular species?" "Someone's been watching too much CSI," Ruben muttered, which was rewarded with another warning glance from Julia. No, that's a very relevant question," Vincent said. "It's most probably a family of insects known as skin beetles, or dermistidae in Latin, as Luke pointed out." "Wait a second," Ruben said, holding up a hand. "You're seriously considering a theory that we're dealing with a murderer who first boils a body and then has a bunch of disgusting little beetles cleanse any remaining flesh from the bones? Have I got the right end of the stick?" "Most definitely," Vincent said, apparently without noting the sarcasm in Ruben's voice. "I'm sorry, but am I the only one who thinks this sounds completely fucking crazy?" Ruben said, beginning to laugh. "This is Stockholm. Our lowlifes mostly do what lowlifes do. This isn't some dumb action movie with Tom Hanks running around Paris. Well, except that the Da Vinci Code is actually based on real facts. Unlike the delusional fantasies—" "Well," Vincent said, hesitantly, "that's not actually true. The Da Vinci Code in its entirety is based on a falsification which was first set out in a different book, The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail. That book, in turn, got its ideas from a man by the name of Plantard. In 1956, he founded an order that he called the Prieuré de Sion, which he claimed would preserve the history of a lineage descended from the children of Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene, which would then make them the true heirs to the French throne. Plantard claimed to be part of this dynasty and asserted that he was thus the true king of France. When Plantard found a new collaborator with a lively imagination by the name of Philippe de Chérisset, they began to falsify documents to support their claims. These false documents were planted— Vincent, Mina said in a low voice, giving him a meaningful look. He cut himself off mid-sentence and swallowed in embarrassment. Sorry, that was quite the exegesis. Again. Damn it, Reuben said sarcastically. That's my favourite film ruined too. You mean your favourite book? Vincent said. Reuben gazed at him while shaking his head. Good God, Vincent. Try to keep up. It's a movie. It's not a bloody book. Vincent appeared to be fighting an inner battle, but then he changed tack and continued. It's not easy to get bones as clean as Jon Langset's are. It requires human involvement of some kind, which makes this the most plausible scenario. That still leaves us with the issue of motive unresolved, Julia said. I've just met with the commissioner. He's convinced that Gustav Brons, the third co-owner of Confido, is behind this, and that he may have murdered Jon. Apparently, Gustav has received a total of 1 million krona from Dragan Manojlovic. I don't have to tell you who he is. The assumption is that this is a payment for something. If we can find out what, then we might also find the motive behind killing Jon. Mina heard everyone in the room collectively inhale when they heard the name. This just took a turn for the worse, Christer said. We'll be bringing in Brons for questioning. But, since his lawyer has to be present, we can't talk to him any sooner than tomorrow, Julia said. I can't say that the idea it was a contract killing is implausible, but it doesn't explain the subsequent cleaning of Jon's skeleton. Are those skin beetles you mentioned unusual? Ardam said. Were they hard to get hold of? I don't know as yet, Vincent said, but I thought I'd ask someone who knows. I know a good entomologist, that's an insect expert, who I'm sure can help us. Good idea, Julia said, reaching for a clementine from the bowl in the centre of the table. See whether you can find out more about those beetles. We won't have much else to go on until Gustav Brons has been questioned. Mina could feel the colour draining from her face as she thought about the beetles. After jumping into a container filled with dead minks in Norrtälje, and then crawling through the sewage pipe at Jon Venhagen's farm, creepy crawlies were at the top of a very long list of things that she intended to avoid in future. Of course, Vincent said, glancing at Mina. She stared back at him in horror. And just to make sure I've understood, he said, turning to Julia. I assume that by you mean me and Loke, the guy who actually knew which beetles they might be. Mina let out a sigh of relief so loud everyone in the room heard it. That wasn't actually what— Never mind. Good idea, said Julia. I'll call Milda and see if she can spare him for a few hours, as soon as possible. The tart scent of citrus filled the room as Julia began to peel her clementine. It was a smell Mina loved. Her cleaning supplies at home had that same fresh, zesty scent. Julia pulled a segment free, and as she chewed on it, her face contorted into a grimace. It was obviously very sour. You might be interested to know that the clementine was named after a French priest, Marie-Clémente Rodière, who crossed the Mediterranean mandarin and the orange, Vincent said cheerfully. Vincent, Mina said, her tone one of warning. Abashed, he fell silent. Julia abandoned the rest of her clementine and stood up. Christer, you keep digging through the archives. Reuben, you keep going with Confido's bullshit. Sometimes the simplest solution is the right one. Yes, Occam's razor, Vincent said cheerily. Mina kicked him hard on the shin. He let out a yelp and grabbed his leg as Julia stifled a smile. Adam, can you talk to the personnel who work in the area around the metro tunnel where Jon's bones were found? You should probably have a chat with the street artist who found the bones as well. See whether he knows anything or saw anything. It doesn't seem to me as if just anyone can make their way into the tunnels unnoticed. On it, said Adam. Well, there we are. You've all got your orders? Before anyone had time to stand up, Christer cleared his throat. Since we didn't manage to join the Christmas do on the ferry, he said falteringly, Lasse was wondering whether we could host you at ours tonight for a spontaneous Christmas supper. You've all got the evening off thanks to the boat trip, and even cops have to eat, to quote Lasse. Everyone around the table looked surprised. What a lovely idea, Julia said. We'd be delighted. Everyone nodded in agreement, but Christer looked anything but happy. Mina suspected that it had been Lasse's suggestion alone. Why don't you come as well, Vincent, if you don't have anything on tonight? Christer said as they rose from the conference table. Mina held her breath. Christmas dinner without Vincent and Christmas dinner with him were two entirely different things. She preferred the latter every day of the week. I'd love to. Thank you for the invitation, Vincent said cheerfully as he put on his coat. As they were leaving the room, Vincent turned to Ruben. Getting back to the Da Vinci Code, the people that Dan Brown got his idea from, the authors of that book I mentioned, Michael Bejont, Richard Lee, and Henry Lincoln, you can actually see references to them in the book. Well, the movie. For example, the character Celie Teabing is a reference to Lee and Bejont. I suppose Lee is obvious, but Teabing is an anagram of Bejont. Cool, huh? Mina giggled. Ruben looked very unhappy. 31. Niklas listened to the recorded message yet again. He'd naively hoped that the countdown might have stopped simply because he wanted it to. Obviously, that hadn't happened. He had 12 days to go. The tangibility of his imminent death affected him on a visceral level. We might all say that we are going to die, but no one except those facing an actual sentence of death tends to take it seriously. Quite simply because it is impossible for us to grasp what it means. It is an abstraction. But he understood now. His body understood it. He stood on the chair to reach the clock on the wall, took it off the nail, and removed the battery. He didn't need any more reminder than necessary about the constant movement of time. Then he wrote a brief text message and sent it. Can you come here? Each time he summoned Tor like that, he felt more and more like the evil boss in some American movie from the 70s, summoning his underlings via the intercom to fire them or at the very least deliver a stern ticking off. Sending a text was the modern equivalent of pressing a button on your desk. On the other hand, Tor rarely left his side, so he wouldn't be far away. As expected, the door opened within a minute, only moments after Niklas had returned the chair to its regular position after rehanging the now stopped clock. You're right, Niklas said before Tor could say a word. About the need for increased security. I've changed my mind. How many days will it take to put it in place? Tor nodded eagerly, looking very pleased. I took the liberty of making preparations, he said. I'm in dialogue with the security service. We have somewhat differing views on the level required, but I'm demanding top security. They're working to redirect personnel and they're reviewing their capabilities in terms of call tracing. I'm also in contact with NOA, the National Operations Department. Why? So that they can flag if they see any unusual behavior or patterns in criminal circles that we need to be vigilant about. We don't want to see a repeat of what happened last summer. Niklas gazed out of the window at the few people who were defying the falling snow. There was a man in the street walking bent double and head first into the wind. Even though Niklas was sitting inside in the safety and warmth, he felt like that man, defying powers greater than himself and frozen to his very soul. He wanted to explain to Tor that the threat probably wouldn't come from the direction he thought, and that they needed to look out for the unexpected. But he couldn't say that. Not if he didn't want to be asked questions that he couldn't allow himself to answer. "Thank you," he settled for instead. "Let me know when it's all arranged." Tor nodded and left him again. Niklas looked at his desk. It had once been a model of perfect order, but it had long ago crossed the line into chaos. However, there were more important things to think about, such as time. He had far too little time. He couldn't waste another second on hanging about the office. He retrieved his thick winter coat from the hook on the wall, put it on, and stuffed his hands into the pockets. Strange. He had thought the business card was in the coat pocket. No, that wasn't right. He'd removed it. He gazed at the messy desk. It was probably lying there somewhere in one of those stacks of papers. Anyway, the card didn't matter that much. He'd saved the phone number on his mobile. But sometimes that piece of card was a useful reminder of the fact that this was for real and not just a nightmare. On his way to the lift, he stuck his head into Tor's office. "I'm going to walk home," he said. "It's not far." "In this weather?" Niklas could tell that Tor didn't like it, but it wasn't his choice. He could still make his own decisions for a while longer. It would be different once the enhanced security arrangements were in place. Then Niklas would be a prisoner. But at least he'd be alive. When he and his bodyguards emerged into the street, the snow struck his face immediately. Tor needn't have worried. Not even the troublemakers went out in this weather. Niklas hunched over and began to walk on stiff legs. He didn't look over his shoulder in response to every unexpected sound, but he did for most of them. When he got home, he nodded at the bodyguards to stay by the main door while he took the lift up to the empty flat. Mechanically, he removed his coat and left it lying on the carpet in the hallway. Then he took off his snow-covered shoes and dropped them onto the floor before making for the living room, where he flopped into an armchair. He leaned forward to turn on the floor lamp beside the armchair so that his security detail in the street would know which room he was in. Then he pulled out his phone and called the saved number again, hoping that the message would at some point change, that he would be spared. But the message was the same as before. He put down the phone and closed his eyes. When Natalie and Mina hove into sight in his mind's eye, he could no longer hold it back. The tears began to run down his cheeks, whether he wanted them to or not. 32. They had dutifully decorated their small house in Stureby for Christmas. In practice, neither Julia nor Torkel was particularly fond of Christmas, but they both had a notion that when you had children, you had to mark Christmas in the home. Granted, Harry was only a year old, but he loved tinsel, candles, and glittery things with the intensity of a miniature diva. Julia had to admit that his gurgling laugh each time he saw everything shining and glistening made the hassle worth it. On the other hand, the backdrop of artificial Christmas cheer was a painful reminder of how little goodwill there was to be found in their household. Following a desperate effort to find their way back to what they'd once had, they had now relapsed into dejected silence. They didn't even row anymore. Instead, moving past each other like two celestial bodies, millions of miles apart. "When will you be home tonight?" Torkel was standing in the bedroom doorway with Harry in his arms. Their son was very much tied to his mother's apron strings right now and reached towards her with a whimper, but she wanted to dress quickly, so she ignored him. "I don't know, but I doubt it'll be that late. We've got a lot on our plates with the investigation." "I might pop out for a bit when you get back then, if it won't be that late." Yulia stopped mid-movement. She'd just got one leg into her pair of tights and was preparing to insert the other. Torkel avoided her gaze. "Thought I'd get a beer with a friend." "Who's that then?" Torkel hesitated. "Philip." "Ah, right." She resumed her efforts with the tights and jumped up and down on the spot as she adjusted them. Men had no idea how good they had it, not having to bother with such loathsome clothing. But, as her mother had always said, beauty is pain. And she wanted to be beautiful. Adam would be there tonight. And no matter how much it went against the grain for her, she wanted to be beautiful for him. "I'll try to hurry," she said, reaching for the skirt. It was her favourite skirt. She had paired it with a black top that left one shoulder bare. "You're looking very nice. Didn't you say it was just a work dinner?" Torkel said, shifting Harry onto his other hip. Yulia shrugged nonchalantly and pulled on the top. "I just thought it would be nice to dress up a bit. I've worn nothing but work clothes for too long." Torkel didn't look as if he believed her. The suspicion that had crept in between them was new. In their many years together, they had never been jealous. But there was so much that was different now. It was as if all their longing for a baby, which had been satisfied with the arrival of Haru, had exposed gaping holes in their relationship. They had attempted couples therapy, and the therapist had theorized that for many years they'd shared one common goal, becoming parents. During that dream, problems had been able to flourish without them noticing. Haru's birth and the end of their mutual struggle had left them with nothing but the problems. It sounded reasonable, but understanding why it had ended up like that hadn't helped her or Torkel to find the solution to their problems. They'd quit therapy. They had given up by silent consensus. But neither of them had as yet said it aloud or taken the practical steps necessary. There were so many new, difficult issues that had to be dealt with. And in the midst of it all was Haru, whom they both loved beyond all rhyme and reason. Yulia reached out towards him and was rewarded with a big smile and chubby arms outstretched. "He's a real mummy's boy, isn't he?" Torkel said with a smile, and she was pleased to see in his eyes a glimpse of the tenderness he had previously shown her, now being directed at their son. "Oh, yes, you are. Your mummy's little boy," Yulia quipped, tickling Haru's belly and making him gurgle with laughter. "Mummy's got to go soon, but why don't we go and have a look at the Christmas tree first? Let's look at all those beautiful red baubles." She carried him into the living room, where the big tree was adorned with decorations. He waved his arms and legs in excitement. The Christmas tree was the great love of his life. It filled his heart with joy of epic proportions. Yulia buried her face in his neck and inhaled his heavenly scent. Her mobile phone buzzed. Her taxi had arrived. She hugged and kissed Haru again, before handing him to Torkel. As she was about to close the front door, she saw Torkel still standing by the Christmas tree. It was just a tree, she told herself. She zipped her coat up tightly as she walked towards the taxi. She really did hope Adam would appreciate her top. 33. Vincent was standing in the bedroom, wondering which suit and shirt to select for dinner, when the doorbell rang. "Can someone get that?" he called out into the hallway. No reply. Vincent sighed and went to open it himself. The FedEx courier raised her eyebrows slightly when he opened the door in nothing but boxer shorts, but her reaction was only momentary. She'd presumably seen far worse. "Package for Vincent Valder," she said. "I assume that's you." "You assume correctly," Vincent said. She handed over a parcel the size of a shoebox. "Looks like an early Christmas present," she said, smiling. "Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas," Vincent said, closing the door. The package was unexpectedly heavy given its size. He went into the kitchen to find a knife. Then he placed the box on the kitchen table and carefully opened the packaging. Inside, there was a black wooden box. "What's that you've got?" Rebecca said, entering the kitchen. "And why aren't you wearing any clothes?" "Hush, dear daughter," he said. "This is far more interesting than clothes. Come and look." The box had been polished to a high shine, and it looked exclusive. There was a silver plaque on the lid, and when he examined it closely, he saw it was engraved with the words, "To Vincent Valder." He lifted the lid. Inside, there was a wooden frame containing 4 hourglasses in a row. "Wow. I haven't seen one of these in a long time," he said, removing the frame from the box. "Isn't it magnificent?" "What are they?" Rebecca asked. "Hourglasses. It's an old way of measuring time," he said. The 4 different hourglasses contain different quantities of sand. When the whole frame is used, the first one might run out of sand after 15 minutes, the next after 30, the third after 45, and the final one after 60. They used to have these in churches so the priest could see how long his sermon had lasted for. I think they've still got one on show at St. Ragnhild's in Södertälje. Vincent turned the frame over. The sand immediately began to flow downwards in all 4 hourglasses. "The Romans reportedly used hourglasses to keep people to time when giving speeches in the Senate," he said. "Rumor has it that the hourglasses got smaller and smaller as a reflection of the deteriorating quality of the speeches. However, the first documented use of hourglasses is from the 14th century. Isn't it a fascinating object?" He turned the frame over again, making the sand fall in reverse before holding it up to the light. "Okay, let's pretend some of what you just said is interesting," Rebecca said. "But I don't get why someone has sent one of these things to you." "I'm not sure either," he said, looking inside the box again. There was a note lying in the bottom. It must have been under the hourglass frame. The paper was covered in neat, handwritten words in blue ink. He set down the hourglasses, picked up the note, and read it aloud. "Find the 4th one before time runs out." He was more than familiar with the handwriting. He had seen it countless times over the last 18 months, and it had always been in conjunction with an intriguing and well-constructed puzzle. "Ever since that business with my sister," he said, suddenly unsure whether he had ever told Rebecca that he and Mina had almost drowned in a tank. Surely he must have. "Ever since then, people have been sending me homemade mysteries, riddles and puzzles that they want me to solve. This is from one of the smarter ones. I've no idea who he or she is, but I recognize the handwriting. They're very knowledgeable." The hourglasses really were incredibly beautiful. He turned them over again. "So what's this all about then?" said Rebecca. What is the fourth one? She actually seemed to be reluctantly interested. I don't know, he said. It might be symbolic, something to do with what the hourglass represents. It could be that time is irretrievably running out, or the reverse. Schwann's internal polarity shift on a micro-macrocosmic. Of course! It might be about the actual amount of time it takes for the sand to pass through, Benjamin said, interrupting them. Vincent hadn't noticed him entering the kitchen. There might be a secret in the fourth hourglass that you find when the sand has all run through. And how come you aren't wearing any clothes? What a lot of fuss there is about clothes, Vincent said. Good ideas, my boy. But I don't think it's quite that simple. Would you mind helping me to time the hourglasses? Dad, Rebecca said. Clothes, now, before someone sees you. And weren't you supposed to be going out to a dinner? Vincent sighed. He would be well advised to obey. He looked one last time at the hourglasses. There was something different about this. There wasn't an obvious task to solve. There was no tricky challenge with pieces to be put together. It was almost as if the hourglasses were a message in themselves. The unwavering movement of the sand into the glass reminded him that everything came to an end, sooner or later. He, too, would have an ending. We have reached your omega. Before he left the kitchen, he turned the hourglasses over one more time. 34. They always shared. That was how they lived. That was how they survived. Some of the others couldn't help, but that didn't matter. There was no judgment. We should be grateful that we've been given the opportunity to help. It's a gift. Sometimes he thought that was a rather odd statement. After all, Dad always said that everyone had to help. But then again, it wasn't so easy for some of Dad's friends to go topside. The guy with the yellow hat was always high, as if floating on his own cloud, while the woman who collected straws thought she was on holiday in Greece with her 2 daughters. They never went up. But they worked together to take care of them too. Dad always said that was the most beautiful word in the Swedish language. Together. Before he got ill, Dad had been a Swedish teacher. That meant he knew a lot of nice words, which came in handy now that he was king. But Dad was only king when he was happy. When the laughter fell silent and Dad disappeared into the darkness, he was no longer king. He said so himself. When the darkness came, he abdicated. That was another one of the excellent words that Dad knew. Abdicate. But each time he returned, they crowned him anew. The others took care of him when Dad was away, and he took care of them. They were a family. Now they had all gathered around the fire. It was a steel barrel full of combustible rubbish, filling the tunnel with smoke and making them cough. But it was also a source of warmth and light. They held their hands to the fire and felt its warmth on their faces as they shared the proceeds of his and Dad's treasure hunt. He didn't know whether the feeling in his chest was pride, but he thought it was. The old man with the kind eyes gave him a piece of ham sandwich. He devoured almost all of it. He hadn't realized how hungry he was until now. That was often how it was. Hunger had become such a commonplace companion that he barely noticed it any longer. Not until food touched his lips did his body awaken and realize that hunger was raging within. Look around, Dad said. sweeping his arm around the fire. Look around. How favored are we? We are protected from the world above, protected from a world that is about to end. We are protected. We are together. We are fed. We are warm. The man in the yellow hat hummed quietly to himself. He tried to catch the melody, but it wasn't one he recognized. It wasn't any of the songs that Mum had sung to him when he'd been little. He still had a piece of sandwich in his hand. The hunger was still there. But it had been tamed and was under control. He left the piece for the new woman. She was always so skinny, always so cold. She had already been given half a burger by Dad from the big bag, but she was still shaking violently, so she got his piece of sandwich too. They took care of each other. They were a family. That was what Dad always said. And there was nothing he wanted more than to be like Dad. 35. Vincent felt the Christmas spirit burst into life as he pulled onto the driveway of the house at the address Mina had given to him. Colourful lights were flashing at him, and he remained in the car for a while, taking it all in. The whole garden was full of illuminated figures, Santas, reindeer, snowmen. Thoughts about the message from the shadow that he had read that morning had returned to him and made him feel uneasy. If he couldn't contain the worry, it would ruin the whole evening. Taking slow, deep breaths, he closed his eyes and visualized the house in front of him, adorned for Christmas. He absorbed the feeling of Christmas, the joy in every light that had been put up. He let that Christmas feeling seep through his whole body. Then he opened his eyes. Instead of worry, he now felt like having a holly jolly Christmas. Much better. The garden was filled with strings of fairy lights, and there was a string of red lights suspended between the figurines closest to the car. Vincent counted how many bulbs there were, but then the string moved in a gust of wind. In the end, he concluded that there were 23. Damn it. Not good. That was the kind of thing to bring the anxiety back. He carefully got out of the car, watching where he placed his feet. It was treacherously slippery, and he had already almost gone down twice that day. A broken hip was the last thing he needed, now that his broken foot had finally healed. He walked slowly across the grass and began to unscrew one of the bulbs from the string of lights. 22 would be better. He could live with that. When he removed the bulb, the whole string went out. "Hello there. Are the lights playing up?" A handsome man in his 60s wearing a Santa hat was standing in the doorway, waving at him. That had to be Lasse. Vincent hid the bulb in his hand and made for the door. He could hear Christmas music coming from inside, and there was light flooding out of every window. Vincent realized that his perception of Christer didn't quite match up with this cozy Christmas dream. It was going to be an interesting evening. "The others have already arrived. We're on the mulled wine. Do you want some?" "Of course you do. It's Christmas. And at Christmas, you've got to drink mulled wine. Those are just the rules, aren't they?" Lasse continued to chat away happily as he took Vincent's coat and showed him into a small living room with big views. The whole group was there already, each member clutching a mulled wine cup in their hand. Vincent noticed that Mina looked troubled. It was probably unbearable for her to visit someone else's home, given the bacteria. Additionally, the abundance of Christmas surrounding her was probably more than she could handle. Porcelain Santas, straw goats, flashing strings of fairy lights, Christmas-themed musical boxes slowly revolving, curtains covered in gingerbread men, and tablecloths adorned with Christmas wreaths. He looked around. There was mistletoe hanging above every doorway. He loved it. "Vincent," Adam said. "It's great that you could make it." Ruben's and Julia's cheeks had a warm glow that revealed they'd drunk their fair share of mulled wine already. Vincent asked for a non-alcoholic version since he was driving. Something brushed against his legs, and when he looked down, he saw Bosse eagerly pressing himself against him, in the hope of being scratched between the ears. To mark the occasion, the dog was wearing a plastic headband with glittery reindeer antlers on it. "A little too much, maybe?" Christer said as he came over to stand by Vincent. "If I'd known that Lasse was a Christmas fiend, I'm not sure I would have let him move in." "I think it's amazing," Vincent said, and he meant it. "Well, it's definitely something," Christer muttered. Vincent scratched Bosse behind the ears and looked at the others. It was strange seeing them in a setting other than police headquarters, but it also provided him with an excellent opportunity to learn more about them. Mina was standing hesitantly to one side. Ruben was nearby, but had clearly given up any attempt to talk to her, and now had his phone out and was scrolling on it. Adam and Julia were engaged in intense conversation, their heads close together. Interesting. Vincent went over to Mina, checking that everyone else was distracted elsewhere. Then he slipped the red light bulb from the garden into her hand. "Don't ask," he said. "Just put it in your pocket." Lasse appeared in the doorway to the dining room and cleared his throat. "Food's up!" Vincent offered Mina his arm, and she hesitated before gently taking it. "I've just had it dry cleaned," he whispered, winking at her. "Lucky you offered me your arm rather than your hand, given where it's just been," she said, nodding towards Bosse. "I didn't realize you thought we should be holding hands," he said with a wry smile. "Ha ha," she said, letting go of his arm and walking ahead of him into the dining room. As he passed through the doorway, he glanced up at the mistletoe, gazing at Mina's back. At that moment, she turned and smiled at him with her plump, naturally red lips. His gaze lingered on them for a moment too long. She turned away again and headed towards the dining table. He also headed for the sumptuously laid table, where he pulled out Mina's chair for her and then sat down next to her. He watched Julia and Adam as they sat down next to each other too, but without Adam pulling out Julia's chair for her. It seemed gentlemanly manners were on the wane. Or perhaps Adam had some other reason for behaving distantly from Julia. Most interesting. "What do you think we're having?" Mina said in a low voice. "Should I have eaten before I came?" He realized the question was not about Christer's or Lasse's culinary expertise, but about having to eat something she hadn't been in control of. He knew just how dearly this dinner was costing her. "I wouldn't put money on Christer being much of a chef. We'll just have to pin our hopes on Lasse." "If you say so," Mina said uncertainly. "If I have to get my stomach pumped, then I'm making you come with me." "Here are the starters," Christer said suddenly from the kitchen door. He and Lasse appeared with plates balanced on their hands and forearms and deftly placed them on the table. Vincent stared at the plate before him in amazement. Christer clapped his hands in satisfaction and called for their attention. "For your starter, I've made a cocotte with porcini and truffle foam." "Fuck me, Christer," Ruben said as his eyes shifted from his colleague to the elegant dish before him and back again. "I had no idea you could cook. You usually burn the coffee at work. And that's using a machine." Christer is incredible, Lasse said, gazing adoringly at his beloved. I'm always telling him that he could get a job in our kitchen at Ulla Vinblad any day. Oh, it's just a hobby, Christer said, blushing. Tuck in, I'll be back in a moment. I just have to do a few bits and pieces for the main course. They ate in astonished silence. Silent Night was playing at a discreet volume in the background. Bloody hell, Ruben kept saying over and over, shaking his head in disbelief. Bloody hell. Has anything worthwhile come in since the press conference? Mina said to Julia. It's a world record for bad dinner conversation, Mina, Vincent said in a low voice. Mina hadn't touched her starter, and Vincent discreetly swapped plates with her. It was not a difficult sacrifice. The starter had tickled his taste buds in ways he didn't know were possible. Hush now! No work talk this evening, Lasse said, waving his finger in admonishment. This evening, I want to get to know you as people, and I don't want to hear another word about death or misery. I get enough of that from Christer. Why don't we start with you, Mina? What's your story? Mina looked terrified. Being forced to be personal with strangers was not her favourite thing, but etiquette demanded an answer. Not much of a story here, she said. I've been a police officer for nearly 10 years. I've got a teenage daughter and an ex-husband. I live in Årsta. That's pretty much it. Except that you've been the focus in 2 of our most complicated investigations to date, Julia interjected. Mina is truly one of the rising stars at police headquarters. It's lucky for the rest of us that most of the building doesn't know about it. That way we get to keep her. But it's only going to be a matter of time. Mina stared at Julia in surprise as the baton was passed on. They made it as far as Adam when Christer returned and announced that the main course was ready to be served. The main was just as astounding as the starter. Saddle of venison with Hasselback potatoes and gravy made with Christer's own stock and the perfect amount of port. Conversation around the table flowed more and more easily as the contents of the wine bottles decreased. Out of the corner of his eye, Vincent saw that Julia and Adam had resumed conversation with their heads close together. Well then, it seemed he hadn't been mistaken. Mina ate a little of the main course, but mostly moved the food around on her plate. When Vincent subtly liberated her potatoes and venison, she threw him a grateful look. The dessert was pavlova, bursting with cloudberries. Ruben had resigned himself to his astonishment and devoured everything on his plate. Jesus Christ, that was good, he said, after polishing off his dessert and patting his belly. I don't think I could eat another bite, Julia groaned. Can I go home with you? Mina whispered, and Vincent nodded. He wanted nothing more than to go home with her, but he knew that wasn't what she meant. We can nip off now if you like, he whispered in reply. The panic had been clearly writ across her face for the last half hour. Vincent stood up and cleared his throat. Lasse and Christer, this has been just wonderful. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm afraid I have to be the dull one here by being the first to leave. My wife is away and I have to get back for the babysitter. I'm so sorry to miss the coffee, but I'm certain it would have been the best coffee I'd ever tasted. Mina, I'm sorry if I'm ruining your evening by leaving so early. I know I promised you a lift. Regrettably, your ride is departing now. I really am sorry if that puts you out. He saw the joy in Mina's gaze, but she did her best to contain this and feign a disappointment so as not to upset her hosts. She too offered her thanks and said her farewells. As they emerged from the house, the winter chill nipped at their cheeks. Mina let out a long sigh, and Vincent could feel the relief flooding through her. "Thank you," she said. "I could only have managed another few seconds." They went to his car. "Do you still have that light bulb I gave you?" he asked. She pulled it from her pocket and handed it back to him. Then she spotted the string of dead lights. "Come on," she said. "How old are you?" He screwed the bulb back in, and the lights came back to life. All 23 of them. Vincent quickly averted his gaze and opened the boot. He pulled out a roll of wrapping paper. Then he opened the passenger side door. "I'm afraid I don't have any cling film for your seat," he said, waving the roll around. "But I do have Christmas wrapping paper, if you can cope with sitting on a few Santas. Who knows, they might suffocate. 2 birds with 1 stone for an avowed Grinch." Mina punched his arm. "Are you implying I'm heavy? Be careful, or I might sit on you instead." Then she blushed. I didn't mean..." Vincent also felt his face flush, and then he began to roar with laughter. He got into the car and waited for her. It was another few seconds before she got in. "Stop smiling," she said. Vincent started the car and reversed off the driveway. "Apropos of nothing," he said. "How long have Julia and Adam been sleeping with each other?" Mina gaped at him. 36. Ruben had got back from Christer and Lasse's an hour ago. He had spent most of the time since then staring at the rolls of Christmas wrapping paper that he'd laid out on the kitchen table, unsure which one to choose, while simultaneously trying to sober up. The cartoon Santas on the shiny paper looked stupid. Astrid would probably think that was too childish. The second option was just matte red paper. That was it. Perhaps that was too grown up. Or maybe she'd like it. He had no idea. He was not good at this. It hardly helped matters that he had to cling on to the edge of the table to remain upright. Christer's mulled wine had been incredible, while the regular wine had been flowing generously all evening. As such, Ruben's motor skills were not quite what they should have been. The red wrapping paper would do. He pulled out a meter of it and began to wrap the present, around and around. He had no idea how much paper was needed, but 5 times around seemed about right. Then the wrapping became far too thick, and it was impossible to fold the ends, which forced him to hold it all together while he searched for tape. The bloody dispenser had ended up on the floor. Of course it had. He reached for it without letting go of the package in his other hand. It was just out of reach. He tried to reach it with his toes instead, but all he managed to do was kick it further away. What the actual fuck? How on earth did people manage to do this? His phone buzzed on the table as a text message arrived. Any interruptions were welcome at this juncture. He clumsily took hold of his phone with his left hand since he needed his right to hold the paper in place. The message was from the girl whose name ended in Y. The one who had stayed over the night before last. Ruben had no idea how she had got hold of his number. He must have been indiscreet. She was asking whether she could pop by to give him a Christmas present. In the accompanying picture, she was smiling at the camera while wearing a Santa hat. She was wearing nothing else, just in case the message was at all unclear. Good God, she really was very naked. Ruben looked up at the ceiling and sighed. "You think this is very funny, don't you, Peder?" he said aloud. It took him a while to write a reply using his left thumb only. Truth be told, he wanted nothing more than for her to come round, but priorities were priorities. He said he was unfortunately busy with something important this evening, which was true, in a way. He would wrap Astrid's present if it was the last thing he did. 37. 11 days to go. There was something about Peter Kronlund that bothered Ruben. Adam and Julia hadn't turned up much that was new after their interview with him in the remand prison. But there was something about Peter's face on Ruben's screen that seemed familiar, and Ruben never forgot a face. He went online and clicked around a few articles about the Confido scandal. Peter Kronlund was pictured in most of the articles, always impeccably dressed, usually in a blue suit, pale pink shirt, and matching striped or checked tie, and an expensive wristwatch, naturally. Ruben squinted and then zoomed in on one of the pictures and saw that it wasn't a Rolex, but instead something of a connoisseur's choice for a change. The watch of the discreetly wealthy, the watch of the well-informed. It was a Patek Philippe. Out of curiosity, Ruben opened another tab and Googled his way to a website showing expensive watches. Then he let out a low whistle. A watch like the one Peter Kronlund was nonchalantly wearing around his wrist cost a cool 1 million krona. On his right wrist rather than his left, so that the chicks would get a better look at it when they were getting a lift in his expensive car. Ruben smiled. He'd pulled that trick before. But never with anything close to that expensive, of course. A watch like that was dangerous, no matter which wrist it was on. Watch thefts had become increasingly common, especially in Östermalm. Wandering around with something like that on your arm was asking to be robbed. He frowned. Damn it. This Peter guy really did look familiar. There was something about those thick, dark eyebrows and thin lips that was ringing so many bells it sounded like a performance of Jingle Bells. Ruben forced himself to concentrate, digging into his memory. It contained every face he had ever seen, for better and for worse. There were a few of those hookups he would have liked to erase from the memory banks. Peter. There was something rustling on the fringes of his memory, and he tried to relax. Trying too hard rarely helped. Instead, the memory had to be left to do its thing. He allowed each thought and impression to wash over him, along with all the associations they gave rise to as he saw the name and picture on the screen. Peter Manojlovic. That was it. The man known in the media as Peter Kronlund had originally been called Peter Manojlovic. That was a surname that he'd heard quite a few times of late, including during their last team meeting. Surely that was what had finally pointed his mind in the right direction. He quickly did a Google image search for the name. Peter had been diligent in removing any pictures of him published with his old name. Ruben guessed that he'd been helped. It was evident that Kronlund wanted to scrub out all family ties, but information online rarely disappeared completely. Finally, in the end, Ruben found what he was looking for in an article in Aftonbladet. The black and white photograph was slightly out of focus, but there was no doubt that one of the men in the picture was Peter Kronlund. The caption read, Viktor, Milan, and Peter Manojlovic, sons of the notorious Dragan Manojlovic. Satisfaction washed over him in waves. Ruben began frantically to search the police database, unable to prevent a big smile from spreading across his face as the information began to flood into his computer. The surname Manojlovic was a veritable fount of information in the police computer systems. The earliest hits were against Peter's father, Dragan Manojlovic. But with the passing of the years, the son's criminal enterprises had also started to appear. Viktor, Milan, and Peter Manojlovic. Peter's name had suddenly vanished some 15 years earlier. A quick Google revealed that Kronlund was Peter's wife's maiden name, and that he had taken her name when they married. Peter had obviously done his utmost to hide his past. He'd changed his name, address, and social circles. There was nothing tying him to his past life. Ruben frowned. It was one thing for it to say nothing about Peter's background in the police files on Confido. The accusations were all to do with financial crimes, and the detectives had reasonably focused on what had happened in the company. They'd had no reason to look at the families of the accused. But the tabloids should have picked up on it. After all, they made their living from digging up every last skeleton they could find when someone was in trouble. It seemed unlikely they would have missed something this tantalizing. Yet Ruben hadn't found a single published word about it. There was only one sensible explanation. The papers had discovered that Peter hailed from Sweden's most notorious crime family with its roots in Serbia, but they hadn't dared to publish the information, or they had been pressured into not doing so. The Manojlovic family was behind countless businesses involved in drug distribution, human trafficking, and prostitution. There was a long list. Peter seems to have absconded from the family business to be reborn as a successful financier. But Ruben knew better. No one left a family like the Manojlovics behind. 38. Niklas was standing by the door leading into the SVT studio, staring at the breakfast spread. He was usually very particular about what he consumed in the morning. Freshly squeezed orange juice, natural quark with fresh blueberries, coffee, 1 egg. But all of a sudden, life was too short for such qualms. He might not be able to settle the unease in his stomach, but he could at least stop it from rumbling. It wouldn't be a good thing for it to start making noises on live television. "What a pleasure to have you with us this morning, Minister," a familiar voice said. It was Micke Niederman Möller, the ever-pleasant floor manager, who was at his side with a microphone in his hand. "I thought I'd mic you up now," he said. "And then you'll be on in about 5 minutes. There's plenty of time for you to have a bite now if you'd like something." "Thank you," Niklas said, holding out the lapel of his jacket so that Micke could complete his task. Once the floor manager was satisfied with the position of the microphone, Niklas helped himself to toast and spread it liberally with butter and jam. He didn't need to look at Tor, who was leaning against the wall not far from him, to know that his press secretary's eyebrows had probably just hit the ceiling. Tor himself usually ate no more than half a grapefruit for breakfast. He referred to it as the Fredrik Reinfeldt diet in honor of the former Prime Minister. It took Niklas less than a minute to devour the toast. Perhaps he shouldn't have accepted the invitation to appear on the breakfast show, but it was part of his job, and his press secretary had double-checked all the questions with the production team in advance to ensure that the interview would go in the right direction. He had to consider what image of Niklas Stockenberg he would bequeath to the world. "Shall we?" Micke said, suddenly at his side again. "I can bring that in for you if you like." The floor manager pointed to the mug of coffee in Niklas's hand, which was a somber black without any logos on it. That was public service broadcasting through and through. Niklas nodded gratefully and handed it to him. "Let's go." Niklas watched Tor detach himself from the wall and issue a brief command into his lapel microphone. Niklas hadn't seen the new security detail, but that didn't mean they weren't there. They were probably following his every move, and not just his either, but those of everyone else. The camera operators, the sound crew, the technicians. All of them would be under close, real-time scrutiny. Niklas followed Micke into the studio, where the presenters, Karin Magnusson and Alexander Letic, were in the process of introducing a video montage. Micke indicated that Niklas should wait behind the camera, and then vanished. A red clock was counting down the seconds left until the pre-recorded segment began. As it started rolling, the live cameras were turned off. Niklas didn't need to see the montage to know what it was about. He'd been there when it had happened. The floor manager returned and showed him to a chair at the high table where Karin and Alexander were sitting. The mug of coffee was already in place. Niklas couldn't help but admire the efficiency of the well-oiled machinery that underpinned SVT's live breakfast show. He proffered his hand across the table, and there was just time for him to greet the two presenters briefly before the segment ended and they were live again. Those were the scenes we were confronted with on the island of Öland in the late summer, Karin Magnusson said to camera. Joining us now is the Minister of Justice, Niklas Stockenberg, who was the target of this attack. Welcome to the show. Thank you, Niklas said, deploying his best, most reassuring ministerial smile. Mr. Stockenberg, you were attacked in the street in broad daylight with a knife. Your attacker was clearly looking to harm or kill you specifically. How do you feel about that now? How are you doing? Compared with how I would be if he had succeeded, I'm obviously feeling fantastic, Niklas said with a wry smile before turning serious. But it goes without saying that this kind of thing leaves a mark. I would once again like to thank everyone who is involved in ensuring my safety and security, and who saw what was happening long before I noticed myself. There are theories out there saying this wasn't an attack by a lone madman, but that there was actually a far more organized effort behind it. What do you have to say about that? Niklas hesitated. He had his own suspicions that weren't a million miles from the conspiracy theories circulating on Twitter, but he also knew that it was sometimes necessary to protect the public from things they didn't want to know about. I believe the prosecutor did a splendid job during the trial of Albin Johannesson, and clearly showed all the facts of the case. Mr. Johannesson is now where he should be, and I'd certainly welcome the opportunity to discuss the correlation between crime rates and the so-called reforms to mental health care in the 1990s. He glanced towards Tor, who was in the shadows behind the cameras. Tor nodded briefly. Whether it had been a lone wolf or not, the truth was that Tor had saved his life. If it hadn't been for his trained eye and lightning reflexes, Niklas would not have been there talking about the incident now. You opted not to take any time out and went straight back to work, Alexander Letic said. Has the attack had any impact on the way you regard your role as Minister of Justice? Niklas took a sip of coffee to make it look like he was pausing for thought. The truth was that he had already been asked that question countless times. Not really, he said. We're working to establish a society in which law and order prevail, and my views on what that entails haven't changed. Would more police patrolling the streets have meant that we could have avoided the incident in Öland? Maybe. Yet, having more officers is merely putting a bandage on an already bleeding wound. Bandages are important, but we need to deal with the cause of the wound itself so that we can ensure it doesn't occur again. It's in that respect that we face such a major task in society today. What do you say to those people who may feel afraid? Karin Magnusson said, reading her notes. It was a question his press officer had insisted on including. Niklas was somewhat surprised they had agreed to this. Fear is an emotion, and those can be hard to switch off, he said. But it's important to remember that Sweden is one of the safest countries on earth. Just look at Iran, Russia, China, Egypt, Turkey, Afghanistan, Qatar. These are all countries in which you have cause to be afraid. But here, we live in an incredibly safe country with the protection of the law on our side. Unless you are involved in criminal activity, the risk of anything dangerous happening to you is, in reality, vanishingly small. The presenters nodded earnestly. Even on the beautiful island of Öland, he added, attempting to lighten the mood. He picked up the mug to take another sip and noticed something rough under his thumb. He had felt it the last time he had picked up the mug as well, but hadn't given it any thought then. He glanced down and saw a piece of green tape on the top of the mug handle, the kind that he knew technicians and studio crew used. It seemed someone had written his name on the tape, presumably to avoid muddling his mug up with someone else's. But to focus on the personal here, Alexander Letic said, how long does it take you to stop looking over your shoulder after an event like that? Niklas blinked. That question hadn't been in the approved running order. He didn't like talking about himself, and there was always the risk that he would be criticised for mixing the personal with politics after the fact. The ministerial press officer would have to raise that with the SVT production team later. But he smiled and studied the presenter, trying to ascertain whether the question had been asked out of curiosity or whether there was a tricky follow-up lurking in the wings. Then he looked down at the mug again and moved his thumb. He had been right. There was something written on the tape. But it wasn't his name. It was the number 8, with the bottom half coloured in. It was the same symbol as on the business card. And after it was the number 11. 11 days to go. Someone in the studio had managed to apply it despite Tor's careful supervision, despite the bodyguards. Panic welled up inside him, filling him from head to toe. There were pins and needles in his arms and legs. He simply wanted to rush off, but he had to stay sitting there. After all, he was on live television. He looked at his mug until he had calmed down, and only then did he raise his gaze again. Nonetheless, Tor appeared to have spotted his expression. Niklas saw him whispering into the feature producer's ear, and she then signalled to the presenters that they needed to stop. "Is it difficult to think about?" said Letic, who hadn't seen the producer's flailing arms and had apparently interpreted Niklas's reaction as being to the question. "Sometimes," Niklas said, clearing his throat. "But to answer your question about how long it takes before you stop looking over your shoulder, you never stop." There was febrile activity in the shadows of the studio as the security detail took up their positions by all the exits. But Niklas knew there was no point. Whoever was after him was no longer in the studio. It wasn't time yet. The message was quite clear. It didn't matter what he did or how many bodyguards he had. Once Niklas's time was up, there was no security detail in the world that would be able to help. He wasn't going to get away. 39. Christer was doing a better job than usual of ignoring the Christmas music blaring across the open-plan office. What little of it was there in the periphery was giving way to the case that was occupying more and more of his waking hours. He had moved on to looking for other missing persons cases to see whether he could identify any similarities to the Jon Langset case, or what little they knew about it. But he had gone through every recorded disappearance over and over without turning anything up. Page after page of people who appeared to have been erased from the face of the earth. Some cases had rather more obvious explanations than others. Demented Olga, who had plodded off from her old folks' home, never to be found. George, with his lengthy rap sheet and obvious gang affiliation, who had vanished after telling his girlfriend he was going to meet some guys. Or 19-year-old Elva, who, following her release from her third spell in the psych ward following repeated suicide attempts, had never been seen again. There were probable explanations in all those cases as to what might have happened. Sometimes he felt disheartened when he had spent too long perusing strangers' fates on his screen, but the lists he was reviewing now were at least for people who had been reported missing. Someone had noticed they were gone. The worst thing for him were the cases where no one noticed that someone was missing, where someone had been dead in their flat for months, only to be found because they hadn't paid the rent. In his own case, his colleagues had been all that stood between him and a similar fate. No one apart from his colleagues would have missed him. Before. Now, it was different. Now, he had Lasse. And he was terrified of blowing this chance he'd been given. The chance of a new life. And not only that, the truth was that he was happy. Perhaps that was why he couldn't work out what that stubborn little thing gnawing away at the back of his mind was. He knew it was in there somewhere. Perhaps he was too happy to be able to do his job properly. Or perhaps it was just the beginnings of dementia. Christer continued scrolling. Face after face. Fate after fate. Somewhere in here there would be something connected to Jon Langset. He knew it. "How are you getting on?" said Mina. Christer jumped. Her voice seemed to have come from nowhere. He hadn't heard any footsteps approaching, but then again, most sounds in the office were still being drowned out by the music. "All right. Well, no, not really. It's not going well at all. I know there's something here I should remember, something I've seen, but I cannot for the life of me figure out what." "You heard that Ruben realized Peter Kronlund is Dragan Manojlovich's son, didn't you?" Christer nodded. "Yes. Ruben's memory is clearly far better than mine. Bloody interesting connection, isn't it? I heard Julia got all fired up. But it doesn't help me one damn bit with my failing memory. It must be old age. These days my brain is like a sieve." Christer scratched his head and pushed his chair away from the desk in frustration. "You haven't considered asking Vincent for help, have you?" Mina asked cautiously. "Vincent?" Christer let out a low chuckle. "How could he help me? With some kind of hocus-pocus? Conjure up my memory?" "He helped me to remember something important by hypnotizing me. Without that, we wouldn't have found the bunker at Venhagen's farm." Mina glanced at the chair beside Christer's and appeared to consider whether to sit down. But she remained on her feet. He understood why. That upholstery had seen better days. "Hell will freeze over before I let someone hypnotize me. Firstly, it's nothing but quackery. Everyone knows none of that stuff works for real. Secondly, he'd probably take the chance to get up to some mischief while he was in there. Make me hop on one leg and quack like a duck. Or something." "So you're saying it doesn't work, but he'd get you to quack like a duck?" Mina raised an eyebrow in amusement. Christer glowered at her. Then he rolled his chair back to his desk and faced the screen to indicate that the conversation was at an end. "Nonsense," he muttered, with his back towards her. "I haven't got time for nonsense." "Either way, he'll be here soon," Mina said. "Give it some thought." He didn't hear Mina's footsteps as she left, but he took it for granted that she was gone. He had a job to do. 40. Vincent was late. He knew that Mina was waiting for him in the foyer at police headquarters. He could picture her impatient expression in his mind's eye. He had stopped to buy a coffee en route and parked the car. But while he was in the cafe, the snowfall had intensified into a storm that no sensible person would have ventured out into. He had waited for a while in the cafe, but the snow showed no signs of abating, so eventually he hunched his shoulders and covered the lower half of his face with his scarf. By the time he reached the police headquarters, he felt like a frozen snowman, even though he had only walked 1 block. He went through the door and was met by Mina, who was indeed waiting for him with her arms folded. She had invited him there, but hadn't given him a reason. He couldn't help wondering whether Mina might be in danger because of him. He couldn't let that happen. But he also had no idea how to prevent it if the shadow decided to involve her. "I bought coffee on the way," he said apologetically, "but it turned into iced coffee before I got here." He abandoned the sagging paper cup beside a bin. "Vincent, why aren't you wearing a hat?" Mina said with a sigh. "Your hair is completely white." He shook his head, making snowflakes swirl around him. "Because I'm a grown-up and don't want to." "You mean that you're vain? By the way, our coffee isn't as bad as you remember." Vincent took off his scarf and opened his coat before shaking that too, which made more snow fall onto the floor. "There's a risk we'll end up snowed in here," he said. "It's lucky there are a few days left until Christmas, so that we have time to dig our way out." "We won't be having that much fun," Mina said, swiping her card to let them through the barrier. "I'm going to make you appreciate Christmas if it's the last thing I do," he said. They strolled along the now familiar corridor towards the interview rooms. Vincent noticed that her hair was almost back to the same length it had been when they first met. It was also back in a tight ponytail that accentuated all her facial features. Good God, it had already been almost 3 years. To him, it still felt like yesterday. "We can start with some Christmas movies," he said. "How about a marathon featuring Home Alone, Krampus, and A Christmas Story?" Mina stopped and stared at him. "First of all, you're here to work," she said. "Focus on that. Secondly, are those your coziest Christmas movies?" "Well, I thought Gremlins might be a bit much," he said, smiling wryly. "Like I said, you're here to work." Okay, he said. "No more Christmas. For now. So why am I here today?" They started walking again. "You're here because we're about to question Gustav Brons for the first time," she said. "The commissioner is convinced he's Jon Langset's killer." Vincent glanced at Mina at the very moment that the winter sun illuminated her face through the window. When he saw her from certain angles, he had difficulty breathing. He was embarrassed by that superficial thought, but the truth was, he could have looked at her for any amount of time, or listened to her. Mina's voice had a roughness and full-bodied quality that fascinated him. He'd never heard a voice like it before, or perhaps he'd just never listened to anyone so closely before. "Isn't it good that he was able to come in so quickly?" he said, trying to get back to the conversation before she noticed the way he was looking at her. "Especially if he is the killer." "Yes, for a potential murderer. He's surprisingly cooperative," she said. "I'm afraid I can't say the same for his lawyer." "When you said we're going to question Brons, did we mean you and I?" he asked. Mina nodded grimly. Mina was clearly no fan of Gustav Brons. Vincent suddenly shivered. He had been freezing outside, and it was almost absurdly cold inside police headquarters. He imagined he could see his own breath. Mina didn't seem bothered. She was wearing a polo neck, but it was short-sleeved. She hadn't been kidding when she'd said she liked the cold. "Why do I get the impression that Julia's father's view isn't one you share?" he said. Mina sighed. "Jon's colleague is a prize arsehole," she said. "He might very well get someone bumped off. He was also terrified that Jon would, in his own words, wuss out and go to the media when things began to kick off around their company. But Brons is more of a con pensioners out of their savings kind of arsehole. He's not really a boil the body afterwards kind of arsehole, if you get my drift. Of course, the bit about cleansing the skeleton doesn't have to have been his idea, but I have a hard time believing that a hired killer would go to that much trouble unless they were being paid to do it. And why are you smiling like that?" Vincent bit his lip. Mina had just said arsehole 3 times. He'd never heard her come close to using words like that before. Whoever this Gustav Brons was, Vincent didn't fancy being in his shoes. "So, what do you want me to do?" he said. "I assume this Brons chap will claim he's innocent, and it sounds like you think the same thing." Mina let out a short and mirthless laugh. They stopped outside a door marked with the number 3, and Mina put her hand on the door handle. "Gustav Brons is definitely guilty of a lot of things," she said, looking him in the eye. "Murder might still be one of those things, regardless of the circumstances around the discovery. As I said, the commissioner is convinced of it. But Brons has Europe's priciest lawyer, and I don't want to waste any more time on him than is absolutely necessary. So I'm your shortcut. You're my shortcut. You're going to help me to interpret him." They entered the room. 2 men in impeccable attire were awaiting them inside the small space. Vincent suddenly felt like a slob by comparison in his Oscar Jakobsson suit. He dumped his snow-sodden outerwear on a chair by the door. The 2 men appeared to be in competition to see who was best groomed. Vincent had expected to see dark bags under the eyes of one of them to provide a hint that he was Brons, but it seemed that expensive creams could work miracles. "Who's this?" one of the men said to Mina. "We've been obliging enough to attend, but we most certainly haven't agreed to an audience." So that was the lawyer. He didn't even look at Vincent. Mina had said that Brons had avoided remand, unlike Peter Kronlund. And now Vincent understood why. This brief would probably be capable of getting Olof Palme's killer out of prison even following a full confession. This wasn't going to be easy. "This is Vincent. He works with us," Mina said curtly. "It's okay," Brons said, gesturing in a measured fashion. "I know who this guy is. Nothing more than a kid's magician. Anything that slows the police down is fine by me." Vincent glanced at Mina. He wasn't so sure that he was a shortcut here. He might be more of an obstacle. Brons allowed his gaze to wander up and down Mina's body, an appreciative smile playing across his lips. Mina seemed completely unfazed and sat down opposite him at the table. Vincent also sat down, on a chair away from them by the wall, so that he had a proper view of Brons and his lawyer. "Thank you for coming," Mina said, turning to Brons. "I don't want to waste your time, so why don't we get down to it? What was Jon Langset's role at Confido?" "Jon?" Brons said, clearly surprised that the question wasn't about him. "Well, he was our front man. He sold the product. But surely you already know that?" Mina nodded. "Yes, I know," she said. "What I mean is, how familiar was he with your business affairs?" The lawyer cleared his throat loudly and slapped his hand against the table. "You are asking my client about trade secrets, and he is under no obligation to answer." Mina propped her elbows on the table and leaned her chin on her hands without taking her gaze off Bronze. "Not even if it gets your client off a murder charge?" she said. The financier started. The corners of his mouth twitched downwards for a moment. Mina nodded at him to continue. The lawyer looked as if he was about to interrupt again, but Bronze waved him away. "Look, Confido was our joint idea," he said, leaning back and allowing his legs to relax into a blatant man spread. Bronze was clearly pleased to be talking about himself. "Everyone had equal shares in the company, but Jon was always the timorous one. He didn't want to take risks, so Peter and I kept him in the dark about certain decisions. There were things we knew he would be too nervous to handle well. Or were you afraid that Jon would blab about what was going on?" Mina said, apparently not reacting to his display of machismo. "We were afraid that he might divulge information that could harm the company," Bronze said. "For instance, to the press." "I see," Mina said. "So what did you think when he disappeared?" Bronze unconsciously raised his eyebrows in a way that gave them a slight slope. It was a subtle but clear expression of sadness. He was clearly moved by the subject, even if he was trying to pretend that the opposite was the case. Mina suddenly smiled at him warmly, and Bronze smiled back at her automatically. He leaned in a few inches towards her to signal familiarity. Vincent put his hand to his mouth to avoid showing that he too had started to smile. Men like Bronze thought they were God's gift to women. They couldn't conceive of the idea that they were being manipulated. When Mina didn't respond to Bronze's primitive display of his crotch, which he was presumably unaccustomed to, she had subconsciously made the man start to seek her validation. So when Mina then smiled at him, he immediately took the bait and began to change his behavior to try to hold her attention. Vincent was impressed. But then again, Mina was the smartest person he knew. Business-wise, it was obviously a tremendous relief when Jon was out of the picture, Bronze said in a softer tone than before. But it wasn't easy for Josephine. That's Jon's wife. By the way, is he just going to sit over there? Bronze nodded towards Vincent. The lawyer, once again, cleared his throat. What my client means by his statement, he said, emphasizing each word, is that he was naturally deeply concerned for his friend on a personal level, but that as far as the company was concerned, it streamlined their communications. So you didn't have anything to do with Jon's disappearance? Mina said, leaning even closer to Bronze. Of course not. I'm a businessman, not a crook. How come you've received large payments from Dragan Manojlović? Mina let the question sink in during the silence that followed. Now you've lost me, Bronze said. The gaze that met Mina's was suddenly ice cold. Where are you trying to go with this? The lawyer said, also glaring at Mina. But for a brief moment, he looked unsure. It's not something you should waste a moment of your time or energy denying, Mina said. We're across every single deposit, every last penny. You've received money from Dragan Manojlović, and I don't require any explanation of who he is. Besides the fact that he's Peter Kronen's father, that is. So what I'm wondering is what his involvement in Confido was. Or was it personal? Bronze blinked. Finally, a reaction. Mina had already launched her attack, and Vincent thought she might as well finish it and see what else it gave. Did you and Peter kill Jon together? She said. Peter out of family solidarity, while you were paid hard cash? Almost 1,000,000 kroner? Don't look so surprised. We know that's the sum you received from Dragan. Not bad value for a contract kill. She didn't shy away from Bronze's gaze. But whatever had thrown him off balance before, he seemed to have regained his stability. The lawyer leaned forward to whisper into his client's ear. Bronze nodded. "Coffee housing," he said to the lawyer with a shrug. His lawyer didn't answer, but straightened up, picked up his briefcase, and nodded at Bronze. "We came here to confirm my client's innocence and demonstrate our goodwill," the lawyer said, standing up brusquely. "Not to be faced with accusations. We're done here, and we will be filing a complaint on grounds of defamation." "Just a moment," Bronze said, a crooked smile playing across his face. "I'm in no rush. Before we go, I'm curious to know what the magician has to say about all of this." He turned to Vincent. "I assume you're here to analyze me. What do you say? Am I guilty of whatever she said, hiring a contract killer?" Vincent looked at him for a moment. Then he stood up and approached him slowly. "At this stage, I think there's only one thing I can say," Vincent said. He bent forward and whispered into Bronze's ear, his voice quiet enough that no one else could hear him. When he stood up again, he saw that the financier had turned visibly pale and his eyes had glazed over, as if he were doing his best not to cry. Gustav Bronze stood up abruptly, nodded curtly at Mina, and then exited the room without even a glance at Vincent or his lawyer, who, taken aback, hurried after his client. "So?" Mina said, once the door had closed behind them. "What do you say?" Vincent leaned against the edge of the table and thought. There was much to dissect about Bronze's behavior, but it wasn't easy to tell what were triggered defense mechanisms and what was simply his natural conduct. "Bronze might have had something to do with Jon's disappearance," he said at last. "His face showed visible sadness when we were talking about Jon." "Sadness?" "Yes, but the expression for guilt looks just the same. And the strategy of initially trying to get both you and I off balance by insulting me and objectifying you, and then trying to own the situation and your relationship to each other, feels like overcompensation. That makes me lean heavily towards guilt. There's something there. The only question is what he's guilty of. He did a good job of seeming unmoved when you brought up the payments from Dragan, but he blinked particularly slowly as if he was trying to shut you and the question out, which demonstrated that you'd hit on a sore spot. I think you spotted that too. Speaking of body language, nicely done, getting him to open up to you like that. Making yourself unavailable and then mirroring his body language was a great move." Mina laughed. It was a rough, deep laugh that warmed the cockles of Vincent's heart. "After a few years working with you, I'm apparently just as damaged as you are," she said. "But you're saying you agree with the commissioner. Should we be detaining Gustav Bronze? I'd like to ask some more questions about Dragan, Confidor, and those payments. But right now, I don't think I'm going to make any more progress if it's dependent on Gustav's goodwill." Vincent shook his head. "I can't tell. He's mixed up in it somehow, but that's not the same as having killed Jon, or even ordering his death. As for Mos Teutonicus, someone else could have done that. It could have been someone who just stumbled across the body. We don't have a clue. It could be that you're actually looking for multiple people. By the way, did you notice how Bronze cut himself short when he started talking about Josephine Langset? I think I'd have another chat with her if I were you. She might have some insight into whatever it is he's feeling guilty about." Mina nodded thoughtfully. Her ponytail swayed gently as her head moved, and Vincent felt a strong compulsion to touch her hair. He sat on his hands just to be safe. "Okay," she said. "That's good to know. We'll go over that with the others. I just need to know one thing. What did you whisper to him at the end? He looked like he was about to burst into tears." "It was a gamble," Vincent said. "But you don't end up like him by chance, unless, that is, you're a psychopath. But he didn't come across like one. So I just told him that it's over. I said he's not alone in having been bullied at school, but that he got his revenge over the bullies long ago, and they probably got what they deserved." Mina stared at him with an expression that he was, for once, unable to interpret. "Are you in a hurry?" she said. "If you've got time, I thought you might be able to help Christer with something." A hurry? To leave? If only she knew. He was always in a hurry to get there, but never to leave. He was never in a hurry to leave her. "I'd be happy to help Christer," he said. "But surely Bronze and his lawyer won't be able to leave the building by themselves. Don't you have to let them through the barriers?" "Oh, yes. And I'm sure they'll realize that very soon. But we can wait here until they come back." Vincent laughed. He would get to wait there with Mina. 41. Christer drummed his fingers nervously against his thigh. He had booked one of the smaller meeting rooms for some privacy, but it felt more like he was at a psychologist's office. Hypnosis? What utter guff. He didn't like it. Anyway, it probably wouldn't work on him. Not like it had on Mina. He looked up at the ceiling and saw that one of the fluorescent tubes was broken. The room was pretty uninspiring, with its tacky beige curtains. Someone ought to tell the interior designers at police headquarters that there was nothing wrong with a bit of colour. He smiled to himself. That was a thought he probably wouldn't have had 6 months ago. But then he'd met Lasse. Christer's thoughts were interrupted by the door opening. Vincent entered, followed by Mina. "So, Christer, there's something you want to remember," the mentalist said, taking a seat opposite him. Mina was still standing up. "Do you mind if I stay?" she asked. Christer shrugged. "Do whatever you like," he said. "This isn't going to work anyway. I'm not like you, Mina. I'm not so receptive." "Receptive to what?" Vincent said, leaning forward. "I don't know," Christer said, crossing his arms. The chair scraped against the floor as he shifted backwards a little. "Hypnosis?" he said. "Isn't that what you're going to do? Hypnotize me?" "Not if you don't want me to," Vincent said. "Why don't we just start by talking?" Christer nodded. As long as Vincent didn't hypnotize him. "In order to remember something, it's good to engage the power of imagination," Vincent said. "And I know you have a good one at that. But why don't we do a little exercise? I want you to put your right hand on your thigh and imagine that your hand is actually part of your leg. It's as if it's glued to your thigh, or cast from concrete, as if it's melted into the bone itself. Allow yourself to experience what that feels like." Christer furrowed his brow, but did as the mentalist said. It was a strange exercise, but why not try it? To his surprise, he noticed that he was indeed able to imagine what it felt like to glue his hand to his leg. "Now I'm wondering," Vincent said, "whether it's your palm or your fingers that are most stuck." Christer checked. His palm felt strangely heavy against his leg, as if it wouldn't come away, but he could still move his fingers. "My palm," he said. "But why?" "Excellent. Please start focusing on your fingers and take note of how many seconds it is until they're as stuck down as your palm. That'll start to happen now. Let me know when they're stuck too." Christer noticed, to his astonishment, that the more he thought about it, the more tightly his fingers were attached. He had no idea what was going on, but it felt quite pleasant. He nodded slowly. I think my hand is actually stuck," he said. "But I don't understand." "That doesn't matter," Vincent said. "Do you feel hypnotized?" Christer shook his head. Of course he wasn't. He was still fully aware of everything going on around him. He could clearly feel the chair beneath him, and the curtains were just as tacky as ever. What was more, Vincent had barely been in the room for 5 minutes, and he knew it took much longer than that to hypnotize someone. He'd seen it on television. "Is this what you two did?" he said, glancing at Mina. "Not exactly," she said, smiling slightly. "What happens if you try to lift your hand?" Vincent said. "Can you do it?" Christer tried to do as Vincent said. What on earth? He frowned again. His hand really was stuck, no matter how hard he tried to lift it. "What the—" "It's quite all right," Vincent said, leaning forward and placing his fingertips on Christer's hand. "That just shows us that you're going to be very good at remembering, nothing more. That heaviness you feel in your hand, I want you to discover how it moves up through your arm, your throat, your head. And when it reaches your thoughts, simply close your eyes and relax even more." Christer not only felt heavy, he suddenly felt very tired. He sighed deeply and noticed that it had got dark. Somewhere along the way, he must have closed his eyes, but at least he wasn't hypnotized. Just as long as that remained the case, it would all be fine. "In front of you, there are 3 doors leading to 3 different rooms," Vincent said. "Inside the first is the Stockholm Metro. The tunnels disappear off, winding away. They're hiding something, a secret. In the next room, you have Jon Langset's skeleton, but it's been picked clean. It's lying there in a pile of bones. It might even be under a heap of gravel." Christer could indeed see 3 doors before him, yet at the same time, he couldn't really see them at all. Part of his brain pointed out that none of this was real, but there the doors were anyway. In the 3rd room, there's something else, and only you know what it is. But right now, it's unknown to you," Vincent said. "The rooms are connected. Go into the first 2 rooms in whichever order you prefer, and for as long as you want, until that leads you into the 3rd room. While you do that, tell us what you can see." In his imagination, Christer reached out and opened the 2nd door leading into Jon's room. He looked around. Jon was there, as were his bones. Christer realized something right away. What he was looking for didn't have anything to do with Jon Langset the man, but it might have something to do with Jon's bones. The bones seemed somehow more important. He picked up a femur from the heap of skeletal remains and saw gravel tumble onto his feet, even though he knew he was really sitting on a chair in a meeting room at police headquarters. He left that room and went into the first one with the tunnels in it. "I'm inside the metro now," he said. "And I've brought one of Jon's bones with me. But the tunnels don't feel right." "How do you mean?" Mina's voice said, somewhere in the distance. "I can't explain it," he said. "But the bone I'm holding... I know what I'm looking for in here. It's a place, but it's not supposed to be this close to the trains." He walked along the tracks, trying to go further in. "Where should it be, then?" said Vincent. "Somewhere safer," he said. "Somewhere you can be safely out of sight." He kept walking until the tunnels changed. Yet at the same time, he hadn't moved from the chair. It was a strange experience. Then the tracks disappeared, and he entered a different tunnel system. It looked like the tunnels for district heating and sewage systems. Faint lights were suspended from the ceiling, and he could see tatty mattresses and scraps of cardboard on the floor. Christer nodded to himself. This felt more right. "I found the place," he said. "It's here." Suddenly, someone tugged at the bone he was carrying. "That's mine," said a man behind him. Christer turned around. The man was filthy and had a matted beard and long, equally matted hair. On his head, he wore a hat that had probably once been red, but like the thick layers of tattered clothes he wore, it was now as grey as the tunnel walls. Christer knew him. Well, knew was the wrong word, but he knew who he was. The man flashed a toothless grin at him as he snatched the bone and ran away. Christer realised what was in the third room. The solution to the mystery. He opened the third door and was met by a howling guitar solo. A young man was on a big stage receiving the acclaim of the audience against a backdrop of exploding pyrotechnics. Christer drew breath. "Mark Erik," he said, opening his eyes. He immediately felt dazed. "Take it easy," Vincent said. "Close your eyes and take a few deep breaths before you continue." Christer did as Vincent told him to and closed his eyes again. But he'd seen Mina's reaction. Vincent counted to 5 and said something that Christer didn't quite catch, something about how he should feel strong and rested. When Vincent reached 5, Christer automatically opened his eyes. He felt more alert than he had in a long time. "Mark Erik!" he exclaimed enthusiastically. "That musician who went missing, 2 years ago? They found a deranged homeless man wearing Mark's jacket months later, and in one of his plastic bags he also had some of Mark's remains. Well, his bones. The assumption was that the man had killed Mark and then eaten him, however sick that sounded. But the man was in a very bad way, and it was impossible to get any sense out of him. He was kept in isolation, but died not long after." "You must have read about it," Mina said, turning to Vincent. "The story about the cannibal who ate a rock star was in all the papers." Vincent shook his head. "If it was after Jane and Kenneth tried to kill us, I think I was trying to avoid the news for a while then, especially anything to do with the police." The mentalist appeared to be blushing. "Anyway," said Christer, "what if we were wrong? What if that lunatic didn't murder and eat Mark Erik? After all, the only evidence was the jacket and the bones he was carrying around. But maybe he just found the bones somewhere. What if the same person who killed Jon also murdered the rock star? Mina stared at him. Christer, when you get home, you should ask Lasse for a smacking great kiss, she said. That's brilliant work. We need to talk to Mark Erik's next of kin. 42. Ruben was sweating profusely. It had taken him a ridiculous length of time to wrap Astrid's Christmas present the evening before. Nevertheless, he thought his parcel looked like an accident tied up with string when he compared it with the perfect examples laid out beside Elinor's tree. I'm glad you could come, Elinor said. Astrid was so keen to celebrate Christmas with you before we head north to the cabin. She was curled up on the large sofa with a mug of tea and clad in a loose-fitting woolly jumper that still managed to suit her. Astrid had lit lots of candles, and their glow lent an almost unreal golden light to the room. Ruben's eyes suddenly began to fill with tears. It was probably the smoke from the candles. I'm just sorry about the pitiful tree, Elinor said with a laugh. We were beaten to it. This shrub was all that was left. It was by no means a big tree. Ruben wasn't even sure it was a spruce. There were so many baubles hanging from it that the branches were almost touching the floor, and it was garlanded in so much tinsel that Ruben couldn't guess what colour the branches had been to start with. He thought it was absolutely perfect. Is there any more tea? He said, his voice unsteady. Elinor nodded, got up from the sofa, and went into the kitchen. Astrid was sitting on the floor eating her way through a box of marshmallow Santas at an impressive pace. Dad, can I open the present from you now? She said, as she bit the head off another Santa. Of course, Ruben said. It's our Christmas Eve today. On the condition you give me a marshmallow Santa before they're all gone. Astrid hooted with joy and put the box of sweets on the sofa next to Ruben. Then she began to tug at the string on his unevenly wrapped parcel. She managed to undo the paper just as Elinor returned. Elinor placed a cup of something hot and steaming into Ruben's hands, but he was fully occupied watching his daughter. Inside the parcel, there were 2 more packages. That was why it had taken so long to wrap it all. Oh, wow, Elinor said, clapping her hands. A double present. Ruben realized he was probably smiling sheepishly. Inside one parcel was a book, which had been Sara's idea. They had gone into a bookshop, and Sara had asked an assistant what 13-year-olds were reading at the moment. Ruben had tried to protest that Astrid was only 10 years old, but Sara had argued that that was precisely the point. He had never heard of the book recommended to them, but the jacket was signalling forbidden teenage love from a distance. He had been sceptical, to put it mildly, but based on Astrid's reaction, he needn't have worried. Oh, wow! She exclaimed. Thank you! Everyone's talking about how good this is. Her eyes were practically sparkling as she examined the cover. Ruben didn't even dare look at Elinor. Inside the second parcel, there were 2 black wooden sticks, joined together at one end by a chain. A nunchaku. That had been his own idea. Astrid frowned at first because she didn't understand what it was, but then she beamed. Like Bruce Lee, she said. Hi. Who? Elinor said in confusion. It's not for you, Mum, Astrid said. Nor is this book. She hid the book underneath the shredded wrapping paper. Elinor nudged Ruben in the side and shared a smile with him. He exhaled. It hadn't been a complete disaster after all. I've got a present for you too, Dad, Astrid said proudly, standing up. Wait here. Ruben looked at Elinor in amazement. I take no responsibility, she said. She chose it all by herself. Astrid returned with a big, round package. The paper rustled in Ruben's hands when he took it. "Open it now, Dad," she said eagerly, sitting down on the floor opposite him. Ruben carefully loosened the pieces of tape. He didn't want to ruin the paper. After all, his own daughter had wrapped this parcel. But in the end, he had to tear it anyway. Inside was the biggest hat he'd ever laid eyes on. It was brown and shaggy and had huge ear flaps. It was the kind of hat you could knot underneath your chin. "Astrid chose it," Eleanor said, starting to laugh. "But I was more than happy to pay for it." Ruben solemnly donned the hat and carefully tied the ear flap strings together under his chin. "I think it's perfect," he said. And he meant it. "You can wear it when you're working in the winter," said Astrid, "so you don't get cold." Ruben looked at his daughter. And for the first time in all these months, Peder's ghost wasn't there. 43. Vincent was walking with Mina through Rålambshovsparken, close to police headquarters. The park had started to feel like it was theirs. The first time they had walked there together, it had been the end of winter, and he remembered how the soggy snow had stuck to their boots. Today, however, the snow was like a thick, frozen blanket covering the whole park. It reflected the glow of the streetlights lining the paths, but the world was otherwise immersed in darkness. The sky above them was overcast, meaning there weren't even any stars to be seen. They had reached the very darkest days of the year. He would happily have been excused from strolling through the park with the mercury that low, but Mina seemed to appreciate the cold. And he wanted to do what she wanted to do. What was more, her investigation gave him something to think about other than the threat posed by the shadow. If he thought about that too much, he was worried that his brain might stop working. And he needed full access to his intellectual faculties, now more than ever. "I can't stop thinking about Gustav Brons and those payments," Mina said. "Why would he take money from Dragan Manojlovic?" "As I said before, you ought to talk to Jon's wife. There was something about Gustav's demeanor during the interview that implied a personal relationship there. What kind, I don't know. My magical mind-reading powers only go so far. You common muggles have to do the rest." "You're a right muggle too," Mina muttered. "So, about this cannibal, to change the subject completely, what do you make of that?" "At first glance, it's got nothing to do with Jon Langset," Vincent replied, thinking back to what Christer had said. "Except that it involved skeletal remains and someone who might have been holed up in the tunnels. And you don't seem to have much else to go on at the moment, unless it turns out that the commissioner was right about Gustav Brons, that is. I'm sorry I don't have a better answer for you, but I feel as if I don't have anything to add." "You mean there's no complicated puzzle to solve?" He smiled while keeping his head down. They walked through the dark park in silence for a while. "By the way, I've got a new present for you," Vincent said, stopping and pulling out the small glass jar he had been carrying in his pocket. It was a rather awkward maneuver, given the thick gloves he was wearing. "Instead of the lump of clay you got." He handed the jar to her. He had deliberately not wrapped it, choosing instead to fasten a bow to the lid so that she could see the rust-brown contents. "What is this?" she said skeptically, twisting and turning the jar. "It's umber. one of the most common pigments used by humankind to paint over the course of modern history. It's actually a type of soil that has high levels of manganese oxide, hence the particular colour. The most famous umber comes from Cyprus, but there's plenty more to be found in Lebanon, Syria and Turkey as well. They've found paintings that use umber pigments from as far back as 200 BC. The word umber means shadow in Latin, or perhaps even the darkest shadow, the core shadow, since it's often been used to paint just that, shadows. So my present is a history lesson, Mina said. No, you're getting a painting course instead of a pottery class. Not as messy. Mina looked at him. Then she shook her head and stuffed the jar in her pocket. He wasn't quite sure, but he thought she was a little happier with it than she had been with the clay. They moved on. Puzzles. He knew there was something he'd forgotten to mention. Speaking of puzzles, he said. You might say that's what I've received. From a stranger. A fan, I dare say. I recognize the handwriting. He or she has sent me ingenious problems before that I've enjoyed solving. I've still got several of them on my bookshelf. But this is different. It consists of 4 hourglasses in a frame, each one measuring a different amount of time. The problem is, I don't know what I'm supposed to solve. There are just the hourglasses and a clue that says something about finding the 4th one. I've got no idea where to start. That sort of thing was never a problem before. I'm obviously not as bright as I once was. I'm almost starting to worry about myself. He didn't want to mention that the hourglass and message had made him anxious. Mina only seemed to have been half listening to him. She looked at him in bewilderment. Hourglasses? What do they have to do with anything? He shrugged, and they walked on in silence again. Speaking of hourglasses, Fridtjof Schuon wrote about the symbolism of hourglasses back in 1966, I think it was, he said. The sand obviously reminds us that time is finite and that it only flows in one direction, whether we like it or not. The sand is sterile and merciless, and when it has run out, all movement ceases, just like in death. That means that an hourglass has 2 spheres, which can represent the divine and the terrestrial, high and low, heaven and earth, yin and yang, or the visible world and the invisible world. 2 opposite poles were the only one available to us, and towards which all movement is directed, is the lower half. Of course, a more positive interpretation would be the cosmological one, which says that the movement of sand can be compared with all the possibilities that exist, and not until they are completely exhausted does the sand stop moving. As I said, I've been sent 4, but I don't know why. He fell silent again. He knew he was talking too much, even if Mina hadn't said that. So he deliberately avoided talking about the very paradox of an hourglass, the painful passage between the 2 spheres which, according to Junger, was the place where human enlightenment was created, or the more obvious erotic connection outlined by Yukio Mishima. He glanced at Mina, who shook her head. I'm going to paint an umber hourglass for you in my class, she said with a smile, before slipping her gloved hand under his arm. 44. 10 days to go. It's a lot emptier in here than it's going to be in January, Sara said in amusement, making Ruben start. He was doing leg presses in the police headquarters gym. He immediately hoped that Sara wasn't checking how much weight, well, how little, he was pressing on the machine. When Ruben had got home after the previous evening's Christmas festivities with Astrid and Elinor, Peder's ghost had hit him like an express train. Full of anxiety, he'd headed off to Spy Bar, where he'd lingered until closing time. That meant that he was not feeling at all strong today. "Just seems to be the two of us," he said, mopping sweat from his brow with his towel. "How's your Christmas shaping up then?" He sat down to conceal the weights behind him. "I've got the kids," Sara said, a smile appearing on her face. "Do you take them every other week?" he said, realizing just how much he wanted to get to know his NOA colleague. "No, thank God. Their dad is still in the USA, and after going 1,000 rounds in court, I finally got sole custody, but with certain stipulations about when he gets to have them. Once every 3 Christmases, every other summer, and, well, there's a pretty complicated schedule of half-terms. But it works. But now he's met someone new and they're having a baby in March, so it's all calmed down a bit. But Christmas alone sucks, so I'm really glad that it's one of my years this year." She sat down on the abdominal machine. Ruben tried not to stare at her low neckline. Her bust was rather prominent in her tight vest top, emblazoned with the word stronger across the bosom. "Astrid, Elinor and I did early Christmas yesterday," he said. "It was great. Thanks for your help with the present. She was thrilled with the book. I'm so grateful that I get to be involved. And Astrid seemed pleased that I was there." "Of course she was," Sara said, smiling at him. Her smile lit up the drab gym. Ruben felt awkward. He didn't want to be dazzled by a smile. Tits and arses, those were his things. Not a smile with dimples. Even if it did make him melt in a place that had been frozen for many years, perhaps ever since Elinor. "How are things going with the possible bomb?" he said, trying to master his own emotions. "Was it the real thing, or what?" Sara looked around before answering, even though the gym was empty. "We don't know yet. But what's worrying is how much ammonium nitrate is missing," she said in a low voice. "Do you remember the explosion in the port of Beirut in Lebanon in 2020? More than 5,000 people were injured and around 200 died. 70,000 homes were left in ruins, affecting 300,000 people. If the same thing happened here, a lot of the city would sustain serious damage." "I remember that," Ruben said. "Hadn't customs been storing seized ammonium nitrate without any safety measures for years, and then one day it got so hot that the whole thing blew up?" "Exactly. Ammonium nitrate doesn't necessarily explode by itself, but if it's warm enough, it does. Beirut was one of the 10 worst civilian explosions in history." "But wasn't that a few thousand tons that detonated? Are you missing that much?" "No, luckily we aren't. Right now, we're only missing about 10 tons in Sweden, but believe me, that will go a long way in the wrong hands." Ruben stared at her. "How big a hole are we talking?" "You don't want to know. But I dare say that the perpetrator is going to mix it with other materials to increase the explosive effect. If a charge like that were to explode somewhere like Stockholm city centre, then, well, let me put it like this. There wouldn't be much city left. Thousands dead, and the national healthcare system would collapse from having to tend to the wounded." Ruben stared at her. "Oh shit," he said. "I really hope it's a false alarm then." "How's your investigation going?" "Good? Bad? I don't know," he sighed. "It's progressing, though it still seems very strange and messy. But we picked up a good lead. One of the people we questioned, the owner of Confidor, is called Peter Kronlund, but the thing is, he wasn't always Peter Kronlund. He used to be Peter Manojlovic. That makes him the son of Dragan Manojlovic. Sara interjected, sitting bolt upright on the bench. The leader of the Serbian mafia in Sweden, I know. So, what else do you have? Not much more than that. I think it's probably the best lead we've got so far. I mean, what are the odds of us finding a dead body with a direct connection to the Manojlovic family without them being involved in the death somehow? I'd lay money on the Serbs being involved. What do you mean you know? Did you know that Peter was Dragan's son? Why didn't you say anything? Ruben wiped more sweat away with his towel. The sweat didn't seem to be stopping, and it smelled faintly of booze. He sincerely hoped that Sara wouldn't notice. There was a clatter as the door opened, and one of their colleagues entered. He headed straight for the dumbbells, after exchanging brief nods with Sara and Ruben. The officer had the body shape seen in many of the older guard. Big arms and a big belly. Good arms, was a quip among that generation of police, who quite seriously seemed to think that muscular arms offset a huge keg built on burgers and chips. Sara leaned in closer towards Ruben and lowered her voice. He instinctively wanted to move backwards so that she wouldn't catch a whiff of the tequila shots escaping through his pores, but he couldn't go any further back than he was already. Sorry, she said quietly. You know what the politics are like in this place. NOA is currently carrying out a survey of organised crime in Sweden. The Manojlovics are naturally high on that list, but it's all very sensitive, so it was deemed best that we didn't share any of what we know to avoid jeopardising our own investigation. There was one hell of a fuss at NOA when we realised you'd received a tip about Gustav Brons. Cops working against each other, Ruben said with a shake of the head. So it's better for us to do twice the work in parallel? Yes. Well, according to some, anyway. But I don't agree. If you raise it with Yulia, and I take it to my superiors, then maybe they might approve an exchange of information between us. I think we would probably both benefit from it. We bloody would, Ruben said eagerly. I assume you'd like me to hold off visiting Peter until this has been signed off? I think that would be best. Anyway, I'm not sure you've realised how dangerous these people are. The stuff in the public domain is bad enough. But we've got information to suggest... Well, be careful. For a moment, his heart skipped a beat at the thought that Sara actually cared about him. But it was probably just collegiality. She would have said that to any police officer. He got up. The smell of booze was becoming too intrusive, and he wanted to take a couple of steps away from Sara. In a perfect world, he would also be able to move the pin on the leg press machine before she saw what weight it was set to. Sara got up at the same time. They stood facing each other in silence for far too long. Their colleague by the weights was bellowing like a rutting roebuck as he struggled to make his biceps bulge even more. In the end, it was Sara who broke the silence. Look, maybe this is crazy. We don't really know each other. But it seems a pity for you to spend Christmas Eve all alone. Do you want to come round to ours? We don't make a big deal out of it. We eat something tasty that isn't Christmassy and watch a movie. And no need for any gifts. Well, something small for the kids if you want. There are already far too many parcels under the tree for them. The life of an overcompensating single parent. She casually held out her hands, and Ruben tried to look nonchalant as he shrugged. Sure, he said, tossing his head. I guess that would work. What time? 5 o'clock? Sure thing. Ruben waited until she had gone over to the rowing machines. Then he spun around, tugged the pin out from the 80 kilos mark on the leg press machine, and shoved it into the 200 kilos mark. All of a sudden, he wanted to be in the best shape he could be ahead of Christmas Eve. He had another hour until he was due to meet Christer. 45. Mina watched in amusement as Ruben sauntered into the office, his hair damp and a gym bag slung over his shoulder. "Good workout?" she asked. "Hell yes," he said, putting his bag down. "Why are you smirking like that?" A distinct blush began to spread across his cheeks, but before she had time to ask the reason for his rosy countenance, he sat down, and the smile disappeared from her face. "I heard on the grapevine that charges against Dragan Manojlovic are being prepared," he said. "Oh, right. What else did Sara say then? I saw her leaving the gym." The blush spread to Ruben's throat. "Oh, shut up. But yes, she was the one who told me. I also heard that Gustav Brons played the lawyer card when he was here. Isn't it time we bring him in more officially? We need more to go on first. The key is what the money was meant for, and why Brons needed it. His annual income in recent years hasn't exactly been modest. Why did he need to take cash under the table from the Serbian mob? 1,000,000 kroner might be a lot to most people, but for Gustav Brons, I bet that's what he burns through in a week on the Riviera." "Dope, chicks, or gambling," said Ruben. "In my experience, that's always what it goes on. Possibly a combination of the above." Dope, chicks, or gambling? Something shifted ever so slightly in Mina's memory. It was something that Gustav Brons had said, but she couldn't quite recall what. It brought about an association with coffee, but for the life of her, she couldn't fathom what her brain was getting at. Could Dragan have been using Confidor to launder money? She said, thinking aloud. "So you're ditching the theory that the money was to pay for Jon's murder?" said Ruben. He took a towel from his bag and mopped his brow. "I'm not ditching anything. I'm just trying to cover every angle." Ruben stood up and put the towel away again. "So what's on your agenda for today?" Mina said, staring glumly into her mug of coffee. A shimmering film reminiscent of petrol had formed on the cold surface. "I'm about to meet Christer. We're going to see Marcus's mother." Mina gazed at him blankly. "Mark Erik," he clarified. "Oh yes, of course." Mina was absent-minded. Her brain was fully occupied by pondering what it was from the interview with Gustav Brons that had caught her attention. She stood up to get a refill of petrol coffee. Sometimes it helped to stop thinking about it. 46. Vincent was awakened by someone shaking his shoulder. It could not possibly be morning already. It felt as if he had only just fallen asleep. But the shaking continued. "Dad!" said an impatient voice that was very close by. "Dad!" Vincent forced himself to open his eyes and tried to focus. Aston was standing by his bedside, tugging at the covers. "What is it?" Vincent mumbled. "Has something happened?" He squinted at the practically antique alarm clock on the nightstand. The hands showed it was 5 minutes to 6 in the morning. Aston tugged at the covers again, and Vincent tugged back. "Get your own duvet," he muttered. "Why have you woken me up? And why are you already awake?" "Because today's the first day of the Christmas holidays," Aston cried cheerfully. "And there's loads of snow outside. Come on, Dad. If you dig, I'll build." Vincent pulled the duvet over his head and groaned. "Go and play video games like a normal child," he said. "And don't wake your mother." "But she's not asleep." Vincent pulled the duvet off his head and looked towards the other side of the bed. Aston was right. Maria wasn't there. Her side of the bed was not only empty, it had also been made. He knew only one person in the world who bothered to make half a bed. While Maria might have a follow the winds and listen to the will of the cosmos vibe on the outside, to use her words, it was a toss-up which of them had the greatest need for control. She must have been awake for a while. "I'm coming," he said, waving his hand at Aston. "Just give me some room for takeoff." Aston hooted with joy so loudly that it could probably be heard in the next county, and then vacated the bedroom. Vincent sighed, pulled off the covers, sat up, and put on his dressing gown. He searched for a while before he found his slippers. The floor in the house was very cold, and he never went anywhere without a snugly protective layer around his feet. When he went into the kitchen, he was surprised to see that Maria wasn't there, nor was she in the living room or the bathroom. And it was far too early for her to have gone off to do anything related to her business. All of a sudden, Vincent was shivering, even though he had wrapped the dressing gown tightly around his body. The words in the shadow's message resonated inside his head. "I'm going to take your family, then you, and there's nothing you can do about it." "Maria!" he called out. "Are you here? Maria!" He couldn't panic. There was guaranteed to be a natural explanation for why his wife wasn't there. On his way back to the kitchen, he heard a crash that made him jump. It had come from Rebecca's room, and it sounded like a bookcase being overturned. Then her door opened, and Rebecca popped her head out, her hair standing on end. "What the hell are you doing?" she snapped. "It's the middle of the bloody night." "Have you seen Maria?" Vincent said quickly. "I can't find her anywhere. What was that noise?" "I fell out of bed when you shouted." "Sorry," Vincent said with a grimace. "But have you seen her?" "Middle of the night," his daughter said, fixing her gaze on him. "No, I haven't seen her, and I'm going to pretend I haven't seen you either." She glared at him for a few seconds before closing her door again. At that moment, the front door opened. Maria came inside, clutching the newspaper. She was only wearing thin pajamas underneath her quilted jacket, and her teeth were chattering hard. "Oh, it's freezing out there," she said. "How come you're up so early?" Vincent said, feeling himself exhale. "I couldn't sleep," Maria said, taking off her coat. "And it's not that early. It's gone 6. I'm expecting a package today. The Christmas shoppers have run riot in my online shop, and I'm almost out of angels, especially the bronze ones with the big wings, so I'm hoping some more of them will arrive. I need to get them off today if they're going to make it before Christmas Eve." "You mean the ones depicting Metatron, the voice of God, that some people say stopped Abraham when he was about to kill his son Isaac? That angel?" Maria shrugged. "It's a good seller at Christmas. I suppose people like to put it up in their windows." "For Christmas? But Metatron isn't really Christian. He's Jewish." He fell silent. It didn't matter. The important thing was that she was there, safe. The only question was how safe anyone in his family was while they continued to share a house with him. "I'm going to take your family, then you." "Why don't I sort us some breakfast?" Maria said, making for the kitchen. "Since you're up?" Vincent followed. He realized he had to get them out of here. "Didn't your parents invite us for Christmas this year?" he said as casually as he could. "I think it would be a great idea if we weren't here this year." Maria had just opened the kitchen cupboard where they kept the mugs, and she turned to him, eyebrows raised. Have you had a bump on the head? She said. You know my parents invite us and Ulrika every year, but you never want to go. I've changed my mind, he said, reaching for a red Christmas mug. It's the 21st today. There are only 3 days to go until Christmas Eve. How about you head over to theirs tomorrow? Take Aston too. I know it's been a long time since you saw your parents. Rebecca's leaving for France tomorrow, and Benjamin and I will come on to your parents later. Maria took down a mug emblazoned with the words, "My balls are bigger than yours." So you have hit your head, she said with a smile. But sure, that sounds nice. Unless you were doing something else today, he said, nodding towards the calendar where his wife had circled the date. Huh? No, it wasn't me who did that. But do you know what? It's a fantastic idea, she said, gently placing her hand on his arm. If you promise that you'll actually come and not change your mind at the last minute, it'll be good for my parents to see that I'm not making you up. Maria added water to the filled coffee machine. Like Vincent, she had gone back to using it after growing tired of the capsule coffee maker. Have you got hold of Ulrika yet? She asked as she measured out ground coffee. No, not yet. Maria laughed in delight. Can you picture her face when we all show up? And without getting a divorce, I'll be living on that for years to come. Maria stopped moving the scoop in midair. Then she put it down on the side and turned towards Vincent. Her laughter had been replaced by a look of suspicion. Why can't you two come with us right away? Aston's finished school, Rebecca can look after herself, Benjamin's doing uni remotely, and you haven't got any performances. Is all this put on? To get you a few days alone time with Mina? Perhaps even in our bed? Is that your plan? Vincent sighed. They had almost got past the familiar jealousy. Almost. Mum! Aston shouted as he ran in and interrupted them. Dad has to get dressed now. We're going outside to build snowmen. Aston grabbed his snow coveralls, which had been drying on the radiator, and began to pull them on. You'd better save your energies for Mina. You're not 25 anymore, Maria said, pursing her lips and grumpily turning back to continue setting up the coffee maker. Vincent tousled his son's hair and reknotted his dressing gown sash, which had begun to loosen. Aston, let's at least have breakfast first, he said. You need to eat if you're going to do lots of digging. Eat snow, his son shouted before rushing out of the door. I'm going to. Vincent's mobile buzzed. It was a reminder that he had a meeting with Umberto later that day. Vincent sighed. His manager wasn't going to be happy when he heard what Vincent had to tell him. He went into the living room to feed the fish. When he picked up the fish food, the headache suddenly slammed into him as if he'd been hit by a train. He gasped and had to support himself against the aquarium. He needed to take another tablet. He tried to focus on the wall behind the aquarium, but that only made matters worse. He had the curious feeling that there was something written on the wall, that he could clearly see that the only things there were framed photographs of his family. The feeling was overwhelming. His field of vision began to flicker. He remembered when he had been with his mates at school, and they had tried to magic away objects by placing them in their blind spot. You had to look dead ahead and have the object at the very edge of your field of vision to make it work. He was experiencing that precise feeling now, as if he could see something while at the same time he couldn't. He closed his eyes and concentrated on his breathing. Before long, His headache began to dissipate, but it didn't go entirely. It never did these days. It was always there in the background, constantly gnawing away at him like a disturbing sound that you didn't notice until it was gone. He looked out of the open front door at the cold snow. He might like Christmas, but he hated winter. 47. "Do you mind if we come in?" said Christer. The face peering out at them over a door chain bridging the narrow open crack was thin and wrinkled. The woman was silent for a moment. "I presume you're not selling raffle tickets?" she said in a brittle voice. "That's correct," he said. "We'd like to talk to you about Marcus, if we may." The woman looked at them again. Then the door closed, and they heard the sound of the chain rattling. The door was opened fully, and the light in the hallway slanted towards them in welcome. Christer crossed the threshold ahead of Ruben. He stamped the snow from his shoes onto the doormat, which had Santa Claus in a sled on it. Mark Erik's mother bore her 70 or so years with dignity, and was the exact opposite to how Mark looked in the pictures from his career. The Salvation Army uniform was hanging neatly on a hanger in the hallway. Marcus Eriksson hadn't had children of his own or any siblings, so following the early death of his father, his mother had been his only relative. Christmas music was playing at a low volume, and there was the aroma of mulled wine and cinnamon. "Come in and warm up," the dainty little woman said, leading them into the kitchen. "As you know, we're here to talk about collecting, Mark," Christer said hesitantly, unsure whether he'd opted for the right term as he took a seat on one of the kitchen chairs. A crossword puzzle was lying on the table, half complete, with a pair of reading glasses beside it. "Oh, please, call him Marcus," the woman said, pouring mulled wine from a saucepan into 3 small cups. "And I'm Gudrun, although I go by Gun." She set down the steaming cups in front of them. "Marcus wasn't Mark Erik. Not to me, anyway. It was all an act. It was a role he played. To me, he was always my Marcus." "What was he like?" Christer sipped his mulled wine, but the heat made him grimace, and he put it down again. Gun perked up. "Oh, he was such a lovely boy. It was always just the two of us, but we were the best of friends, ever since he was born. God knows he had his demons, but he found his path through life. I don't know how things would have worked out if he hadn't." "I've already read the police report, but would you mind telling us in your own words about his disappearance?" "Well..." She fidgeted with the newspaper containing the crossword, seeming to become lost in her own thoughts. "My Granny Astrid does these too," Ruben said, pointing to the crossword. "The ones with picture clues. I guess the first 2 are Leif G.W. Persson and Victor Frisk. But who are the other 2? Gun smiled and looked at the men depicted as clues in the crossword. "I suppose one of them is some celebrity chef," she said. "The other, I think he must be a singer. You find him everywhere these days." Then she placed her hands over the crossword and looked at them. Marcus had started having problems again. It had been so many years. I'd never thought he'd wind up there again. "Do you mean drugs?" Christer said carefully. He sipped the mulled wine, which was by now drinkable. It was all so long ago, Gun said, without directly answering his question. She brushed her hand over the crossword. Benjamin Ingrosso, Ruben said suddenly. Christer jumped and then stared at him. But Gun smiled, picked up her pencil, and diligently inserted the correct letters. That's it, she said, putting down the pencil again. That fits exactly. Anyway, Marcus went through a tough time many years ago. Drugs were involved, but that wasn't the whole picture. He was mulling things over, searching. He thought he'd found what he was looking for in drugs. But he was fundamentally always a sensible boy. He went through a very dark spell for a while. He'd be gone at night, and I would have no idea whether he was coming home or not. Have you ever had nightmares about your child jumping in front of a train or off a bridge? Christer shook his head. The topic was one that he was more unfamiliar with than he wanted to let on. Take solace in that, Gun said. Anyway, he eventually got out of this hole. Around the same time, his music started to pick up. He never touched drugs again. Not even alcohol. The whole bad boy thing, or whatever the papers called it, it was all just a facade. His record label cooked it up. Marcus lived the quiet life when he wasn't on tour. We spent a lot of time together. He never did have his own family, so... Well, he had me. That sounds lovely, said Ruben. Given how close you were, did he ever say anything to you that might explain his disappearance? Christer saw that he was glancing longingly at the crossword. He had clearly solved a few of them with his grandmother. No, not in so many words, Gun said, frowning. But a couple of weeks before he disappeared, he started to behave differently. I've often thought about that since then. How so? Christer said, leaning forward. I don't know how long it was going on for because I didn't see him every day. But he was scared, always checking his phone. He'd park his car at the back and keep an eye on it all the time while he was here. I assumed it was linked to drugs again. I actually asked him about that, but he denied it. Gun stood up and began to heat up more mulled wine, with her back turned to them. What's going to happen to him now? She said, a slight tremor in her voice. Christer wasn't really sure what to say in response. They were talking about the remains of her only child. Per Moberg, Ruben said loudly. Christer jumped yet again and spilled some of his mulled wine. Per Moberg, Ruben said in a lower voice, pointing to the crossword. The chef. The bones are going to be looked at one more time by our medical examiner, Christer said, glaring at his colleague. We believe there may be more to his disappearance and death than we previously thought. There are similarities to another case. Gun nodded and sat down after refilling their cups. Then she picked up the pencil and dutifully entered Per Moberg's name in the empty squares running down from his picture. Do what you must, she said, as the faint sound of Christmas music continued in the background. You have my blessing. Do what you must. Yes, well, Merry Christmas for the time being, Christer murmured. Or something. As they left, Gun remained at the kitchen table, hunched over the crossword, with a deep line of concentration running across her forehead as she continued to scrawl letters into empty boxes. "I'm going to pay Granny a visit just as soon as I can," Ruben said as they left the flat. "Time's a real bastard. All of a sudden, it runs out." 48. That moment between dreaming and reality was when she was closest. In the dreams, she was hard to capture, and when he was awake, he struggled to see her features clearly. But in those seconds after the dream and before reality hit, he always saw her clearly. Dad had called her our son. As always, Dad was right. There was light shining around her as if she had her own sun that followed her and illuminated her and everyone in proximity to her. That was why it was always so cold when the sun went out. That was why Dad had chosen to bring him with him into the darkness when the sun had gone out for good. It was better to live completely without what had once been. Without Mum dancing in their kitchen, with a kitchen table covered in the checked wax cloth and the chairs that all looked different, and that Mum had salvaged. It wasn't something that Dad had said. He had worked it out all by himself. Down here in the dark, his chest hurt a lot less than it did topside. Down here, it was safe. For them, at least. Down here, they were loved and cared for, and they could take care of others. They could give and take. Dad said that was important. A rat wandered across the cardboard he was lying on. It was so close he could count the whiskers. That was Buster. He recognized him by the scar on his nose. Sometimes he would share a few crumbs with Buster. It amused him to see the rat holding the crumbs between his tiny paws, with his eager nose held aloft. Give and take. One of the newcomers had wanted to kill Buster, but Dad had stopped him. He had explained the conditions of being part of the family down here. Life was to be respected. Life was sacred. Taking a life was not a human right. That was what Dad always said. So Buster got to keep toddling around. The guy in the yellow hat was calling out anxiously in his sleep, but he stopped when he turned over. The sound of the trains was soporific and calming. He turned over too and tugged the blanket closer. When he closed his eyes, he felt the dream taking hold of him again. He was at home. He was safe. 49. "Why don't we head over to see if there's anyone we can talk to about Crazy Tom?" Christer said, glancing towards Ruben. "We might be able to get to the bottom of just how Mark's remains came to be found." "Yes, I had the same thought," Ruben said, setting a course for Huddinge. The Helix Secure Psychiatric Facility was not far from Huddinge Hospital, and they had no difficulty finding their way. It wasn't somewhere they often went. All the patients were receiving psychiatric care rather than serving prison sentences, having been assessed as too mentally ill to be incarcerated in the regular prison system. Christer felt depressed each time he went there. But he also felt happy each time he left, simply because he could. The people receiving visitors had to stay. He sighed deeply. It took them a while to reach the ugly brown building, since there were still idiots with summer tires out on the roads. "Bloody Stockholmers," Christer muttered. They never learn that winter comes round every year. Aren't you a Stockholmer? Ruben said. Yeah, but still. They parked and headed towards the entrance. The security was very obvious. There was not only a big wall, but also an electric fence surrounding the building. Do you think there's anyone left working here from Crazy Tom's time? After all, it's been almost 2 years since he died, and I'd guess personnel turnover is high. Christer said grimly as they entered. Ruben shrugged. I suppose we'll find out. A dreary-looking plastic Christmas tree with a few baubles and meagre tinsel on it was the only indication of the festive season in the foyer. A woman in large spectacles and even bigger earrings looked at them quizzically as they approached the hatch at reception. I don't think we called you, did we? She said. No, Ruben said, waving his hands dismissively. We've got a case relating to one of your former patients, now deceased. We'd like to speak to anyone working here who took care of him. Crazy Tom? The guy they called the cannibal. I know who Crazy Tom was, the woman said shortly. And I know that Arnold was the one who dealt with him the most. He's on duty now. I'll call him. They sat down on uncomfortable chairs while they waited. The clock on the wall was ticking slowly. Christer thought the hands were moving with unnatural torpor. It was like being in a different, isolated world. He wondered what it was like to work here. He and his colleagues met their fair share of disturbed people in the line of duty, but here it was a constant in all the work they did. Not to mention that some of the people in here were not to be trifled with. Arnold's going to pop out and see you. He said he needed a smoke anyway. The woman with the big earrings hung up the phone and went back to her paperwork. Christer continued to watch the second hand and its slow orbit of the clock as they waited. However, it only took a few minutes before a rotund man with a big grey beard appeared and came over to them. He was like a Santa Claus for the institutionalized. He breathed heavily as he moved, and the pack of Marlboros in his hand didn't seem like a very good idea. Let's go outside, he said, huffing and puffing his way ahead of them through the door. Once outside, he lit a cigarette with trembling fingers and took a long drag from it before he turned towards them with an expression of relief. Fuck me. I needed that. We're Ruben Höök and Christer Bengtsson. We're investigating the death of Marcus Eriksson. Marcus Eriksson? Arnold's brow creased as he took another long drag. Mark Erik, Christer clarified. The cold was penetrating through his thick police uniform coat. He had never liked the winter. When he was a child, his mother had often forced him out into the snow for hours on end, but Christer had never wanted to play in the snow. He had usually curled up under some nearby tree and waited for his mother to call him back inside. Oh, yes, Mark. So this is about Crazy Tom. You know he's dead, right? Hanged himself in his room. No one could have predicted it. There hadn't been any indications that he was suicidal. But that's how it is with some of them. Suddenly they're done with life. How familiar are you with the case? I'm familiar, Arnold said, puffing out a smoke ring that slowly rose into the grey sky. And not for one moment did I ever believe that Crazy Tom killed and ate that guy. Tom, well, Thomas was his real name, was one of the kindest souls I've ever met. I know it's a cliché, but he wouldn't have hurt a fly. But Marcus's bones were found in his bags along with his belongings. Arnold shrugged, making his grey beard wag. That means nothing. He was convicted on far too flimsy grounds. There wasn't any evidence that Tom had murdered him or eaten him. He was convicted because of who he was, a mad bloke who looked dangerous. He always claimed he'd found the bones. He was even proud of the fact that it was, as he put it, an almost complete collection. Tom collected everything. A complete collection, Ruben said. The human body has, what do they say, 206 bones in it, right? Crazy Tom had found 200 of them. I note you're also saying he found them. If so, where? Not far from where he lived. He said all the bones were in a heap just by the Bagarmossen metro station. Inside the tunnel. Bagarmossen, Christer said thoughtfully. Do you know what he was doing down there? Another drag on the cigarette delayed the reply. He lived there, in the tunnels. Of course, you're not really supposed to, so they keep out of the way. But especially when the winter is like this, it's way warmer down there than it is on the streets. And at least you have a roof over your head. Ruben let out a low whistle. Do you think anyone who knew him down there will still be around? He said. I'd guess at least a few of Crazy Tom's old mates are still alive and kicking, Arnold said, stubbing out his cigarette. Or someone who knows who they were, anyway. There are more homeless in Stockholm than ever. Christer looked at Ruben to see whether he was thinking the same thing he was. There were other people in the tunnels. Other people who might have seen something. Who might have seen Marcus's and Jon's murderer. The only question was how they would find these people, who clearly wanted to stay hidden. 50. The name Marcus Eriksson was inscribed into the headstone. Adam thought it a surprisingly commonplace name for such an exceedingly flamboyant person. I assume there's a good reason why you're prioritizing being here for an exhumation, he said, glancing at Julia. I know all his songs by heart, she said with an embarrassed smile. The man was a musical genius. A pretty messy genius at that. But aren't most brilliant people? Well, I think I'm pretty orderly. Oh, shut up. Julia nudged him with her elbow. Adam looked away. He knew his eyes would give away what he was so desperately trying to hide. How helplessly, totally, and unfathomably in love with her he was. He didn't want to put any pressure on her. She had a family. He, of all people, understood the value of that. Especially now that he was alone after the passing of his mother, Miriam. With the best will in the world, he couldn't force someone to break up their family. So he settled for the crumbs he got, even though he intensely yearned for more. It wasn't about the sex, although that was obviously amazing. No, what he longed for most of all was to share the everyday with her, to tug back the duvet she was hogging, to bicker about whose turn it was to take out the bins, to get stomach flu together. Perhaps it sounded like the dream of a madman, but it was only once you had thrown up together that you knew you really did share everything. They're bringing up the coffin, Julia said quietly, bowing her head slightly. He did the same. There was something about a cemetery that summoned a spirituality that wasn't to be found in daily life. He always found it to be particularly present in the Skogskyrkogården cemetery. A couple of years ago, he had briefly lived in a small flat in nearby Enskede, and he had often taken his runs to and around the cemetery. It was not only beautiful, but also large, and took a fair time to get around. He had, however, always avoided the section with children's graves. In front of them, A white coffin was slowly being lifted out of the ground. "What do you make of the connection to the Serbs?" he said, as his eyes tracked the coffin. Yulia sighed in frustration. "It seems a strong lead to me, but I've got two problems with that approach to the investigation. Partly, that currently we can only link it to Jon and not Marcus, and partly that the top brass have got nervous and are delaying all attempts I'm making to proceed down that path. They're worried it will clash with the major investigation that's currently taking place into organised crime." "Got it?" Adam said tersely. Then he took a deep breath and asked the question that had been on the tip of his tongue for days. "How are things at home?" The silence seemed to echo in the wake of his question. It was the forbidden question. They had agreed not to discuss what Yulia referred to as reality. Their affair could only exist in a parallel world alongside their normal one. He knew that. He understood that. He respected that. Yet the question had now passed over his lips and was hovering in the air, as fateful as the coffin suspended halfway between the grave and the ground. White smoke rose from their mouths, eddying upwards and merging in the space between them. "I think I want a divorce." Yulia's words rushed towards him, onto him, at the very moment that Marcus Eriksson's coffin landed on the snow-covered ground with a thud. Adam didn't dare look at her. He stood completely still. But inside him, the blood was racing through his body, pumped by a heart suddenly working at double time. They walked towards the coffin. The silence between them echoed. 51. Vincent leaned back in the designer armchair. It still smelled new. Things were clearly going well for Show Life Productions, given the furniture upgrades. And it wasn't just the furniture either, he thought as he looked around. Everything in the office was new. Even the walls now had a darker, more exclusive tone. "I like what you've done to the place," he said. Vincent's agent, Umberto, smiled like a proud child. "It is nice, isn't it?" he said, holding out his hands. "I'm not quite sure about that, but I'm not the boss." Umberto pointed to a spot above Vincent's head. On the wall behind him, there was a huge self-portrait by the photo artist Lisa Love, in which she was dressed in queenly attire made entirely from playing cards. Vincent immediately liked it. It reminded him of Alice in Wonderland. But he could also understand Umberto's concerns. Given that the Red Queen's favourite line was "off with their heads," it was easy to see the picture as a veiled threat about what might happen if Umberto didn't do his job. "Your tour receipts have obviously contributed towards this," Umberto said. "And it also means better eats with your coffee from here on out." On the new marble-topped table between them stood 2 double espressos made from freshly ground coffee beans that Umberto had probably had specially imported. There was also a platter of spectacularly beautiful pastries. "I had them sent over from Magnus Johansson's," Umberto said with satisfaction. "It may be on the other side of town, but it's worth it." "Have I ever complained about the factory-made biscuits?" Vincent said, inspecting the pastries. He had to concede that the pastries did look completely symmetrical. That baker knew his stuff. "Biscuits," Umberto said, laughing. "Don't let Magnus Johansson hear you use that word." "But on the topic of it going well for you," Vincent said, knocking back half his espresso in one go, I've made my mind up about something. I'm going to take a break from touring. Umberto's hand stopped above one of the pastries. His face paled a shade, but he said nothing. He did, however, look at Vincent with that familiar, "What mischief have you cooked up now?" look. "Various things have cropped up on the home front that I need to deal with," Vincent said. He had no desire to go into any further details about the threats he had received. "And, to be honest, I'm not feeling too well," he added. "I have a headache after almost every performance, and it seems to be getting worse." "You're probably just exhausted," Umberto said with a stiff smile. "Amico mio, you're really straining your brain on stage. It's no wonder you're so spent afterwards. But it's nothing a bag of sweets after your show won't solve. I can add that to your rider if you like." "Well, the bit about lots of energy being used to think isn't quite true," Vincent said. There was a study that found that the extra energy required by an overworked brain equated to less than the sugar in 1/10 of a Tic Tac. But there's some fascinating new research from Antonius Villa in Paris that shows that glutamate residues build up in the frontal lobes, where we do our rational thinking, when we put a lot of strain on the brain. In the end, the cognitive functions are forced to shift down a gear so that the brain can clear all of this glutamate that shouldn't be there. That's why we find it easier to make decisions that require minimal effort when we've been working hard. We're no longer capable of activating the more advanced cognitive functions. Ergo, pizza and Netflix after a long day at work. And I wonder whether that might be the source of my headaches. I've never had the chance to clear my glutamate. Umberto stared at him. "Glutamate on the brain," he said slowly. "That's your reason. You know that we're currently paying 4 lighting professionals, 2 drivers, a tour manager, and a project manager for your show alone. What exactly am I supposed to tell them?" Vincent shrugged. "That I'm taking a break," he said. "A break," Umberto repeated, as if the word was not to his liking. "You're unlikely to get many Christmas presents from them this year, or me for that matter. How long are you going to be taking a break for?" "I think until further notice." Umberto slumped in his armchair. There was no pastry in his hand. He was even paler now. "Are you doing this to punish me?" he said. "I can always pop round the corner to the supermarket to buy you your cheap biscuits if that's what you—" "It's nothing to do with you, or the biscuits. I'm sure they're great. It's just that I need to take a break from everything." "Your fans won't be happy," Umberto said. "They're still sending post here, you know." He stood up to retrieve something from his desk and then handed over 2 postcards addressed to Vincent. "These were in reception last week, the day after you and I met, actually. I've no idea how the person who dropped them off got in without us noticing." When Vincent turned them over, he saw that they were actually just 2 halves of one big postcard. The address was given as Vincent Valder, Show Life Productions. No stamp. Someone must have hand-delivered them before leaving, without anyone seeing them. The messages on the postcards were odd, to say the least. "The steady dripping of rain and the nagging of a wife are one and the same," it said on one of them. "Don't fall into the trap of making promises to God before you think," it said on the other. No signature. "Some old Swedish proverbs?" Umberto said. "What do they mean?" "Not that I know of," Vincent said, tucking the cards into his jacket pocket. "And I've no idea. But thank you." "So, A break, Umberto said with displeasure. If you say so. He glanced up at the picture of the Queen of Wonderland and let out a deep sigh. 52. I've been thinking about what you said, about being satisfied. Lurks stopped mid-step and gazed at her in astonishment. Then he continued to push the trolley with a body on it in front of him. It was an elderly man, exposed in his nakedness. The Y incision had been neatly stitched back together, and apart from that, he looked as if he was asleep. Lurks carefully returned him to one of the chilled storage cabinets. Mercy killing, he said, by way of explanation for the man on the trolley. He had terminal cancer, only had a few months left. He was in a lot of pain, but he refused to go to hospital, so his wife killed him, with his approval. Well, at his behest, actually. Now she's likely to see out her final years in prison. The law's quite clear, Mina said, furrowing her brow. You can't kill another human being, regardless of the circumstances. What kind of society would we live in if that weren't the case? Lurks didn't reply. He removed his disposable gloves and then reached for a new pair. Then he turned to her. Has it made any difference? Huh? What? Said Mina, whose thoughts were still focused on the man in the cabinet. Milda was late again. This was most unusual, and it meant Mina had to engage in far too many wooden conversations with the medical examiner's assistant. Has it made any difference? Thinking about what I said about being satisfied. Oh, that, Mina said, averting her gaze from the cabinet. I don't know whether it's made any difference, but it's given me a lot to think about. It's made me take stock of my life, I guess. What's good? What's bad? What can I change? What can't I change? Give us the serenity to accept what cannot be changed, the courage to change what can be changed, and the wisdom to know the one from the other. The serenity prayer. 12-step. You too. Lurks hesitated for a moment. He picked up a cloth and began to polish a tabletop that already looked more than sterile. Then he stopped and looked at Mina. Not me. Someone who was, close to me. In a past life. She nodded. After many years in the 12-step program, she knew better than to ask anything more. Sorry, Milda said as she rushed in, her face bright red and catching her breath. I don't seem to be able to keep it together right now. Then she beckoned to Mina to follow her over to a table with a skeleton laid out on it. Coming here to see a skeleton brought about a sense of déjà vu, and the repetition concerned Mina. It reminded her clearly that someone out there might have killed more than the two people they were aware of, and the killer might not be done yet. How many times would she have to come here to look at bones laid out anatomically on a metal table without knowing the reason why? What I can say is that the last few days have been excellent practice for us in the placement of bones in the human body, Milda said dryly. She waved to Lurks, and he put down the cloth, removed his gloves, and donned a new pair. Mina loved it. Each new pair of gloves made everything feel clean, renewed, and sterile. If it was socially acceptable, she would have worn disposable gloves around the clock. Lurks, can you elaborate? You have some sensible observations? Milda stepped aside, allowing Lurks to step up to the bones on the table. He gazed down at them almost lovingly. We're being shown samples of peerless work here, he said. I can barely contain my fascination with this. Just like Jon Langset, these bones have been cleaned with uncanny precision. How were they cleaned? The same way as Jon's? Mina leaned forward to look more closely at the bones. Lorke was right. They were a model of cleanliness. There were no remnants of flesh, tendons, skin, or any other soft tissue on the bones. It's impossible to know. I can only guess, Lorke said cautiously as he gently touched the bones. But yes, I think my guess is right. The bones were boiled first, then beetles were used. So it's not possible to get the bones this clean just by boiling them? Mina asked. I don't think so. Probably not. Lorke looked thoughtful for a few moments, then became more animated. I could test it. We could do a boiling experiment. With human bones? Mina asked. Human bones? No, Lorke said, shaking his head gravely. That's not allowed. I obviously meant an animal. A cow, or maybe a pig. I think that sounds like a great idea, Milda said, putting a hand on Lorke's shoulder. Might give us a lot of valuable information. Is there anything else the bones can tell us? Cause of death? Mina asked the medical examiner. I'll take one more look at them, but I'm not holding out much hope. I can't see anything that indicates a cause of death. And Mark's Marcus Eriksson's bones are completely clean. All I can find are residual materials from the coffin and the soil that penetrated it. That's pretty much it. Okay, Mina said in disappointment. Let me know once you've boiled up your pig. Hopefully that'll give us something. I'll call you right away, Lorke said enthusiastically. Mina didn't doubt it for 1 second. 53. Christer scrolled through the document on his computer. He had come back to the list of people who had gone missing in the last 2 years. But this time, he knew what he was looking for. The connection between Jon Langset and Mark Erik hadn't been instantly obvious, and perhaps it was wishful thinking on his part, but he thought he had finally found at least a small piece of the puzzle. The fact was that both Jon and Mark had been men who had made an impression. Mark had been in the public eye with his brilliant music career, while Jon would never have been as well known as he was at the end were it not for the conceals scandal. He was nevertheless a rock star in the world of finance. And if there were 2 rock stars, then there might be others. That meant the first step was to find people who stood out, people whose careers had taken them to the top and who were considered guiding lights in their fields, and who had then disappeared. After an hour's reading, he had managed to find 3 such people in addition to Jon and Mark. There was an internationally renowned lecturer, a fashion designer, and an architect. Christer pulled up the files for each missing person report. The architect had gone to Brazil and not come back. Her siblings had contacted the Swedish embassy and the Brazilian authorities without any success in finding her. However naive it might be, Christer hoped that she had simply grown tired of being an architect and was now living it up on the Copacabana and didn't want to be found. Regardless of what had happened to her, she was probably not the victim of the phantom prowling through Stockholm's metro tunnels. The fashion designer was a different story altogether. One day, he had walked out of his second home in Österlen and never come back. It was feared that he had drowned and that his body had been swept away by the currents. Given that he had disappeared after a party at which the booze had been freely flowing and there had been a storm that day, it was a reasonable assumption. The lecturer was an interesting prospect. She went by the name of Erika Sävelden. The name sounded vaguely familiar. Hadn't she been the speaker at one of those supposedly inspirational away days that the top brass had wanted them to attend a few years back? Yes, that was it. The flyer had boasted that the speakers would include Henrik Schyffert, some bloke from Apple, and Irizka Sävelden. He was sure of it now. It paid to mix in elevated circles. In the report, it said that Irizka didn't have a family of her own, so it hadn't been until she had failed to show up for a speaking engagement that anyone had realised something was amiss. It had been her sister, Diana Sävelden, who had contacted the police. She had gone to her sister's flat and found it empty. No one had heard anything from Irizka since. That had been more than a year ago. Krister picked up the phone and dialed the sister's number. She picked up almost immediately. Diana speaking. Hello? Hello there. My name is Krister Bengtsson, and I'm calling from the police. Am I interrupting? A few seconds' silence followed. Krister could hear the sound of traffic down the line. No, I was just on my way back from lunch, Diana said eventually. But I can talk. Is it about Irizka? Krister could hear the trepidation in her voice despite the background noise. Diana had been left in limbo for a whole year. He couldn't imagine what that did to a person, but he suspected that the fear of one day receiving the wrong kind of news might be paralyzing. What he said next might turn her world upside down. I want to start by saying that I'm afraid I have no news about Irizka, he said. I wish I did. But I've just been reading the report on her disappearance, and I was wondering about something that it doesn't really cover. Is Irizka like as a person? Not just now. What was she like when you were growing up? The quality of sound on the phone changed. It sounded as if Diana had walked through a door. The rumble of the street had disappeared. I know the meeting started, she said, now further from the phone than she had been. But I've got to take this. Sorry about that. Now we can talk, she said, closer to the receiver again. Why do you want to know about Irizka's childhood? I'm just trying to understand who she was, to increase the chances of finding her. Krister avoided explaining what state he thought they might find her in if the worst-case scenario came to fruition. What can I say? Diana said. I was the big sister. Irizka was the little sister. So everything was a competition between us. At least she saw it that way. She always had to be the best at everything, especially if it was something that I did. Since I was a tennis player, she decided when she was a little girl that she was going to be the best tennis player in Sweden. While Diana talked, Krister pulled up photos of Irizka's flat. There was a glass cabinet filled with various trophies clearly visible in the living room. And did she do it? He said. Was she the best in Sweden? She got good, Diana said. Much better than me, but certainly not the best. She kept going for a long time, but she never made it all the way. In fact, it drove her into a depression around, it's been a long time. Say, around 20 years ago. She refused to touch a tennis racket and just lay in bed for months, barely eating. Irizka has always been fragile, even if she pretends she isn't. But that was an unusually dark time for her. I was genuinely worried she might jump off a bridge or something. She talked about doing it in her darkest moments. None of this had been in the report. Krister could understand why. A 20-year-old bad patch wasn't particularly relevant when looking at a disappearance in the present day. But faint alarm bells had begun to ring in his head, and they were slowly intensifying. There was something about what the sister had just said. "So what happened?" he asked. "I'm not quite sure. She turned it around on her own. When she was at rock bottom, she seemed to decide she wanted to be Sweden's best motivational speaker instead, by talking about her experiences. I've no idea where the drive to do that came from, but that's what she's been doing ever since. And she's done far better at it than she did at tennis." "Would you say she was the best in Sweden at that?" Diana was silent again. "I'm sorry, but I've got to go soon," she said. "My boss is waving at me like mad. I've got to go into a meeting." Irika was a bit of a funny one. I don't think she ever realised how well things were going for her. She was always terrified that the jobs would dry up. That was despite the fact that she was commuting between Stockholm and London, Dubai, LA. She was constantly annoyed that things seemed to be going so well for others while she had to toil for her own success. You know, for some people the glass isn't even half empty. Christer knew very well. He had been one of them. But then Lasse had come along and filled the glass. Irika didn't seem to have been so lucky. She had been alone, prioritising work, a stance that was all too familiar to his own. "Was she like that until she disappeared?" he said. "Do you think she just burned out?" Yet more silence. "Now that you mention it, something did happen," Diana said. "Just before she disappeared, like 2 weeks earlier, she'd gone from being someone who created stressful 5-year plans to suddenly living in the moment. She started calling more often, stopped looking for new gigs, always wanted to go out for coffees. It was as if she'd finally managed to calm down, in a way. We all wondered whether some kind of penny had dropped. But before we found out, she was gone. All the fuss around that made me completely forget how calm she was in the weeks before. If it didn't sound so macabre, I would say she'd found peace." The alarm bells in Christer's head were now almost deafening. Irika Sävelden had undergone a personality change just 2 weeks before she disappeared, and she was a rock star in her field. He thanked Diana for her time and promised to get back to her if anything else came up. Then he ended the call. He rubbed his face with his hands and looked again at the headshot of Irika on his computer screen. They were going to have to search for more skeletal remains in the metro tunnels. 54. "I can feel some positive energy in the room today," Julia said, her gaze resting on each of them in turn. She turned her back to them and looked at the whiteboard, which was covered with content that had begun to spread onto the walls. She tapped her finger on a photo of a professionally made-up and styled woman with a broad smile of a preacher. "Christer, I'll let you brief us on what you found." Julia stepped aside and leaned against the wall. She folded her arms and looked at Christer encouragingly. Mina couldn't help but notice that Adam's gaze was drawn to her cleavage. Vincent had been right, and once you had seen it, it was obvious. Julia and Adam were in a relationship. She could feel Vincent's gaze on her back. She had arrived just moments earlier from the National Board of Forensic Medicine, and they had only managed to exchange a few words before the meeting had begun. Bosse sat up as Christer cleared his throat and pushed his chair away from the table. He put down a saffron bun and brushed beads of pearl sugar from his hands. "Irika," the word sounded muffled as he said it, He'd just taken a big bite of bun, and he made them wait as he swallowed. "Erika Sävelden," he said, now speaking far more clearly as he pointed to the photo. "She went missing around a year ago, just as inexplicably as Jon Langset and Mark Erik. She was a motivational speaker. Well, I'm sure you all recognize her. Like our other two, she had a successful career and was a leader in her field. That was the first similarity I identified, but there's more to it than that." He paused and looked around. "Drama queen," Ruben snorted, rolling his eyes. Christer ignored him. "There were also similarities in their behaviour before their disappearances. I followed up with Erika's sister, and just like Jon and Mark, she exhibited signs of behavioural change, although it was the other way round with her. Jon and Mark both turned paranoid and acted as if someone was after them. Erika went from being very stressed and irascible, if we're to believe her sister, to being calm and happy, satisfied. The sister said Erika slowed down and started living in the moment. Erika might have known what was coming for her, just like Jon and Marcus," said Vincent. "The knowledge of an inevitable and imminent death allows some people to find a peace they didn't have before." "That's right. That's why so many suicides are such a surprise to the people around them," Christer said with a grim nod. "They have a friend or relative who has been in a bad way for a long time, but suddenly seems to be doing well and is happy and positive. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief and thinks the danger is over, instead of realizing that the positivity is the biggest warning sign of all." "So they all knew that something was going to happen," Ruben said, letting out a low whistle. Out of the corner of her eye, Mina could see Bosse sneaking nearer and nearer to the bun that Christer had left a little too close to the edge of the table. "I believe that Erika met with the same fate as the others," Christer said, moving the bun, to Bosse's evident disappointment. "Good work, Christer," Julia said. "You all know what that means. We need to carry out a thorough search of the tunnels to see whether we can locate Erika's bones. With a little luck, we might be able to do it tomorrow. We also need to locate any of Crazy Tom's friends who may still be holed up down there. But that'll have to be another time. One thing at a time." Mina swallowed. She could almost hear the faint rustling of rats and smell the stench of urine and festering rubbish. At the same time, she was just as eager as the others to make progress. If Christer was right, that Erika Sävelden was a victim, and that her bones were in the metro tunnels somewhere, then their discovery might represent a breakthrough in the case. Murderers were only human. They made mistakes. Erika's bones might provide the team with the boost they needed. "Mina, I know you'd like to keep exploring the Gustav Brons angle, and the top brass agree with you," Julia said. "See if you can find a connection between him and the other victims." She turned to the rest of the team. "However, I want you all to exercise extreme caution around anything to do with Dragan Manojlovic. I'm still awaiting orders from on high as to how we can best deal with this issue so that we don't clash with other interests. NOA's investigation is at a very sensitive stage just now. So if you're at all unsure how to proceed in anything, please come to me and I'll try to find a solution." Julia turned to Mina again. "You've been over to the National Board of Forensic Medicine. We haven't had time to talk about that yet. Has it led to anything? It's always a significant violation of a person's privacy and dignity to exhume their remains, so I don't want this to have been for nothing." "Yes and no," said Mina. "I don't really have anything new to report except that Marcus Eriksson's bones are in exactly the same condition as Jon Langset's. Very, very clean. And Loke, Milda's assistant, is completely sold on Vincent's idea that the method used was boiling, followed by some type of beetle. Bloody hell, Adam said. He looked as if he wanted to claw his own skin off. Mina had previously noticed that he had an aversion to creepy crawlies. All it took was a small spider to send Adam to the far end of the room. On that point, she agreed with him wholeheartedly. The very word beetle made her shudder. It makes sense, Vincent said behind her. She turned towards him. It's a very plausible theory, he said. I'd like to see it tested. Lurks has already suggested that, said Mina. He's going to test it out with pig remains and see whether he gets the same outcome as the bones found in the tunnels. Where's he going to get the beetles from? Ruben said, which made Adam's face turn a shade of green. He was now vigorously scratching his arms. Mina resisted an impulse to do the same. Her devastated skin couldn't handle being scratched by nails. I didn't actually ask that, she said, swallowing hard. I'm seeing Lurks after we're done here, said Vincent. We're going to see the entomologist to find out what we can about the beetles. Yes, Lurks was like a child about to open his Christmas presents when I called Milda to ask, Julia said. She rubbed her hands on her jacket. Even she didn't seem to be completely unfazed by the subject matter. I think that's enough to be getting on with for now, she said. There's just one more thing. She cleared her throat. On the subject of children opening their Christmas presents, I've wrapped up some gifts for the triplets. She looked towards Peder's empty chair. And a Christmas hamper for Annette. Anyone who would like to is welcome to join me this evening when I go round to give it all to them. The silence afterwards was broken only by the distant sound of All I Want for Christmas being played down the corridor. After a few more moments, they all nodded and then trooped out of the conference room. Mina stopped Vincent as they left. I know you're off to see that bug expert, but have you got a minute? Of course, he said. I've got as much time as you need. What can I do for you? They stepped aside. It's about the interview with Gustav Brons, she said. I spoke to Ruben about why Brons might have needed cash from Dragan, and Ruben's reply was that it's always for dope, chicks, or gambling. Something about that pressed a button somewhere, but I can't put my finger on what. All that came to mind was a cup of coffee. Do you know where I got that from? Mina could hear just how mad this sounded, but Vincent beamed at her. Oh, was that it? He said. I can almost guarantee that Gustav's vice is gambling. Gambling, said Mina. Yep. When you were questioning him, Brons used a poker term, but it wasn't one of the common ones. It takes a serious poker player to recognize it, or someone who takes an interest in more or less everything to do with cards. An old card trickster like me, for example. What did he say? Mina said in confusion. I don't remember any poker jargon. And what's it got to do with coffee? He said coffee housing to his lawyer when he wanted to leave. He said that was what you were up to, Vincent said. I've never even heard of the expression. Precisely my point. Most people have probably heard of words like bluff, call, fold, and so on, if they've ever played a round of poker. But coffee housing is much more unusual. So what does it mean? Said Mina. If that was what I was doing. She was preparing for an exposition. Asking Vincent about the significance of things was always a risk, but she had to know. It's the term used to describe talking about your hand while the game is in play. often with the intention of deceiving your opponent. I think he thought you were doing that when you asked whether he'd been paid to kill Jon. In poker circles, coffee housing is considered to be an underhand tactic, and there are actually casinos that have rules against it. So there's a high likelihood that Bronze is a gambler, she said. Gambling addiction has burned through bigger fortunes than his. Yes, it's a strong probability, Vincent said. Mina exhaled in relief. She had found out what it was from the interview that had been bothering her. Moreover, Vincent had managed to keep his lecture to the point. Did you know there are 3 rather different theories about the origins of poker? He said as she was making for the door. He sounded eager now. The first says that the game was invented in China in the 10th century, a kind of evolution of the domino games that were around back then. The second says that it is derived from the classic Persian game of Aznaz, which was first invented during the 17th century. And the third says that French emigrants took the French game POC with them to New Orleans, where the game gradually became what we now know as poker. I would say this is the most likely of the 3 possible origins, given the many similarities between poker and POC. On the other hand, early decks of cards only contained 20 cards instead of the 52 we have today, and the colours or suits were the same that we find in decks of tarot cards: coins, wands, cups, and swords. And tarot cards are very interesting in that respect. Mina heard Vincent pause for breath, but before he could continue, she had left the room. 55. Vincent went straight down to the car park in the basement to retrieve his car after speaking to Mina. Coffee housing. And Mina had been thinking about a cup of coffee without knowing why. Vincent smiled to himself from behind the wheel as he set a course for Djursholm. Mina was obviously starting to think like him. Once he reached Djursholm, he pulled onto Strandvägen. It went without saying that the most fashionable street in the most luxurious of Stockholm's suburbs bore the same name as the priciest street in the city centre. Milda had told him Loke was flush with cash, but he was still impressed by the address. On one side of the road, the houses towered above him. Some of them were more like small palaces. On the other side of the road was the water, and the fancy yachts belonging to the homeowners, of course. His sat-nav told him he had reached the address, but he still had to double-check. In front of him, there was a large automated gate at least 3 meters high. On the other side of the gate, the road continued between an avenue of trees to a large brick building just visible beyond. He saw Loke walking towards him on the other side of the gate, a cigarette in the corner of his mouth. When he caught sight of Vincent in the car, he smiled and stubbed his cigarette out. He emerged via a side gate and jogged towards the car, rubbing his hands together. "Hi, Vincent," he said, getting into the passenger seat. "It's bloody cold out there. Should we get going?" Vincent started the car. He had been crossing paths with Loke on and off for almost 3 years, and had always felt that the man was basically apologizing for his own existence as soon as he entered a room. More than once, he had contemplated giving Loke a self-help book to improve his self-esteem. But the young man sitting beside him now was full of energy and practically jumping with excitement. "So, we're off to see one of the leading entomologists in Sweden," Loke said, more loudly than Vincent had ever heard him speak before. "That's right," Vincent said, leaving Djursholm behind them and making for the E4 motorway to head south. "He's an expert on beetles. I thought you might find it interesting, and I think you can interpret what we find out today from a perspective that I don't have. After all, you're the one who works with dead bodies day in, day out." Vincent paused and glanced over at Loke. It was Vincent's job to read people and see how they actually felt so that he could respond to them in the best way. But Loke was a mystery. He wasn't giving off any of the signals that Vincent usually picked up on. It was like staring at a blank sheet of paper. Of course, that wasn't Lurks's fault, but Vincent wasn't entirely at ease with the situation. "I have to ask you something," he said. "Please don't take this the wrong way. I saw how you live. Why do you work at the National Board of Forensic Medicine? You can't possibly need the money." Lurks looked at him in surprise. "I'm a qualified osteologist," he said. "I'm an expert in bones and skeletons. It's my passion. You of all people must realize what a pleasure it is to work on your greatest interest. Anyway, Milda is a genius. I'd work there even if I had to pay them." Vincent nodded. Yes, he did know what that was like. And it oughtn't to have surprised him that bones were someone's passion, given his own interests. "You might actually know the entomologist we're off to meet, given that you seem to know a fair bit about insects," he said. "His name's Sebastian Bug, with a silent H, and he lives near Heringe." "Yes, that's definitely another passion of mine, but I don't know him. Anyway, surely he's not really called Bug, given he works with bugs." Lurks made a hacking sound that Vincent assumed was a blend of laughter and coughing. "You've heard of nominative determinism, right?" Vincent said. "The theory that your last name governs your career choice." "You mean the whole thing about there being lots of bakers by the name of Baker, and Sigmund Freud, when being into sexuality literally means joy? Wasn't it Jung who wrote about it?" Vincent nodded in satisfaction. Lurks knew his onions. "And now we're off to meet Sebastian Bug," Lurks said with a wry smile. "Nomen est omen." "The name is a sign?" "So says someone who shares a name with the god Loki himself." "I know at least a few people who would say you're onto something," Lurks said, making the same hacking sound as before. Shortly before they reached Heringe Palace, Vincent pulled off the main road. As they were approaching the address entered into his sat-nav, a grand white house, more of a manor, really, appeared before them. Set in the winter landscape, it looked like a huge snow sculpture. "Blow me down," Lurks said quietly. "I had no idea entomologists made that kind of money. Milda should change jobs." "But think of the glamour," Vincent said. "I dare say entomologists have far fewer groupies than osteologists." Lurks croaked again. Vincent parked next to a high-and-die on the gravel in front of the house. Lurks lit a cigarette as soon as he got out of the car. A slender, white-haired man in his 70s wearing a big white fur coat appeared at the front door. Come in, he said. "You'll catch your deaths out here." Lurks took a few hasty drags on his cigarette before throwing it into the snow and stamping on it. After glancing towards Sebastian Bug, he picked up the butt and pocketed it. Sebastian nodded briefly and greeted them, then showed them into the hallway and invited them to take off their coats. "This is my family's old steading. Luckily for me, it's been handed down through the generations, which means it costs me more or less nothing to live here. Entomology is my passion, but it doesn't exactly pay the bills." Vincent glanced at Lurks to see whether he was thinking the same thing. They had clearly been wrong about Sebastian's financial situation. Not that Sebastian seemed to show it. His wavy white hair was perfectly trimmed, and he wore an impeccable white safari suit, like an adventurer from the past. Vincent looked around. He had been expecting an eccentric house filled with taxidermied animals and scientific books piled up to the ceiling. Instead, the house was just as neat as Sebastian himself. Admittedly, the walls were adorned with frames containing many different insect species, but the frames were positioned at precise and equal intervals. Sebastian showed them into the living room, where they settled down on huge leather armchairs, which were incredibly comfortable, even though they appeared to be as old as the rest of the house. Vincent could almost picture generations of bugs sitting in these armchairs. For decades, they had sat in here in their adventurers' attire, reading important books. "Given the cold, I fear tea may not be enough," Sebastian said, going over to a drinks cabinet. "I'd be happy to offer you something stronger." "I don't drink," Lurks said in a low voice. He was back to his taciturn, withdrawn self. "And I'm driving," Vincent said. "But I appreciate the offer." Sebastian shrugged and filled a glass with amber liquid for himself. Then he took a pipette, sucked up water from another glass, and dripped 4 drops into his own before sitting down. "So, you two want to know about skin beetles," he said. "Dermastidae. Funny little creepy crawlies. Did you know there are 850 different species of skin beetles? Regrettably, there are just 36 of them to be found in Sweden. Truly nature's little cleaners." "And why do these particular insects do that?" said Vincent. His armchair creaked as he shifted position. "Being Coleoptera, skin beetles naturally develop holometabously," Sebastian said, sipping his drink. "Naturally," Lurks said. Vincent couldn't tell whether he was being ironic or whether he was familiar with the subject matter, presumably the latter. "They go through the 4 stages of egg, larva, pupa, and imago. The last of those is when they are a fully formed adult beetle. Once fully developed, they subsist on pollen and nectar like all other insects. But during the larval stage, they feed primarily on animal-based substances." "Do they eat all types of animals?" Vincent said. "As long as they're dead," Sebastian said, nodding. "Skin beetles are scavengers. They clean up dead animals in nature." "They're necrophages," Lurks said quietly. "Exactly," Sebastian said cheerfully. "And in that respect, they've come to specialize in slightly different areas. Atagenus peleo, better known as the fur beetle, prefers to eat fur, as the common name has it. And since wool is taken from sheep's fleeces and is thus a type of fur, they really go for any woolly jumpers you have in the house, not to mention any other textiles they can find. Dermastes lardarius, the larder beetle, has a name that is literally translated and is another species you almost only find indoors in Sweden. It enjoys nibbling away on hair and skin flakes, among other things." Vincent grimaced. Mina had no idea how fortunate an escape she'd had. She wouldn't have slept for a week if she had heard what Sebastian was telling them. "Of course, you'll want to see for yourselves," the entomologist said. "Just a moment." Sebastian disappeared and returned quickly with a frame like the ones on the walls. He handed it to Vincent. Inside the frame, there were a large number of tiny beetles, all with tiny slips of paper underneath them, describing which species they were. "We haven't encountered many Athrenus in Sweden, since most of them can't survive here," Sebastian said, sitting down again. "There are only 4 species that do. Take a look at the one in the bottom left-hand corner." Vincent saw an inconspicuous-looking insect in shades of brown and black with white markings. "That's Athrenus museorium," Sebastian said, sipping his drink. "The museum beetle. A hungry little critter. The larvae like to set up house in birds' and wasps' nests. But they're also found in spiders' egg sacs, where they eat any spider eggs that don't hatch, unless they get lucky and happen upon some dead flies or something like that." Vincent made a mental note never to tell Mina about this. Why are they known as museum beetles? He said. Fur beetles and larder beetles I can understand, but museum beetles? Because if they ever get into a museum, they gobble up all the stuffed animals. They eat fur, wool, carpets, silk, feathers, skin. An infestation of them is the worst nightmare of any natural history museum out there. Vincent nodded thoughtfully. What Sebastian had said sounded familiar. We're looking for someone who may have a large collection of, say, these museum beetles, he said. How would we go about finding such a person? Is there any forum we can get in touch with? Or perhaps even an association? I assume it's not all that common to have collections of live beetles. Sebastian drained the rest of his drink before answering. Anthrinus museorum is the most common species of anthrinus we have in this country, he said. It's found more or less everywhere, even as I said, in places where you definitely don't want it to be. Sebastian glanced towards the armchair that Vincent was sitting in. The previous image of many generations of bugs sharing the seat suddenly no longer seemed quite as appealing. All the skin and hair that had fallen into the cracks over the decades would be a feast for skin beetles. Vincent had to make an effort not to stand up immediately. He suddenly knew how Mina felt. But it's a little trickier than that, Sebastian continued. It's actually a different type of skin beetle that is most commonly used to clean bones. Abroad, they use Domestes maculatus. We'd call them hide beetles. In Sweden, we prefer to use Domestes hemorrhoidalis. He looked out of the window. In this weather, you'd need a temperature-controlled terrarium to keep the larvae alive. Anyway, the beetles reach full development over the course of 6 weeks, so any that were larvae in the autumn will by now be beetles. You need to know what you're looking for if you want to find them. May I say something in confidence? Sebastian turned towards Vincent and dug his hands into his pockets, raising his eyebrows. Vincent showed the palms of his hands. Anything that might help, he said. I really do hope you've got more than this to go on, Sebastian said. Please don't quote me on this, but I have to tell you that insect people are a bit weird. 56. So you're going to play Santa Claus? Mina nodded at the sack that Christer was making ready. Yeah, I've got the best belly for it, as Ruben says, Christer said. He avoided Mina's gaze. Anything related to Peder was still a sore spot and source of grief for all of them. You're coming too, aren't you? He said. Mina shook her head fiercely. I know I'm useless, she said. But I just can't do it. Not yet. I've got to get there at my own pace. She could hear how hollow it sounded, how weak she was for avoiding Annette and the triplets. They couldn't escape their grief. They were stuck living in the middle of it, every minute and every second. Don't worry about it, Christer said, awkwardly patting her shoulder and then hastily withdrawing his hand. Sorry, I didn't think. It's okay, Mina said, and she actually meant it. Christer smiled but said nothing. He continued to pack his Santa Claus kit, neatly folding a stiff Santa mask with a large white beard attached into the sack. Anyway, there's one thing I'd like you to take a look at before you leave, Mina said, clicking her mouse. If you have a moment? Sure thing, Christer said, closing the drawstring on the sack and testing its weight tentatively. What is it? Gambling. I can't figure out why Gustav Brons would need money from the Serbs, given the income he's been making on his own in recent years. Unless it was to pay something off. One explanation would be a gambling addiction. Can you follow the money? Use those contacts I know you've got at the gambling companies and see whether there's anything to show that Brons has frittered away large sums gambling. That'll require me to get them to disclose data about their customers, Christer said thoughtfully. I take it you don't have permission to do that from the prosecutor? Mina shook her head. Not yet. So do what you can without breaking the law. I know you've got good contacts in place, and I thought you might be able to, chew the fat with them, and perhaps check what can be deduced from the publicly available information about Brons's finances for the last, say, 5 years? No problem, Christer said, pulling on his coat. He heaved the sack over his shoulder. Don't suppose you've changed your mind, have you? No, I need more time. But give Annette a hug from me. Santa promises to deliver one hug. Ho, ho, ho. Christer patted his round belly. Mina smiled and watched him leave. She could still feel the warmth of his hand on her shoulder. 57. Julia knew the presents weren't enough, but at least they were something. It was an attempt to help Annette and the triplets have a normal life. This was the first Christmas for the triplets without their father, and for Annette without her husband. It was the first Christmas of all the Christmases for the rest of their lives. There was no present on earth that could compensate for that. Nevertheless, Christer in his Santa suit was hauling a bulging sack. It was all they could do. That and being there. Almost the full team was gathered outside the small terraced house, spending a moment collecting their thoughts. No one said anything. Ruben was concentrating on scraping the snow off his boots. Julia tried to catch Adam's eye, but he was staring down at the ground like the rest of them. She took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. Through the door, she could hear the pattering footsteps of the triplets. And then, Mom, the doorbell's ringing. Mom, who is it? It took another few seconds before Annette was able to open the door, and the triplets tumbled into the snow at her ankles. Molly beamed when she caught sight of Christer. Easter! She said, hurling herself at Christer's legs and almost toppling him over, sack and all. Santa Easter! Then her smile was replaced by a furrowed brow. But where's Uncle Asse? Julia looked at Christer, her eyebrows raised. She hadn't known that Christer and Lasse were regular visitors. What? He said, while trying to regain his balance. It's not like I know who you spend your free time with. Of course, he was right about that, and the smile twitching at the corners of Adam's mouth reminded her that it was for the best that Christer didn't know anything about that. Won't you come in? Annette said, beckoning them all into the hall, where they took off their shoes and coats. Julia handed over the hamper of goodies and hugged Annette. I've brought you some saffron lussekatt buns, Adam said, proffering a bag. And I've brought mulled wine, said Ruben. Just add the spices. I hope it's strong, Annette said, glancing across the living room at the triplets, who were now dragging Christer in their wake. He had barely managed to take off his shoes. The rest of them followed and sat down in the living room, while Ruben clattered about in the kitchen with Annette. After a little while, they brought out a spread of Christmas snacks. Annette sank onto the sofa with a loud sigh. For the time being, the triplets seemed to have forgotten that Christer was in fact Santa bearing gifts, and had instead transformed him into a human climbing frame. He was lying on the floor, completely overpowered. I think this is my first free second for about a month, Annette said, leaning back with her eyes closed. "How are you guys getting on?" Julia asked gently. Annette opened her eyes again and shrugged. "I try to find a moment every day when we're happy and just allow ourselves to be that way," she says. "Because it's hard. It's easy to feel guilty about being happy occasionally." A shadow crossed Annette's face, and she glanced away. Julia looked at her. Then she looked at the triplets, clambering all over her colleague and laying siege to the living room with their toys. If you didn't look too closely, Annette and the kids looked like any regular family. But the grief was ever present. Annette's smile rarely reached her eyes. Her family had been torn apart by a maniac brandishing a gun. It could never be repaired. Julia wasn't brandishing a gun, but she might as well have been, given what she was doing to her own family. To Torkel and Harry. Unlike Annette, she had a choice. She didn't have to smash her family apart, assuming she had one left. She and Adam needed to talk, and soon. 58. When Vincent returned home, he found Benjamin and Rebecca already in the kitchen eating dinner. Well, instant noodle pots. Vincent wasn't sure whether that qualified as food at all, on nutritional grounds. "Whose turn is it to make dinner?" he said from the hall as he took off his shoes. Benjamin shrugged. "I think it's your turn, but we sorted ourselves out. The fridge is looking a bit bare." Vincent sighed. He had forgotten to shop, one of the many things he seemed to be forgetting these days. Like clockwork, his headache returned as he was hanging up his coat. "By the way, Dad," Benjamin said, waving a piece of paper. "What's this?" Vincent went into the kitchen and took it from his son's hand. It was one of the postcards Umberto had passed on to him, the ones left anonymously in reception at Show Life Productions. Vincent shrugged and retrieved the other postcard before laying them both out on the table in front of Benjamin. Pre-Instagram, we had to write our platitudes. Words of wisdom, on postcards, he said. These ones are from an unknown admirer. Please appreciate your father's greatness. Rebecca slurped on her noodles as she picked up one of the cards. The steady dripping of rain and the nagging of a wife are one and the same, she read. Hello, century-old values. Nice, Dad. What kind of fans do you have? Don't fall into the trap of making promises to God before you think. Benjamin read off the other one. I've got to agree. They're kind of weird. But I was thinking about the wording itself. They don't seem quite natural, It's as if they were translated. Or, like you said, Rebecca, old. Vincent almost burst out laughing. Of course, Rebecca had jumped straight to analysing who had sent the cards. That was just the way she was. She related everything to social contexts. And Benjamin had zoomed in on the language itself. His son's analytical brain had probably already got to work finding patterns among the letters. It was as if Vincent had outsourced two of his own personality traits. The front door flew open, and Aston marched in wearing his winter coveralls, hat and gloves. He was covered in snow from head to foot. "I gotta poo!" he yelled, before heading to the toilet without taking his boots off first. Vincent sighed and went to the cleaning cupboard to get a cloth for the hall floor. If Benjamin and Rebecca were two aspects of him, then which part of him was Aston? He wasn't sure he wanted to know. "I hope you've eaten plenty of snow," he shouted towards the closed bathroom door. Because I'd forgotten to buy anything for dinner. He would just have to take Aston out in the car to have hamburgers at the shopping mall in Tyresö. The rest of them could come too, in the unlikely event they wanted to. He was surprised that Maria wasn't home yet. But on the other hand, he couldn't remember what she was supposed to have been doing for the day. It could all have been easily resolved with a telephone call, but he couldn't bring himself to speak to her, because she would only ask about Mina, and then he would have to give her an answer. Suddenly he saw something out of the corner of his eye and turned towards the living room. There was nothing there. He must have been mistaken. But, for a moment, he'd thought he could see something on the wall. It had looked like letters. Or a word? He frowned as the familiar headache resumed its dull throb. 59. 9 days to go. Mina was better prepared for the tunnels this time. The afternoon before, she had acquired a pair of sturdy boots that were going straight in the bin once the search was over. She was wearing gloves since it was icy cold inside the tunnels, but over her leather ones, she was also wearing XL-sized disposable gloves. She had another 5 pairs in her pocket. Of course, she was wearing a mask too. Ruben, who was at her side, had no protection whatsoever. That was, unless you counted the almost obscenely large hat with ear flaps that he was wearing. It was apparently an early Christmas present from his daughter. He looked ridiculous. "Jesus Christ, it's freezing down here," he said, hugging himself as they stepped down off the platform at Odenplan station and entered the tunnel. "I thought it would be warmer." This isn't exactly how I imagined spending the run-up to Christmas either, Mina said, sparing a thought for Nathalie, who had moved in with her, but whom she had barely seen. This provoked a smile from the representative from the council-owned metro operator, who was escorting them for safety reasons. "But isn't all the history down here fascinating?" she said. "What was your name again? Ruben? I'm sorry, but you have to wear a safety helmet down here." The very first thing Mina had done was to disinfect her own. Ruben was still clutching his. "Astrid's hat is all I need," he said, scowling at the metro woman. The woman was partly right about the history thing. What she had told them had been interesting, at least for the first 2 stations they had visited. The charms of yet another set of points had begun to wane after a while. The theory was that since Jon Langset's bones had been found fairly close to a station, as had Marcus Eriksson's, if Crazy Tom was to be believed, then the murderer wanted them to be found. So, if there were more bones in the tunnels, these too would be found in proximity to a station. Which was lucky for them, because searching the whole tunnel network would be an impossible job. "There are 100 stations on the Stockholm Metro," Mina muttered. 47 of them are underground. We're on our way to our 3rd. I think Adam and Julia have done 4. If the other 2 teams have got through as many as we have in a day, then I think we'd better prepare to celebrate Christmas underground. We may be here a while. They switched on their torches and went further into the tunnel. The light from the station behind them grew fainter. Soon, they had gone far enough. There was no pile of gravel in this tunnel either. Mina was almost disappointed that they hadn't found anything. While a new find would obviously be tragic, it would also get things moving. All of a sudden, the phone in her pocket began to ring. She pulled it out and checked the display. Julia. "Yes?" she said. "Hi," Julia said, slightly out of breath. "We're at Karlaplan, and we've found a new heap, one with bones in it. Adam's called forensics, and they're not here yet, But I'd put money on Christer being right about it being that missing lecturer, Erika Sävelden. The light from Mina's torch bounced off something ahead of them. Ruben gasped, and she stopped in her tracks. But if you've got Erika there, Mina said slowly, then who have we got here? The beam of light was playing across a heap of gravel in front of them, a heap just big enough to hide a human skeleton, a heap from which there was something white protruding. 60. But shouldn't I drive you to your train? Vincent said. You've got a long journey ahead of you before you get to your parents. Maria and Aston were in the hallway putting on their coats. Maria had packed a large suitcase, and Aston was grappling with a backpack that was definitely designed for children. It was almost comical how much more luggage was needed in winter. We'll be fine, Maria said ungraciously. We might as well take the bus to the station. You know how much Aston loves taking the bus. And it will be silly for you to be wasting time on us. You might suddenly be needed for that police investigation. Vincent knew exactly what his wife was getting at, or rather, who. But he couldn't bring himself to put up a defense. Not again. Anyway, he had to admit that Maria's constant accusations had begun to assume a veneer of truth. Mina occupied most of his thoughts. He knew it could never be more than that, but he also knew that he would be completely lost without her. Unfortunately, he couldn't say the same thing about his wife. It might have been true once upon a time, but if so, that had been a long time ago. It was just as well Mina harboured no romantic feelings towards him, because if she had done, it really would have made things difficult. We're going on the bus, and then the train, Aston shouted, finally managing to put on his backpack. I'm going to sit at the very front of the bus. Unless someone elderly who needs the seat more than you gets on, Maria said, sententiously. If they do, you'll have to move. If some old person gets on, they can sit on my knee and tell me stories. Vincent smiled at his son and then turned to look at his wife. He realised how little he knew about her, still, after all these years. In the beginning, it had all been down to passion, pure carnal lust. By the time that they no longer needed it, to quote Maria, they were already living together as a couple. All without really knowing each other. Maria had made valiant attempts to understand him. He knew that much. But he was very unsure about the outcome. Was it really possible to know anything about another person beyond one's own projections and unconfirmed assumptions? Probably not. He would of course miss Maria if they were no longer married. But how much? Did he even dare ask himself that question? Maria, who had been in the middle of finding dry mittens for Aston, stopped and gave Vincent a strange look. It was as if she could read his mind. You've been very quiet lately, she said. Is everything okay? Vincent shook his head. Everything was most definitely not okay. I've got such a bad headache, constantly, he said. And a kind of uneasy feeling that seems to be creeping up on me more and more with each passing day. I don't think it did you much good being at home so much in the autumn, she said. When the dark winter arrives, it makes the melancholy even worse. She gave Aston his mittens. Then she stood on tiptoe to kiss Vincent on the cheek. She placed her hand on the spot where she had just kissed him and looked him in the eyes. Do you promise to follow me? she said. I promise, he said, taking her hand in his. But I can't promise I'll eat your father's pig's trotters. Grandad has pig's trotters? Aston said in horrified fascination. I've never seen them. Then ask him to show you, Vincent said, escorting them to the front door. They're big and hairy. As they left, he was suddenly overcome by the overwhelming feeling that he might never see them again. It came close to knocking him over. He wanted to run out into the snow in his socks, grab them in his arms, and tell them how much he loved them. Tell them that they shouldn't go. Instead, he took a deep breath and closed the door. 61. Mina crossed the threshold into her apartment. Julia had given her a dispensation to go home and shower after her stint in the tunnels. The thick winter gear, gloves and mask had done their job, but she could still feel the dirt making its way into her pores. She had left her boots outside the front door for the time being. She undressed as quickly as possible while still standing in the hall. She jumped out of her trousers, tugged her top over her head, and then spotted the shoes. It took her a split second to remember who they belonged to. Nathalie. Mina had completely forgotten that her daughter now had her own key. She quickly pulled the top back on over her head and picked up her trousers from the floor. But then she stopped mid-movement before she had time to put them on again. The study door was open. The door that she was always so careful to keep locked. There were stacks of cardboard boxes on the living room floor outside. She knew perfectly well what they contained. Her disposable knickers and vests, hand sanitizer and alcohol gel, various cleaning supplies and equipment which had been taking up the rest of the space were in another pile. And, as if that weren't bad enough, she could hear Nathalie rummaging around inside. Mum? Nathalie said, popping her head out of the door. Hi. I'm just having a tidy up. I don't know why you've got so many boxes and stuff in here. The place looks more like a stockroom than a study. Anyway, I thought I'd try and move in here. It didn't feel right, you giving me your bedroom while you sleep on the sofa. This room will be great if we just sort it out a bit. Hang on, why aren't you wearing any trousers? Mina could only stare. She had no idea what to say. She walked stiffly into the living room and placed her trousers on top of the stack of boxes. There it was. For her, it had long been a perfectly reasonable way, the only way to live. A deep-seated source of shame that she hid from everyone to avoid being seen as completely abnormal. And now her secret was just lying there, scattered across the floor. And her daughter was standing in the middle of it. You weren't allowed, Mina said. I haven't. She cleared her throat and tried again. How was she supposed to explain? I think there's something I have to explain. But you're kind of crazy, Nathalie said, laughing. I knew that. I've never known anyone who needed 200 pairs of knickers before. This is Mina began in a low voice. She was about to say, my life, but stopped herself at the very last moment. You have no right to do this. There are some things that are private. You can't just come in here and... Mom, Nathalie said. It's just cleaning stuff. And knickers. Well, it's an absurd quantity of knickers. But it's not like I found some basement where you whip kids or something. It's just stuff. If we do a bit of reorganizing, then most of it should fit into your bedroom. Her daughter squinted at her before continuing. I really hope you've got something more private than this for me to find next time you're out. Taking the piss out of you for having some vests and hand sanitizer just isn't all that. Myrna looked at her daughter, trying to detect mockery in her gaze, disapproval at the corners of her mouth, or horror at being presented with a parent who was off their head. But she saw none of that. Nathalie just seemed to be happy. Come and help me clean up, Nathalie said, grinning at her as she handed her a pair of rubber gloves, although she wasn't wearing any herself. Mina swallowed. The fort had not only been occupied and the drawbridge lowered, but the castle ghosts had also been drawn out into the light. She was definitely not ready for this, but she guessed she might never be. And she'd experienced worse. She'd been into the Stockholm metro tunnels and survived. She would just have to shower later. She swallowed again. Then she smiled back. Did you say clean up? She said, pulling on the rubber gloves. Let me show you how the professionals do it. 62. Niklas was standing by the window in his office, as he often did nowadays. The people in the street below were wrapped up warm in winter coats, carrying bags filled with Christmas presents and looking happy. But one of them might be out to get him. With each passing day, the likelihood that his fate was awaiting him in the street below increased. We've spoken to everyone who was working at the TV studio 2 days ago, Tord said from behind him. The security service have also run additional background checks on them. They've looked into their social media networks and their political views. Political views, Niklas said, turning around. Are we even allowed to do that? Tord shrugged. Well, we did. You can pretend you didn't hear about that bit of it if you like. Niklas slumped into his chair and ran a hand over his face. And, he said, what did you find? Tord swallowed before answering. His Adam's apple was bobbing up and down. There would have been something comical about the discomfort this compact man was feeling, except the subject matter was deeply unfunny. Nothing, Tord said, his voice faltering. Nothing on anyone, apart from one of them having an affair, but I doubt that matters much. The editorial team is beside itself, and the SVT management have unofficially sent their apologies, and unofficially, Niklas said, raising his eyebrows. Tord cleared his throat. We'd like to keep the whole thing a secret so that the perpetrator doesn't have any confirmation, and SVT can't issue an official apology if nothing has happened. The presenters, the floor managers, and the camera operators who were working are devastated that this happened right before their very eyes. So the perpetrator came and went without anyone seeing them? That's impossible, Tord said. The security detail would have noticed right away if there were any unauthorized persons in the studio. Niklas spun on his chair so that he could look out of the window again. There was a man walking along the street with his head bowed against the snow. So that means it was one of the people who works there, he said. I'm afraid that's not likely either. We had already run background checks on everyone who was there. Everyone who was in the studio had been given the all clear by the security service. Niklas had seen the man in the street before. Take a look down there, he said, pointing out of the window. That man down there. I've seen him several times before. Always outside here. What's he doing here? I swear he's watching me. I assume you've got security people on the street. Ask them to bring him in. Tor peered out of the window and sighed. That's our caretaker, he said. He always goes home about this time. Obviously. Now Niklas recognized him. Of course, he was becoming paranoid. He looked again at the man trudging through the snow. The caretaker would keep going home each and every day, perhaps to his family in Södermalm who were missing him, or perhaps to a bachelor pad in Upplands Väsby. Niklas had no idea. The point was that the caretaker would still be doing the same thing next week, and the week after that. But by then, Niklas would no longer exist. He closed his eyes and visualized the symbol in his mind. An 8, with the bottom half colored in. You can go now, he said wearily to Tor, his eyes still closed. Maybe, just maybe, it was time to accept the facts. And why not? The last 20 years had been amazing. But all good things had to come to an end sooner or later. In 9 days, it would all be over. He would no longer exist. He wondered whether Nathalie would understand. And he hoped it wouldn't hurt too much when his time came. 63. Mina was waiting for Vincent in Kronobergsparken, on the hill above police headquarters. She needed a change of scene and to cool down after her cleaning session with Nathalie. She couldn't shower all the time now that her daughter was in the apartment. She'd had to make do with once. Mina exhaled and stared in fascination at the condensation hovering in the air in front of her mouth. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she almost thought she could make out ice crystals forming on her own breath. Then they dissolved into the air. She was no fan of winter storms, but she thought the cold was beautiful. Cold preserved. It disinfected. It stopped time and space. She knew that when others called her the Ice Queen, they weren't paying her a compliment. A blonde man in a black coat with a distinctive shape appeared at the far end of the park. Vincent. Despite all her thoughts about the cold, a surprisingly warm feeling spread through her body. Although describing it as warm was feeble. As he approached, her temperature rose until she felt like an oven. She had to undo her coat to cool off. Oh, wow. Is it that hot? Vincent said when he reached her. Mina didn't know what to say. She could feel herself beginning to blush. What was happening? Let's take a walk, she said, setting off. So, how are we doing? He said. This was delivered as if it were the most obvious question in the world. She had no idea how to respond. We, she said, but Vincent interrupted her. Well, the investigation, I mean, he said. I see you've brought the file with you. She looked down at the file in her hand. She had completely forgotten about it. We've actually found another 2 heaps of bones, she said, clearing her throat. So that makes 4 in total. The 4th one is something of a mystery since it doesn't match any of the people reported missing in recent years. Vincent had an air of concentration about him. There was the sound of children laughing from somewhere ahead of them in the park. As Mina and Vincent got closer, they saw a small sledging hill crowded with children from a nursery. Come on, Vincent said, a glint in his eye. He grabbed her by the hand and began to head briskly for the top of the hill. She had no choice but to follow. There's going to be a fifth pile of bones, mentalist bones, if you do what I think you're going to do, she said. Didn't you tell me once that it's important to do normal stuff when other people are watching? He said, grabbing 2 empty sledges. The children around them didn't seem to care one bit about the grown-up man in his dark coat. Not even when he got onto a sledge that was much too small for him, with the words Kronan Nursery emblazoned on the side. Didn't I also once say something about you being insane? Mina said, shaking her head. He pointed to the sledge next to him, and she reluctantly got on. She had to fold her legs to fit, and as she struggled to maintain her balance while clutching the file, she realized that the snow must have stopped falling a while ago. The sun was making the snow on the hills sparkle. Vincent leaned towards her and took hold of her sledge, laughing. Amidst the winter clothing, the merry cries of the children, and the impossibility of it all, she could make out his scent. She inhaled deeply, well aware that scents were actually particles, and therefore the last thing she wanted in her own nostrils. But they were his particles, his scent. If any nursery staff ask, I'm going to tell them I'm in the process of arresting you, she said, then shrieked as Vincent pushed her sledge so hard that she flew down the slope. She couldn't help but laugh. He arrived immediately behind her, and they landed in the midst of the pack of children at the bottom of the slope. They had to struggle back to their feet. Thanks for the loan, Vincent said, handing the sledges to 2 wide-eyed boys wearing oversized winter coveralls. Then he strolled away as if nothing had happened. Weird, Mina murmured to herself, but she couldn't help smiling as she followed him. Have you found out any more in the investigation? Vincent said after a while. Mina shook her head. Just a lengthy write-up from Luke about beetles that I'm never, ever going to read. Vincent appeared to pause for thought. Occam's razor, as I always say, he said. The victims' identities haven't led us any further, nor has the curious treatment of their remains, or even their actual remains, or the connection to the metro tunnels, if there even is one. What does that leave us? He stopped suddenly. Do you have any pictures of the heaps of gravel themselves? I mean, how they looked before you removed the skeletons from them? Mina opened the file and took out the 4 reports, 1 for each victim, and 1 for the unidentified heap of bones. Forensics documented it all carefully before we touched anything. Of course, the first heap had already started to slide apart because of the graffiti artist who found it, but that doesn't matter much. They're just heaps of gravel. She opened the reports one after another and handed the pictures to Vincent. He looked at them, leafing between them and comparing them. Mina reflected that she could probably have set fire to his coat right now and he wouldn't have noticed. So deep was his concentration. Look at this, he said at last. You're right about the heaps looking the same. They really are nothing more than heaps of gravel. But look at the ground around them. He pointed to one of the pictures. A darker band was visible in the gravel around the heap. Someone has drawn circles around the heaps. I'd guess using a stick, she said, nodding. Then she checked the time. Oh, crap. I've got to be getting back. Ruben and I are off to see Josephine Langset again, as per your suggestion. They aren't circles, Vincent said, handing the photos back to her. Take another look. He was right. On 3 of them, she could see the dark band crossing over itself behind the heaps of gravel and then disappearing into the dark. They were all taken from slightly different angles, Vincent said, but it looks like the same pattern in most of them. It's impossible to guess why it's not there in the fourth location with the unidentified bones, but let's focus on the places where we know who the victims are. Mina looked at the pictures and tried to form a three-dimensional image in her head, adding details from the photographs. It's 2 circles on top of each other, she said at last. Like a big 8, with a heap of gravel inside the lower half of the number. Interesting that you see a number, Vincent said, because I see something else. I see an hourglass, with all the sand in the lower half. An hourglass? Where the time has run out, Mina said. She had no idea what it meant, but she grasped Vincent's arm tightly. The sun was gone again, and the snow-laden clouds had returned to fill the sky. Her own words were echoing inside her head. She had heard someone say something like that just a few days ago. Something about it all coming to an end. Had the person in question been referring to this? To hourglasses and piles of bones? She was afraid that the murderer might not be done, and that the next victim might be someone she knew. 64. When he entered her room, he found Granny Astrid waiting for him in bed. She looked more fragile than usual. That was probably because of the harsh winter. The absence of sunlight led to vitamin D deficiency and depression for many in the population. 10 million Swedes became as pale as ghosts and spent 4 months with their shoulders hunched to stave off the cold. And it hit the elderly twice as hard. So it would be no surprise if she seemed a little out of sorts. But when Astrid caught sight of Ruben, she beamed at him. The smile was just as visible in her eyes as it was at her mouth, and it was as warm as the sun in July. He saw that she had dressed up for the Christmas season, wearing the cardigan that his granddad had knitted for her. Granddad had been a cloth cutter, and it had been his habit to dress his wife in the most incredible creations made by his own hand. The neighbouring wives in Ilfsjö had always been green with envy. Granny had hung on to many of her favourite items of clothing from back then. "Excuse me, ma'am, have you seen my grandmother?" Ruben said, feigning surprise. "The elderly lady who used to have this room? Or should we just forget about her, and I'll take you to the dance instead?" Astrid giggled in delight. "Well, you don't look too shabby yourself. What with that jacket?" she said. "Quite the smart gentleman." Astrid slipped out of bed and peered into the corridor. Then she closed the door. "Might I offer you an almond cookie?" she said conspiratorially, producing a biscuit tin from her nightstand. The staff had long ago given up trying to get Astrid to stop eating almond cookies. Of course, it wasn't good for her health, but she was so old that their admonitions had become rather half-hearted. Astrid, however, took them quite seriously and made a point of hiding her cookies very carefully, though it was quite probable that everyone in the department knew about them. "Yes, please," he said, "and I've brought you a top-up." He pulled out another tin of almond cookies from his bag. There was a red ribbon tied around it. "Oh my, what a lovely Christmas present," Astrid chirped, deftly taking the tin from him. "Now sit. Tell me, how is my great-granddaughter with the beautiful name?" Granny was still so proud she could burst at the fact that Elinor had given Ruben's daughter the same name as his grandmother. "Astrid's a smart girl," he said. "She loves to paint, just like her mum. She's still doing martial arts, although not quite as much any longer, as she's also taken up ballet. She still wants to be a police officer when she grows up." Granny squinted at him and smiled. "Then what's up?" she said, prodding him in the side. "I can see it. You're acting like a schoolboy." Reuben fidgeted on his chair. Granny had always had the ability to see right through him. Ever since he had been little, it had been pointless keeping secrets from her. He could come up with an excuse, but she would see through it right away. He just had no idea where to start. "I mean, it's way too early to say, really," he said, squirming even more. "But I might have met someone." "Well, well, well," Astrid cried out, clapping her hands together. Cookie crumbs flew everywhere. "Not a moment too soon, either. Who is it?" "Her name's Sora. We worked together briefly last summer, and that was great. But I hadn't seen her all autumn until 3 days ago. We bumped into each other in town, and she's really... well, I don't think she even knows that I exist. Not like that, I mean. I'm definitely not her type. We barely know each other. But it's as if... Reuben..." Granny interrupted him sharply. "You're delirious as a 17-year-old. Now have a cookie and get some sugar into you before you pass out." He did as he was told and bit into a biscuit. "I'd lost all hope in you," she said. "Since Eleanor, you haven't been a good boy. I've been so angry at you. I know you lied to me about how you were getting on, but I didn't say anything. After all, I am rather fond of you." "Sorry," he said. "Don't apologise. You straightened things out. You found out you had a daughter, and you're a great father. Even Eleanor seems to have stopped being angry with you. So I'm sure you can make this work too. Be careful and take it easy. Just put macho copper Reuben back in the box, and I'm sure it'll be fine." No risk of him being around. She's not impressed by that kind of stuff. We're going to be celebrating Christmas together. "I like her already," Granny said, laboriously opening the new biscuit tin. She stopped halfway through the process. "I do hope she likes almond cookies," she said suspiciously. "Who doesn't?" Reuben said, laughing. "She's not mad." Astrid nodded contentedly. She popped another cookie into her mouth and munched away. Granny might have seemed fragile when he'd arrived, but now she was back to her usual self. "I expect to hear all about her the next time we meet," she said. "Or even better, bring her along. Yes, why don't we settle on that? It's a date." "One thing at a time, Granny," Reuben laughed. "One thing at a time." But he already knew he would do as his grandmother asked. She always got her way, somehow. 65. "Mina!" Christer yelled as he jogged lethargically down the corridor in pursuit of her. Mina briefly wondered whether she would need to find the defibrillator she knew was somewhere on the premises. Christer's face was bright red, and there was a wheezing sound each time he breathed. "I've managed to get what you asked me for," he panted, his hands on his knees. "Jesus, you walk fast. And you don't hear people shouting your name either." "I'm not really here," she said. "I just went for a walk with Vincent in Kronobergsparken and only popped in to get Reuben so that we can go on to Josefin Langset's. You haven't seen me." "So, you don't want to know about Gustav Brons?" Mina came to a halt. "Gustav Brons," she said. "Let me guess. He's racked up gambling debts?" "And then some," Christer said. He was still squeaking and wheezing as he breathed. "He's blown a fortune. There's not a penny left of the cash he pilfered through his confidor scheme. In fact, he's heavily in debt. And to all the wrong people, to top it off. That's what the money from Dragan Manojlovic was for. He's been borrowing all over the shop. The halcyon days are over for Mr. Bronze. No more luxury hotels, posh restaurants, or fancy travel for him. Not to mention the expensive lawyer he's always got in tow. He'll be lucky if he's got enough change left over to buy crisp bread. There was a degree of schadenfreude in Christer's statement. Mina's thoughts began to run in new directions. Gustav Bronze, gambling debts. Some of the puzzle was becoming clearer, but there was still so much of it that was obscured. For instance, why were Jon, Mark, and Erika dead? Thanks, Christer, she said, looking at him pityingly. That breathing doesn't sound too hot, does it? You know there's a gym in the basement. I can draw you a map if you're struggling to find it. Very funny. I'm in excellent physical condition, thank you for asking. I'm just going through a bit of a dip in form right now. A dip? I suppose that's one way of putting it. Christer glared at her and then turned on his heel. As he headed for the far end of the corridor, she heard him muttering grumpily. You pitch in and do your job, and what do you get? Shit, that's what you get. Mina smiled to herself and set off in the other direction. It was probably for the best if she did draw him that map. She hoped to keep teasing Christer for many years to come. And there was Lasse to consider too. Then she came to an abrupt halt. Something about what he'd said about luxury hotels had triggered an idea, a thought about Josefin Langset. After a quick Google search, she had a phone number. As she was dialing, she hurried down the corridor to fetch Ruben. 66. The house in Stureby was no longer the safe refuge that it had once been. When Mina went home to take a shower, Julia did the same thing. After a day spent in the tunnels, her skin had assumed a steely grey hue from all the dust. But nowadays, Julia always felt low-spirited whenever she stepped through her own front door, as if she were entering a stranger's home. In a way, that was true. Torkel had become a stranger to her, and she had become a stranger to herself. She had always known who she was. She had constantly been defined by her relationship to others, the daughter of the police commissioner. Top of her class at police college, Torkel's wife, head of her own team of police detectives, Harry's mum, Adam's mistress. But somewhere along the way, she had got lost. She had forgotten who she was when no one else was around, and she didn't know whether she was willing to find out. Her words to Adam at the exhumation of Marcus Eriksson's remains had taken her by surprise, and horrified her too. She wasn't yet prepared to deal with the consequences of them, and she had covered herself with the word think. If she were perfectly honest, she hadn't actually said she definitely wanted to get divorced. At Annette's, she had felt like a real villain about to smash her family to pieces. But now she was at home, it didn't even feel as if they were a family. What was there to smash? The noise from the bathroom revealed that Torkel was showering. Why was he doing that in the middle of the day? She assumed that Harry was asleep, and a peek into the bedroom confirmed her assumption. He was lying on his back with his arms outstretched above his head, his mouth half open, and his fringe a little sweaty. There was nothing more serene than watching him sleep. She suddenly felt very soft inside. Could she really change his world? Destroy it? She and Torkel, together under the same roof, was all he knew. There was a glow on the bedside table on Torkel's side. Out of sheer reflex, she looked. It was a notification on his phone. Julia moved closer and tapped on the screen, which had now faded to black. The notification was still there. She squinted. She thought she was mistaken, or that it was some kind of advertising. But the notification told its own clear story. It announced that Torkel had several matches on Tinder. Well, not Torkel. Stureby Dad 81 had several matches. Her hands trembling, she put in his PIN code. It was the same as hers. In another world, in another era, their trust in each other had been so great that they had agreed on the same PIN for both their phones. Now that code was the gateway to hell. She slumped onto the edge of the bed while she opened the app and read on. It was a strange feeling to climb straight into Torkel's brain and see how he communicated with other women. Which jokes he told. What he told them about himself. The compliments he paid them. She dreaded the prospect of finding dick pics, or pictures of any female sexual organs for that matter. But thank goodness there were none. Although perhaps he'd taken that side of the conversation to text or email. Nausea began to well up within her. She was sitting there as if paralysed, clutching the phone with the Tinder app open, when Torkel emerged from the shower with a towel wrapped around his waist. "Would you like me to take a snap to send to Hot Mama in the City 95? Julia asked stiffly, holding up his phone. Torkel's face turned white. "Why are you snooping on my phone?" Is that really the question to be asking right now? Wouldn't a more pressing question be why you're on Tinder? His gaze wavered and he began to stammer. "Yes, well, you see, Tinder has a much better interface than the other apps. It's user-friendly, and it's got a lower frequency of fake profiles than you find on platforms like Ashley Madison." Julia stared at him. Harry whimpered in his sleep, and she lowered her voice to a hiss. "Are you completely out of your fucking mind? I didn't ask you why you'd picked Tinder in particular. I wanted to know why you're on Tinder. Full stop." Torkel shifted his weight from foot to foot. A small puddle of water had formed on the floor beneath him. Well, you're never bloody around anymore. I mean, how much attention do I get? It's no wonder I'm looking for some validation elsewhere. I don't do anything. I just talk to them. It's completely innocent." His indignant tone and exculpatory expression made her insides boil. She slowly stood up, threw his phone onto the bed, and stepped close to him. The familiar smell of apple-scented shower gel hit her, and for a moment she was about to relent. Then the rage rose once again. The safety on the metaphorical gun she was carrying around was definitely off. "How dare you blame me for this? You're saying that it's my fault that you're Tindering a bunch of chicks. All because you don't get enough attention when we have a 1-year-old and I've got a full-time job. You're fucking insane." She swept out of the bedroom, clenching her fists rhythmically as she made for the hallway. She was bloody relieved she was still called Hammarsten. Fragments of memory flashed through her mind. Adam's body on top of hers, her mouth against his. She knew she was applying double standards. She knew she had done something far worse than log on to Tinder. But that didn't make her any less angry. As she slammed the front door, a large swathe of snow fell off the roof straight onto Torkel's car. She kept walking. That was Torkel's problem, not hers. 67. They weren't as impressed by the apartment this time around as they had been on the first occasion. Now they knew what to expect. And there was clearly no joy to be found in the expansive rooms. Josephine Langset looked thin and haggard when she opened the front door. There were moving boxes everywhere. The tabloids had gleefully trumpeted that Jon Langset's large apartment on Narvavägen was to be sold to repay some of the money that had gone missing in the Confido affair. "When are you moving?" Mina asked, unable to disguise her pity as she followed Josephine along the gigantic hallway. Ruben was still stamping the snow off his shoes, but soon managed to remove them. "This weekend. We've got until Sunday," Josephine said in a low and trembling voice. Mina knew she shouldn't feel pity. Josephine and Jon Langset had lived lavishly for far too long at others' expense. It had been a life they didn't have the money for. But seeing the children's toys scattered between the moving boxes, she had difficulty not feeling some degree of sympathy for this thin woman. "Can we sit down?" Ruben said, pointing at the sofa that stood in lonely majesty in the middle of the living room, the sole remaining item of furniture. "Of course. They've already taken the rest of the furniture away," Josephine said, sitting carefully on the very edge of the sofa as they both sat down next to her. "It's all being auctioned off next week." The snow had begun to fall again outside the big windows. Before long, the streets would be filled with snowplows. Narvavägen was probably a priority street that would be quickly cleared of all snow. "We've got a question for you about your stay at the Ellery Beach House. You said you were there for some alone time just before Jon went missing?" "Yes," Josephine said, a flash of anxiety now visible in her eyes. "Yes. I've got 3 children under the age of 8. Sometimes I need to get away and just be. And Jon's always been generous like that. He asked our nanny to stay in the apartment and take care of the children so that I could have a weekend to myself." "And were you? By yourself, I mean?" Mina said, scrutinizing Josephine. Sometimes she hated this part of the job. She didn't want to know about people's dirty linen. She didn't want any insight into the less appealing aspects of people's lives. But all too often she had to. People's personal lives were often intimately connected to the crimes committed, and the police had to rule out that possibility. "Yes. I was there on my own. Why do you ask?" Josephine's tone was alert, and she shifted even further out onto the edge of the sofa. "You didn't bump into anyone you know at the hotel?" Ruben said. No. Well, what do you mean?" Her gaze shifted between Ruben and Mina. "We have reason to believe you were there with someone else." Mina held her breath. What Christer had said about Gustav and expensive hotels had made her think about the fact that Josephine had mentioned the Ellery Beach House, the latest addition to the Stockholm hotel scene for those who could afford it. She could just about make out Ruben's quizzical look from the corner of her eye, but she glanced discreetly at him to encourage his continued silence while they awaited Josephine's reply. People had a natural desire to fill silence, and the silence that was lingering in the air following her statement was dense and uncomfortable. It took a long time, but in the end, Josephine appeared to make a decision. Her shoulders slumped, and she surrendered. I was there with Gustav. How long have you, been seeing each other? Ruben asked. He leaned back on the sofa and crossed one leg over the other. Mina spotted a big hole in the bottom of his sock. Not that long. About 6 months. It started at Peter Kronlund's midsummer party. He's the third owner. We had a few too many drinks, and Jon ended up in a room with a 20-year-old influencer who was there with some board member as arm candy. And Gustav saw me. She looked away and fiddled with an invisible thread on the arm of the sofa. Did Jon know? Mina asked. She was tracking the snowflakes outside the window as they slowly sailed towards the asphalt. Josephine shook her head fiercely. No, I'm sure of that. He would never have accepted it. He didn't know anything. Do you think it could have been a motive for Gustav to get rid of Jon? Ruben asked. God, no! Gustav's not a killer. He would never hurt Jon. And I'm absolutely certain he'll sort this mess out too. The conceals business. I know how sleazy it looks, but it's more than just an affair between Gustav and me. We've talked a lot since Jon's disappearance. He's been a huge support to me, and I think we'll probably be throwing our lot in together for the future. He's just got to sort things out at home first. I see. Is that what he said? Mina said, struggling to disguise her contempt. It's a good job that what you have is the real thing then, because I'm sure you realise he's going to need all the support you can offer him, given the financial situation he's in now. Financial situation? Josephine said in confusion. I'm referring to the fact that Gustav has gambled away his entire fortune. Mina said as innocently as she could. And that he's still got huge debts. It's nice of you to give him a soft landing. The colour drained from Josephine's face. She said nothing. Instead, she gasped for air like a fish dragged from the sea and thrown onto the shore. Thanks for speaking to us. We'll be back in contact if we have any more questions, Mina said, standing up. Josephine remained on the sofa amidst the sea of moving boxes, while she and Ruben went into the hallway to put their shoes and coats back on. The cramped lift with its ornate gate descended with agonizing torpor. Mina breathed through her nose as she examined her reflection in the lift's antique mirror. Annoyingly, a few strands of hair had come loose from her ponytail and were hanging down the sides of her face. Ruben met her gaze in the mirror and let out a low laugh. I think Gustav's chances of making it last with Josephine just fell drastically, he said. I didn't know you had that kind of sadistic streak in you. It was very entertaining. I'll let you know next time so that you can bring popcorn, Mina said. I didn't buy any of her bullshit about Gustav never hurting Jon, Ruben said. I think we need to explore the possibility that the two of them might have worked together, Gustav and Josephine. I agree. We definitely need to take a closer look at them. 68. The door chimed each time anyone entered or exited, and each time it did, it made Adam think about the old movie, It's a Wonderful Life. It had been his mother's favourite film, and it had been their tradition that they watched it every year on Christmas Day. She knew all the lines by heart, and as soon as he heard the door chime, he heard his mother's voice saying, Every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings. It didn't feel as if any angels were going to get their wings tonight. Not in the seedy Indian restaurant they had agreed to meet up in anyway. You know, it wouldn't be weird for us to be seen together. We work together. It's no stranger than Ruben and Christer going out for lunch together. I know. I'm just being careful. Julia brusquely spooned more piping hot tikka masala from the small copper pot. You could consider it a good thing that Torkel started to move on, Adam said cautiously, well aware that he was venturing out into a minefield. At any moment, he might hear the click of a mental landmine being primed beneath his feet. A good thing? Good how? I think it's pretty disgusting that he's busy swiping right on Tinder. Adam said nothing. He tore a piece of naan bread in half and dipped it into the flavourful sauce. Julia was an intelligent woman. It was one of the things he loved about her. She had to see the double standards in her thinking by herself. As if she had read his mind, she put down her cutlery and tapped her fingernails against the tabletop in irritation. I know. It's the height of duplicity for me to claim the right to be upset. I'm the one having an affair. I'm the one sleeping with someone else. Adam still said nothing, but he couldn't help feeling slightly stung when she talked about their relationship like that. Affair. Sleeping with. It sounded cold and impersonal. It didn't sound at all like two people sharing something special, something that went beyond sex. He tore off another piece of bread and drowned it in sauce. Chewing bought him time, because he honestly had no idea what to say. Tastes good? The waiter came over and looked at them hopefully. They both smiled and nodded back. It was true. The decor and the food were a complete mismatch. The food was incredible. I don't know, Adam. I don't know what's right and wrong, which way's up and which way's down. I don't know anything anymore. But what do you want? Adam's voice was gentle, but inside him 1,000 emotions were raging. He knew what he wanted Julia to say, but he didn't want to force anything. He wanted her to work it out for herself, for her to want the same thing he did. I know, but I don't know, Julia said quietly. I know I can't carry on with Torkel, but I can't imagine tearing Harry's family apart. I want to be with you, but I can see 1,000 problems ahead of us. I want Torkel to be happy, but I don't want him picking up chicks on Tinder. I know I'm applying double standards, but I can't help being upset and feeling betrayed, even though it's me doing the betraying. For Christ's sake, Adam! Why can't it be a little easier to live? Just a little. Sometimes? She used her thumb and forefinger to show just how little she meant. Adam took her hand and squeezed it. He could tell by her expression that she wanted to tear it from his grasp because she was afraid someone would see. But for once, he ignored that. Julia, listen. There's no one in here who cares the slightest bit about us. And I'm not going to let go until you've heard what I have to say. Yes, there's definitely double standards. You don't really have any right to pass judgment on what Torkel does. But I still get it. I get that you feel betrayed. And I would probably have reacted the same way. It just needs time. It's that simple. I don't have kids, so I can't pretend I know how that feels. The only thing that matters to me is that you know I'm here. He let go of her hand. She didn't reply, but she smiled fleetingly. The door chimed. Every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings, Adam said quietly. What did you say? Julia looked at him in confusion. He shrugged. Nothing. It was nothing. Now eat up before the food goes cold. It's too good not to. 69. Milda watched in admiration as Luke carefully encased a piece of bone in bubble wrap and then applied tape to it. Reverence for the dead was the linchpin of her profession. It might sound simple, but it was easy to become jaded when coming into regular contact with dead bodies or parts thereof. Luke was anything but jaded. He was treating the old skeletal remains with something akin to veneration, as if they were as important in death as they had been when the person had been alive. Which was exactly how it should be, as far as Milda was concerned. He placed the bundle containing the bone next to the others that had already been prepared. "How long do you think it will take Gunilla to date them?" he said, starting to pack the bundles into a box. "I wish I knew," she said. "Gunilla is the best forensic anthropologist we've got. I dare say she'll use methods we don't even know about. But given this is a priority case, 2 days, maybe 3. It depends how many people she can bribe to work with her over Christmas." Luke placed the wrapped skull on top of the pile of bundles in the box that Milda was going to take to Gunilla. "But why don't we just give her part of the skeleton?" he said, with something bordering on anxiety in his gaze. "Does she need all of it?" "Well, I'd prefer not to split it up," she said. "It's better she gets all of it, and then she can use it however she wants. No one else needs the bones more." Luke looked as if he wanted to object, but he said nothing. Instead, he closed the cardboard box and sealed it with tape. "But then we'll get them back," he said. "Then we'll get them back." "Good. We owe it to these people to take care of them. Someone has to do it. Until we know what happened." Milda looked at Luke in amusement. She didn't know whether to be troubled or moved by the depth of his concern. "You know they're not going far," she said. "Gunilla is in the same building as us. With a little luck, dating these bones will make it easier for the police to identify them. Maybe it won't be too long before we know how it's all connected." "I hope you're right," Luke said, his gaze wandering over to the skeletons of Jon, Erika, and Marcus lying on their respective tables. "I really hope so." 70. Mina took a tin of coffee down from the kitchen cupboard. Inside, there was an airtight bag that she carefully resealed once she had taken what she needed. "There's something I've been thinking about," Natalie said from the living room. "Do you have any idea why Dad suddenly decided it was so important for me to come and stay here? I mean, I really like it, but it was kind of fast, right?" "I've been meaning to ask you the same thing," Mina called out as she measured the ground coffee into the French press. She switched on the kettle, took 2 pale grey Itala mugs out of the cupboard, and then went back into the living room. "I told you already how he turned all weird after our Christmas dinner," Natalie said. "It's as if he's constantly in a hurry, but I don't understand why. He's nervous. The slightest sound makes him jump. He wasn't even like that last summer when the attack happened. I don't think he can be feeling too well." When Mina put the mugs down on the table, a small piece of card that had been lying there slipped to the floor. It was the piece of card that Natalie had written Mina's address on. Mina had forced herself not to throw it out so that Natalie wouldn't realize how strange she was. That had been before her daughter had dragged her shameful secret into the light of day by tidying up the study. Then, Mina had forgotten about it, and the piece of card had remained where it was. She picked it up from the floor and saw there was something printed on the back. It was obviously a business card. But instead of a name, there was just a phone number, and a large number 8 that was half-coloured in. Vincent's voice resounded in her head. Interesting that you see a number, because I see something else. I see an hourglass with all the sand in the lower half. An hourglass where time has run out. She suddenly knew what it was that she had been trying to remember. Who it was who had said it would all be over soon. Niklas. It had been Niklas who had said it. What's this? She said, her voice barely audible. Nathalie shrugged. Then she frowned and looked more closely at the card. That? Oh, no. I didn't realise that was what I was writing on. He'll be livid if he realises I've taken it. I've seen that card before. It was under Dad's chair after our Christmas dinner. I was going to throw it out, but he was furious when he saw me doing that. He said it was really important, which was weird because it was lying on the floor. Mina felt as if there was a cold hand wrapped around her throat. Niklas had been stressed and nervous ever since their dinner. A change in behaviour. And after dinner, Nathalie had found a business card she had never seen before, on which there was the same symbol they had found around the heaps of bones in the metro tunnels. Something suddenly occurred to her. It wasn't necessarily that Niklas wanted Nathalie to live with her. He wanted Nathalie to no longer be living with him. He was trying to protect their daughter. Perhaps I ought to call this number, Mina said, trying to sound as normal as she could. She went to fetch her work phone and dialed the number on the card. It rang 3 times before it was connected. Hello, Niklas Stockenberg, said a soft female voice. Mina was about to say that it wasn't Niklas calling when she realised it was a recording. It had the same clipped quality you sometimes found in self-service call centres, where the messages were assembled from a database of pre-prepared phrases. The recording continued. We hope you have been satisfied with our services during this period, which has now reached its end. You have 9 days, 6 hours, and 23 minutes left to live. The call ended. Mina stared at Nathalie, whose face had gone pale. Shit. She'd heard all of it. Mina quickly called the number again. There must have been some mistake. Hello, Niklas Stockenberg, said the now familiar female voice. We hope you have been satisfied with our services during this period, which has now reached its end. You have 9 days, 6 hours, and 22 minutes left to live. It's a joke, right? Nathalie said faintly. It has to be. A joke. Mina was having trouble breathing. It felt as if someone had filled her throat with soil. But she didn't want Nathalie to see how scared she was. I don't think they're joking, Mina said, quickly standing up. Come on. We've got to go and see Niklas. Nathalie sat there, stupefied. Her gaze was unfocused. That explains why he's been so weird, she said, before standing up with a dogged expression. Mina heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't have time to deal with someone in a state of shock. Not right now. It was enough dealing with her own emotions. As they headed out of the apartment, she barely noticed the customary sprinkling of gravel left by Nathalie's shoes in the hallway. All of a sudden, it no longer mattered. 71. Rebecca opened her suitcase on the living room floor to check she had everything she needed. Vincent was standing in the doorway to the kitchen, watching her. He didn't like going into the living room. On the occasions when he had to, he avoided the wall by the aquarium. He knew full well how irrational his behaviour was, but the headaches sent their own clear message. Whether or not it was psychosomatic, it always got worse in the living room. Until he knew why that was, it was best not to tempt fate. "Don't you have a checklist?" he said. "Surely you need to take more than that." "Thermals, ski clothes, mobile, passport," Rebecca said, pointing. "A few changes worth, toothbrush. We'll rent our equipment there. What else do you think I need?" Vincent shrugged. He was still unaccustomed to the fact that his daughter was perfectly capable of getting by on her own. Just a year ago, it would have been unthinkable to let her go on a week's trip abroad. But his children were growing more independent with each passing day. Soon, they would no longer need him at all. He would be the one who needed them. As Rebecca closed her bag, Vincent gazed out at the snowy garden and the woods beyond. The house was truly surrounded by winter. Everything was white. There were 4 blackbirds sitting in a row in the snow outside the window. There was a gap and a small trench in the snow between the first bird and the other 3, as if there had been a 5th bird there that had flown away. He was hopeless at bird species, but he thought they might be ravens. It felt as if they were looking back at him. The birds were completely still, unnaturally so, in fact. As if they were stuffed. Vincent pinched the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger and screwed his eyes shut. Who would leave stuffed birds on his lawn? It was an absolutely preposterous idea. He needed to be careful not to lose his grip on reality. Not now, with only 2 days left until Christmas Eve, and the shadow's threat about what would happen then. 2 days to go until he had to be ready for anything and everything. "We should go," Rebecca said, going into the hall. "I just need to pop to the loo." Benjamin emerged from his room, his gaze fixed on something in his hand. He almost tripped over the suitcase. "Dad, you know that cut-up postcard you got?" he said. "It's a pretty good speed bump on the floor, by the way." Vincent blinked. It took him a moment to grasp what his son was referring to. "The postcards with the odd turns of phrase on them," he said. "Exactly," Benjamin said, waving them about. "I've worked out where they're from. The sayings, I mean. They're from the Bible." "They don't seem very biblical," Rebecca said, returning. "Well, I suppose given their outlook on women, they're about as antiquated as the Book of Genesis. You ready to go, Dad?" "Anyway, they're from something called the Book of Proverbs," Benjamin said. "I jotted down the verse numbers here." He handed the postcards to Vincent. Benjamin had made neat annotations in black ink on the edge. Vincent read the cards. On the first one, against "A nagging wife is like the continual dripping of rain," Benjamin had written Book of Proverbs 27:15. On the second one, which said, "Do not make a sacred vow in haste, or you may regret it," Benjamin had written Book of Proverbs 20:25. "I found these versions in the modern Swedish Bible," Benjamin said. "It's a new translation of the Bible that's supposed to be more reader-friendly while still being based on the original Hebrew, which is pretty unusual. And the Aramaic and Greek." Rebecca sighed. "Stop distracting Dad," she said. "You know what he's like about this kind of stuff. If I don't catch my train, I'll hold you responsible. Crucifixion will be getting off lightly by comparison." Vincent was struggling to focus on what his children were saying. He had automatically added up the 4 figures in the verse references, 27:15 and 20:25. 27 plus 15 plus 20 plus 25 made 87. The 8th of the 7th. Mum's birthday. If he had been in any doubt about who the postcards were from, that was over. They had been sent by his shadow. He'd sensed it all along. But this time, they hadn't been sent to his home. Instead, they'd been left at Showlife's offices. The message was clear. The shadow not only knew his routines, but he could also enter places where Vincent went quite unnoticed. And why he? It might just as well be a she. "Dad! We've got to go!" Rebecca called from the hall. She was wearing her coat, but Vincent hadn't noticed her putting it on. He stood there as if petrified, his mouth dry, and swallowed hard. Did the postcards mean that the shadow could enter his home, too? He couldn't handle this alone anymore. He needed to talk to Mina and ask her for help. But he'd also been warned against doing that. It'll still happen even if you go to the police. Just a lot faster. At least Maria and Aston had already gone. Rebecca was about to leave. They would be safe. He had another day to get Benjamin out of the house somehow. By Christmas Eve, he needed to be alone in the house and ready to face his tormentor. He cast one final glance through the window before going back into the hall. The 4 ravens were still sitting there, staring at him. 72. "Don't worry," her mother said. "Why shouldn't I worry when you look like you're having a fully fledged panic attack?" Nathalie glared at her mother. Grown-ups and their lies drove her nuts. They didn't get that she wasn't a child any longer, that they shouldn't talk to her as if she was. It was bad enough when Dad did it. Mina didn't have to as well. "I just have to find a parking spot." Mina looked around for somewhere to leave the car. The ministerial building loomed above them in all its magnificence. "Parking spot? What does one parking ticket more or less matter right now? My God, I'll pick up the tab from my savings if the warden finds us. It's quite enough of that attitude." Mina found a spot and parallel parked with practiced elegance. "Sorry," Nathalie said reluctantly. She didn't want to fall out with her mother. Fighting with Mina was still new and unpleasant. It was different with Dad. They'd been fighting for years. They knew where the line was drawn. They knew what the no-go zones were, and they knew what was allowed. It was all uncharted territory with Mina. "Come on." Mina opened the door impatiently and almost slipped on a patch of black ice as she got out of the car. "Maybe you need crampons," Nathalie giggled, glad to have found an opportunity to lighten the mood. "Ha ha, very funny. You'll be laughing on the other side of your face when I break my hip and you have to see to all my basic hygiene needs. I'd just rub hand sanitizer all over your body. Oh, shut up." Mina smiled at her, and Nathalie felt warmth spreading through her chest. It alleviated a little of the anxiety that was gnawing away at her. She wasn't alone. She had her mother, who was a police detective. They were going to help each other find out what had happened to Dad. Together, they would save him. Natty and Mina, the dynamic duo. They entered through the heavy wooden doors, passed through security, and then Nathalie led the way to Niklas's office through a jumble of corridors. Tor raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw them approaching. Hello. We've got the whole family. Where's Niklas? I've been having to cover for him all day." "Isn't he here?" said Nathalie. Her heart sank. They had assumed he was at work, where he usually was. Sure, they had phoned and got no answer from Niklas or Tor, but that was not unusual. The day of a Minister of Justice was filled with important meetings, and they couldn't always take personal calls from family members. Nathalie knew that. She had assumed he was at work and busy. Very busy. "I thought he was with you," Tor said with a note of concern, half standing up from his chair. "He's not in the apartment. Has something happened? I can see it in your faces. What's happened? Nathalie slumped down onto one of the chairs in front of Tor's desk, Mina on the other. Nathalie looked at her mother and nodded. Mina pulled out the business card and handed it over to Tor, her hands trembling. Call the number on the card. Call the number. What is this? Some kind of game? We don't have time for this. We've got to locate the minister. He's missed 3 meetings this morning, and I've been calling him every 2 minutes. We've checked at home, but in the end, I assumed he'd bunked off and he was with you two. He hasn't been himself for a while, and I thought it might be to do with this situation. He gestured towards Mina and Nathalie. I called, Nathalie said. Loads of times. I called you, but you didn't pick up. No, I've been calling you, but you didn't pick up, Tor said indignantly. Nathalie opened her mouth to protest. Then she realised. My phone's dead. I've been calling from Mum's phone, she said apologetically. Tor nodded. There have been several calls from an unknown number. I never answer if the number is unknown. We haven't got time for this, Mina said, fixing her gaze on Tor. Call the damn number on the card. Tor took a deep breath as if he needed to process the impertinence directed towards him before picking up his phone, putting on his reading glasses, and then dialing the number on the card. As he listened, his face turned white. What is this? He put down his phone and took off his glasses again. It's a business card someone gave to Niklas, Mina said. When the doorbell rang, Nathalie said suddenly. She hadn't thought of it before. I mean, during dinner. It must have been then. It was after that he got all weird. Her mother nodded at her, and she felt a flash of pride. She had solved a mystery, like a real detective. My God, said Tor. But what does this mean? Is it for real? He picked up the card, examined it, and then put it down again. I don't know, but we think something's happened to Dad. He's not answering his phone, and we've got no idea where he is. And you heard that awful message for yourself. Something's happened. Nathalie could hear how desperate she sounded, but she couldn't stop the fear from welling up. Nathalie's right, Mina said, looking gravely at Tor. I also think something has happened. Tor sat in silence for a few moments, as if he were considering various options. Then he picked up the phone without taking his eyes off Mina. I'm calling the director of the security service. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. But there was nothing about his tone that reflected his soothing words. 73. That sounded urgent. Vincent was trying to master the feeling of anxiety in the pit of his stomach. Somewhere at the back of his mind, there had probably always been a concern that Mina would get dragged into whatever was going on in his life. She was sitting in a dark corner at the very back of the almost empty restaurant in the old town. Mina barely looked up at him when he sat down opposite her, and he felt his heart pounding in his chest. Had his shadow finally made contact with her? It was a thought that made him want to leap to his feet and fight. It was unclear with whom. Without saying anything, she pushed a business card towards him. He noticed that she didn't react to the fact that the table hadn't been wiped down, which showed how important the card must be. What's this? He said, picking it up. He held it between his fingers. It was made from thick, premium-quality card. It was expensive. Call the number on it, she said. A gum-chewing waitress sauntered over to their table. Are you going to order anything? She said, pointing towards the menu, which was on a wooden stand on the table. Black coffee, Vincent said, glancing towards Mina. She shook her head. The waitress slunk off towards the kitchen. Vincent pulled out his phone and dialed the number on the card. Mina suddenly turned and called out to the waitress, who reluctantly returned to the table. "I've changed my mind," Mina said. "A glass of Chablis. A big one." Wine in the middle of the afternoon. This was a new sight to Mina. Something was clearly not right. A female voice answered, and Vincent listened to the recorded message. "Hello, Niklas Stockenberg. We hope you have been satisfied with our services during this period which has now reached its end. You have 9 days, 3 hours, and 13 minutes left to live." He slowly put his phone down on the table and handed the card back to Mina. She watched him intently. The waitress returned with a mug of coffee in one hand and an enormous wine glass in the other. "Where's it from?" Vincent said as he took his coffee, trying not to burn himself. The coffee showed all the hallmarks of having been on the hot plate for far too long. It had a slightly oily surface and a smell reminiscent of burnt tar. "Niklas received it by courier a few evenings ago," said Mina, "when Nathalie and I were having dinner with him." "And you don't have any idea who sent it? What did Niklas say?" Mina picked up her glass and took a large slug of wine from it. Now he could tell that she was really upset, given that the glass she was drinking from looked like it had barely been through the dishwasher. It was covered in fingerprints. "Niklas made out like it was nothing important," she said. "But evidently he didn't tell anyone about it, not the police or his own security people. And now he's missing. Vincent, what the hell is this?" "I've no idea," he said carefully. "It could be 1,000 things. A threat from some crank because of Niklas's job. A prank by a YouTuber. A symbolic ritual performed by some pretentious club that he's a member of. I could carry on. There are far too many possible explanations." "You're a lot of help," she said. "A prank by a YouTuber. Is that what it sounded like to you? And why does the card have the same symbol that we saw in the gravel around the heaps of bones in the metro tunnels?" "I don't know," he said, trying to ignore the fact that she was unhappy with him. "But it's not 100% certain that it's the same symbol. It might just be our brains looking for a correlation and interpreting it that way. I mean, all we saw were some circles in the ground." "Our brains. Do you think it's more plausible that there's no correlation? Do you really believe that?" He gingerly tasted the coffee to avoid answering her. It tasted as vile as it looked. "No," he said. "And I can't say how, but I think it's connected. That message also brings to mind a loose association with Faust." "Faust? How?" Mina said, taking another swig of her wine. Vincent considered whether to point out the state of the wine glass, but decided it would be wisest not to. "In a way, that story is also about someone making use of services, and whose time then runs out. But as I said, it's just a loose association. I blame my malfunctioning synapses. I'm only dimly aware of Faust. Isn't it something to do with the devil?" "Well, yes, the devil plays a big role. But Faust is really about time and what we do with our lives. Or at least that's my interpretation. It was originally a German folk tale about a young man named Faust who sells his soul to Mephistopheles, a demon. The adjective Faustian comes from the story about Faust and is used to refer to someone ambitious who sacrifices their moral integrity in return for power and success in the short term." "Why does he sell his soul?" Mina said. "What does he get in return?" Vincent thought the worry line between her eyebrows was captivating. "Well, The demon pitches up at a pivotal moment in Faust's life and promises to let him experience all that is good and wonderful in life in exchange for Faust's soul upon death. So what does he do? The demon? No, Faust. What does he do with this opportunity offered to him by the demon? Not much, I'm afraid, Vincent said, considering whether to try the coffee again before pushing the mug away. Faust is in pursuit of power, love, and the meaning of life. He is always looking for more, for something else, and he is consumed by his own anxiety. Along the way, he tramples over others. But strangely enough, Goethe, who wrote the best-known work about Faust, never lets him really suffer the consequences for his actions. According to Goethe, Mephistopheles was a symbol of the French Revolution. But most literary scholars prefer to see Mephistopheles as Faust's alter ego, the bad side of himself that he doesn't want to accept. Like in Fight Club, Mina said, perking up. Fight Club? That's an interesting comparison. Do you know that the film is often considered one of the best examples of poor mental health being depicted in popular culture, given that the protagonist has dissociative identity disorder? What? You know, what used to be known as multiple personality disorder. When parts of your personality are split from one another. It's rare, but it does happen. People who suffer from it often struggle to understand who they are and feel they have no control over their actions. What the film misses, however, is the fact that dissociative identity disorder is always rooted in profound childhood trauma. Kim Noble is a famous real-life case. She had 100 different personalities as a result of the abuse she suffered as a child. Most of those personalities had no memory of the terrible things that had happened, which meant they gave her mental protection. Mina had drunk most of her wine while he had been talking. "You seem to be very well informed about this," she said. Vincent shrugged. "I just think it's interesting," he said. "The brain is both our greatest friend and our greatest enemy. The things it can do to protect us are quite remarkable. As I said, Mephistopheles is perhaps just one side of Faust. To borrow from the psychologist Norman F. Dixon, sometimes we're our own worst enemies." Mina fidgeted with her wine glass. "Was there any other reason you thought of Faust when you heard that message?" "No, it was only the time-related aspect," he said. "A service that has been rendered, and time that is running out." "So when time runs out, the devil gets Niklas's soul," Mina said. And Vincent could clearly read the question behind her words. The worry was writ across her face, and Vincent knew better than to try to reassure her. For Mina, only the truth would do. "Faust is just a story," he said, "and you've got several days to find him." That was also true. "Speaking of time, I've got to get back to Nathalie," Mina said, glancing at her phone. She went on ahead. "I don't want her to be at home on her own for too long. If you think of anything that might help, please call me right away." She picked up the glass for another sip of wine, but stopped with it halfway to her lips. "Oh my God, would you look at this? It's disgusting." She dropped the glass as if it were red hot. It landed on its side on the table, and the wine that was still in it flowed towards Vincent. Mina didn't seem to care. She fixed her gaze on Vincent. "Did you see that? Why didn't you say anything?" she said. He squirmed uncomfortably. No matter what he did, he was wrong. "I'll pick up the tab," he said. "It's not big, after all. Get yourself home." Not taking her eyes off him, Mina wiped her mouth with a wet wipe she had taken from her jacket pocket. Then she was gone. Vincent pulled out his phone and rang the number again to listen to the smooth female voice. Behind the voice, he heard the laughter of Mephistopheles from the abyss. 74. 8 days to go. For the first time, they were going to the National Board of Forensic Medicine, but not to see Milda and Loke. Mina hesitated before grasping the door handle, long enough that Vincent beat her to it. A slender blonde woman of indeterminate age was coming towards them. She had cheerful, lively eyes and radiated vibrancy in a way that was in marked contrast to the building they were visiting and what its walls housed. Gunilla Strömqvist, forensic anthropologist, she said by way of introduction. To Mina's great relief, she didn't offer to shake hands. It was a custom she had difficulty understanding. It was completely unnecessary bodily contact, with all that it entailed in terms of the transfer of bacteria and uncomfortable proximity to a stranger. The Japanese had the right idea with their bowing at a respectful distance, hygienic and much more dignified. "Please come in. Do excuse the mess. I'm due to retire, so I'm busy packing up." Mina raised an eyebrow in surprise. She had guessed the woman might be 50 or so, rather than well over 60. "I'll just move some of this so you've got somewhere to sit." Gunilla picked up a random assortment of objects from 2 chairs positioned in front of a huge desk that was so cluttered the tabletop was no longer visible. The skull of an unknown animal species, a ceramic representation of a heart, a book about flies, and a T-shirt emblazoned with the slogan, "Death Rocks," were among the items removed. "Goodness me, you really do accumulate all sorts over the years," Gunilla said cheerfully, dropping the items without further consideration into open removal boxes on the floor. "In my line of work, we often get presents with a dash of gallows humour to them. Well, you're police officers. You'll know what I mean. We tend to develop a certain sense of humour in our professions." "Did you know that the word humour originates from the Latin humores, which means liquids?" Vincent said. "That, in turn, comes from the assumption in medical practices of old that there was a correlation between bodily fluids and a person's temperament. Having a sense of humour usually entails having not just a sense of what is funny, but also the ability to identify and accept with some degree of pleasure the imperfections of our existence, which, it must be said, is very much what you're dealing with here. The imperfections of existence, I mean. Another conception of humour is that it is an emotional and cognitive process with a physiological basis. It's an experience that consists of the discovery and appreciation of absurd and funny ideas, events, and situations. And let's not forget, the American DSM-5 diagnostic system describes humour as a defense mechanism that helps us to get to grips with emotional conflicts or stress factors by focusing on aspects of the cause of that stress that may be amusing or ironic. An excellent example is your T-shirt, Death Rocks. Of course, we all know that death doesn't rock, which makes that kind of slogan. Vincent, we get it. Mina held up a hand to stop him. Interesting. Most interesting, Gunilla said, now that she had managed to remove enough items to allow them all to sit down. She perched on a chair on the opposite side of the desk, but practically disappeared behind a couple of stacks of books that were so high they could only see the top of her blonde head. Oops, that didn't quite work out. She got to her feet, picked up the books and dumped them into another box before resuming her place. Right, where were we? Oh, that's right. You're here about the bones Milda sent me. Looking at them is going to be more or less my final task here, and I must say, it's a very exciting case. Skeletons in the tunnels. I've seen a lot, but this is a new one on me. We've identified all the other bones we found, except the ones we sent to you, said Mina. It will be extremely useful if you were able to help determine their age. Yes, I can definitely do that. Mina leaned back on her chair and felt something sharp jab her bottom. She felt it with her hand and found something hard and narrow. She pulled out the object, and it took her a few seconds to realize what it was. There it is! Oscar's finger. Gunilla reached out to take the bone from Mina. Mina exchanged glances with Vincent, who was observing in amusement. Oscar, Mina said, not sure she wanted to hear the answer. Our departmental skeleton. A charming addition to the staff, actually. Something of a mascot. She put the bone to one side on a shelf. I'm not taking Oscar with me. The others would miss him. Is he real? Mina asked, still unsure whether she wanted to know. Of course not. Or is he? Gunilla winked and then turned serious again. So, the bones. From the tunnel. Following a visual inspection of the abrasions to the pelvic bones, I surmised the man was between 40 and 50 when he died. Then I used the carbon-14 method to determine a date of birth. As you may know, it's very accurate when it comes to determining age, especially with the bomb curve to help us. The bomb curve? Lina had no idea what she was talking about. Vincent cleared his throat. It's actually pretty interesting, he said. Until 1955, the levels of carbon-14 in the world were stable. But after that, the atomic powers carried out more than 2,000 nuclear weapons tests above ground. You know, all those photos and newsreels you've seen of big mushroom clouds and people cheerfully watching them through sunglasses while they're having a picnic. A side effect of those detonations was that they substantially increased the carbon-14 levels in the atmosphere. We can now determine age using the carbon-14 method, right? Bravo, said Gunilla, looking appreciatively at Vincent. Quite right. And it was only when they limited testing above ground in 1963 that carbon-14 levels began to decline again. Carbon-14 is a radioactive carbon isotope formed from cosmic radiation in the biosphere, which is then absorbed by plants through photosynthesis. Humans eat the plants and the isotope ends up in our bodies. The carbon atoms, including the carbon-14, bind together when a cell divides, creating a sort of traceable birthday for our cells. Gunilla's explanation was directed wholly at Mina, who was trying to keep up. The forensic anthropologist probably reckoned that Vincent knew all this already. The variations in carbon-14 levels, in part thanks to the bomb curve, are what we use to determine when biological materials were created. There's a 2-year margin of error. Although, isn't the bomb curve rather controversial, since it doesn't correlate with the Bern model? Vincent said. Gunilla dismissed him with a wave of her hand. It's good enough for our purposes, she said. Do you test the bone itself? Mina said. Gunilla shook her head. No, in this case we've used the teeth. The carbon-14 content of the enamel, to be precise. How does that relate to this bomb curve? They both turned to face Mina. She would have preferred to cut to the chase, but she had crossed paths with enough boffins like Gunilla to know that it would never be a smooth experience. The whole process had to be dissected first. The bomb curve reached its peak in 1963. At that time, the volume of carbon-14 isotopes in the atmosphere was almost double the natural quantity that had always been found there. Since 1963, it's been decreasing year on year. That means we know the level for each year. And that level leaves a trace behind in parts of us, such as our teeth. Higher values are found in teeth from 1955 onwards. But people born as much as 13 years earlier, in 1942, can also have increased carbon-14 levels in their wisdom teeth. They're the ones that form last. Mina said thoughtfully, as the penny began to drop. Exactly. So, what year have you worked it out to be? As I said, there's a margin of error either way, but I would suggest the year of birth is around 1960. But remember, that could mean anything from 1958 to 1962. But you wanted to know when he died, too, so I took a look at the ribs. The ribs, Mina said. Yes, you probably already know that the cells in your body are replaced at regular intervals. That's also true of your skeleton. It's constantly being reformed. Since the ribs are porous and soft in order to help us keep breathing, they have to reform more frequently. About once every 10 years, give or take. I could see the last time these ribs were reformed, our carbon was at 1998 levels, which would have made him about 40 years old. That would mean the date of death was between 1998 and 2008. How did you arrive at that? As I said, the ribs are reformed every 10 years, so I would have seen signs of them being reformed in 2008 if he'd been alive then. But I didn't. Of course, this is by no means an exact science, so take all dates with a pinch of salt. I do understand that you'd prefer to have a more precise date of death than a 10-year time span. Luckily for us, there was a slight coating of moss on some of the bones, and I'd venture a guess that the moss was at least 20 years old. So the bones have been in the tunnels for at least that long, Vincent said. Which means he died closer to 1998 than 2008. Exactly, said Gunilla. Thank you so much, said Mina. This is incredibly helpful. Magnificent, Vincent said with obvious admiration. Gunilla beamed. The crow's feet around her eyes deepened, and she laughed. Goodness me. I really will miss all of this. But I've got 7 grandchildren to see to, so I don't think I'll be sitting on a bench feeding the pigeons. 75. Tor took the phone away from his ear and silently counted to 5 in order to maintain his composure before he continued talking to the journalist. No, the minister still isn't back from his seminar, he said. Yes, I know you had an interview scheduled for yesterday, but I'm afraid he was unavailable. And I regret to say that is the case today as well. Of course, thank you. I know it's the day before Christmas Eve, but believe it or not, the efforts to build a nation of law and order don't stop. Not even for Christmas. Yes, thank you. He hung up and carefully put his phone down on the desk, adjusting it with his index fingers so that it was completely straight and in parallel with the edge of the table. Then he leaned back in the ergonomic office chair and screamed. Iagon, one of his security officers, hurtled into the room. Nothing to see here, Tor said. I'm just a little frustrated. Iagon, who was shaven-headed and had an angular jawline, nodded curtly and vigorously. Sometimes, Tor suspected that basic training at the security service included watching action movies to learn how their profession was perceived by popular culture and then ensure that they performed according to these roles, clichés and all. You had one job, Tor sighed. One. You just had to make sure Niklas Stockenberg was always safe. Explain to me how on earth he can still be missing without trace after 24 hours. I don't know, Iagon said. But if he's left the city, we'll soon find out where he's gone. We're gathering all the video footage from speed cameras within a 100-kilometer radius. You know, all the footage that's not supposed to exist. We've also got data on which registrations have left the city congestion charging zone, and we're reviewing that with the assistance of the police analysis team right now. Tor adjusted the phone's position again. He wasn't satisfied with how he had placed it. He carefully rotated it 90 degrees, taking care to touch it only with his fingertips. And if he's still in the city, he said. furrowing his brow. "Whoever has him, we'll find them," Egon said, nodding with the same vigour as before. "I promise." "Well, do it quickly then," said Tor, whose phone had begun to ring again. "The hacks have already scented something is up. This is the 15th today." He counted to 5 again. Then he answered. 76. Vincent couldn't help but smile as Mina changed out of her usual winter boots into a pair of far sturdier ones. The new pair looked like they might see her through a week's hike in the middle of a nuclear winter. "Why do you have a second pair of boots at work?" he said, perching on the edge of her desk. "Is it in case you have to go mountaineering in the canteen?" Mina had driven them to police headquarters after the meeting with the forensic anthropologist, and now he understood why. She was, for whatever reason, going to transform herself into a miner. "Ha, ha, ha," she said through gritted teeth as she struggled to lace up her boots. "For your information, while you were off playing with the beetle expert, Julia ordered the rest of us to go back down into the tunnels. That includes me, as soon as we'd finished with Gunilla. The others are already waiting for me." The tunnels. The mere thought of it made him shudder. "Weren't you just down there?" he said. "Does she think there are more bones to be found?" "Not bones, but that guy, Crazy Tom's mates, might be down there. According to what Ruben and Christer were told by a member of staff at Helix, Crazy Tom said he'd found the bones near to the metro station at Bagarmossen. But we have no idea whether that's true. Crazy Tom is dead, but some of his friends are probably still alive and might be down there. Or so Julia thinks. Someone might have seen something or know how Crazy Tom got hold of Marcus Eriksson's remains. It's taken a while for Julia to make the arrangements for us to go down there. Apparently there's a lot of red tape for arranging excursions into the tunnels. It makes the metro operator twitchy each time." "And you still haven't found any connection between the other victims and Gustav Brons?" "That's a complete minefield," Mina said with a sigh. "I tried to look into Brons's gambling debts as best I could, without interfering in the charges I suspect they're currently building against Dragan Manojlovic, but I didn't find anything. And there's nothing to suggest that Brons and Josephine were in collusion either. On the contrary, they seem to have been preoccupied with seeing each other in Stockholm hotels in the run-up to Jon's disappearance. Frankly, I've no idea how they had time to look after their kids, run a company, or gamble away their fortunes, and especially not to murder someone, given the frequency of their hotel stays. But I'm still not ruling anything out. Ruben's going to have a chat with Peter Kronlund this afternoon and see what he has to say about his old man." "I see," said Vincent. "I'm afraid I haven't got anything much to add either." He realised he was sitting on a pair of thick gloves that were on the desk. He got up and handed them to her. Mina almost yanked them away from him. "And not another word about the way I'm dressed," she said. "Pass me the disposable gloves in the drawer, please." He saw the box of disposable gloves by his side and handed them over. The truth was that while Mina was so thoroughly covered that the next step would be a full hazmat suit, she was still beautiful. Not only that, she was sexy. There was nothing layers of clothing or red, chapped hands could do to diminish that fact. Was he even allowed to think about her in those terms? Yes, he decided he was. Just as long as he kept those thoughts to himself. "There are some more appropriate clothes for you too," she said, pulling a thick jacket off a hook on the back of the door and handing it to him. "So that you can come with me." "Into the tunnels?" he said, startled. Tunnels aren't exactly my thing. The last time we were in a tight tunnel, I had to start counting prime numbers, if you recall. I think it's probably best if I stay here at the office and review all the documentation one more time. I'll make sure we haven't missed anything. Wimp, Mina said, hanging the jacket back up. He could see she was smiling. Why don't you take a few rides in the lift while I'm gone? It'll be good therapy for you, she said. Next time, if there is one, you won't have any choice. It'll be you and me down there in the dark. Deal? He stared at her. Deal, he said hesitantly. He made a mental note to obtain a guarantee from Julia that no one would have to go back down into the tunnels. He would never be able to do it. See you later, said Mina. Have fun in the lift. Once she had gone, he stayed sitting on her desk. He was thinking about what she had said. You and me, down there in the dark. If only she knew how right she was. 77. The metro operator had helped them to plan their search of the tunnels. It was a massive effort. When they had been down there searching for heaps of bones, Mina had thought it was not feasible to search the whole tunnel network. But somehow, Julia had pulled it off. She was serious and determined, curtly assigning zones to the teams that the officers on the scene had been divided into. I'm seeing a lot of bozos here, Reuben muttered with suspicion as he surveyed his colleagues. We should be grateful that we've been assigned this amount of manpower, given how close to Christmas we are, Mina said smoothly, and that the metro operator agreed to let us do this again without a lot more fuss. She was actually inclined to agree with Reuben. She too could see a number of officers whose aptitude left a lot to be desired. 3 of us will be searching our zone. Adam's with us, she said. Merry fucking Christmas, Reuben chuckled grimly. Thank God I've got a sense of humour. You mean humoras? Mina said. Huh? Are you drunk? Regrettably not. That might have improved the experience, she said, pulling her disposable gloves a little further up her sleeves. But I'm glad you see the funny side of it all. She still wished Vincent had come along, but she understood. Time to get going, Adam said as he passed them, heading for the tunnel they were going to enter. I've got the map. I know which zone we're covering. Mina and Reuben followed. Even at the tunnel portal, she could feel her chest tightening. She found herself struggling to breathe. Just stick with me, Adam said, keeping up a brisk pace. There was rustling all around them, sounds that Mina didn't want to focus on. Instead, she concentrated on her breathing as they walked further and further into the darkness. 10 minutes later, they had reached their first assigned area, deep inside the metro system. This is stupid, Reuben muttered. Firstly, most of the people who live down here are completely away with fairies, mentally ill or coked out of their minds. Secondly, they're not exactly fond of the police, so I don't know why they'd agree to talk to us, even if they do have some brain cells left. The darkness was eerily flighty. There were lights, but only a few were working, and several of those that were illuminated were flashing at irregular intervals. As ever, you're bang on, Reuben. I say we chuck this in and go for a pint instead, Mina said sarcastically. There's no need to be sarky just because I offer logical input, Reuben said morosely, as he continued to train his torch on different parts of the tunnel. In front of them, something dark darted ahead of the beam of light, and they came to a halt. Hello? Adam called out, his voice echoing between the walls. We'd like to talk to you. Reuben shouted just as loudly, and was met with the same echo bouncing his words back to him. We're from the police, Mina said loudly. And we have no quarrel with you. We're not here to arrest anyone or to take any interest in what you are or aren't doing down here. We just want to chat about the bones we've found in the tunnels and about Crazy Tom." Silence. Nothing but silence. Mina hesitated. Was there even anyone there to hear what they were saying? "Welcome to paradise." Mina jumped so high that it felt as if she might leap out of her clothes. An enormous giant of a man was suddenly standing in front of them, his arms outstretched. Mina saw Ruben slowly reaching for his service weapon. She placed a hand on his shoulder. "Johnny, come here. Don't scare them." A woman stepped into the light cast by their torches and held up her hands in a placatory gesture. "He's not dangerous. He's just big. But not dangerous. That's my boy. He wouldn't hurt a fly." When Mina looked more closely, she saw that the man couldn't be more than about 25 years old, but his beard and bulk made him look twice that age. "We'd like to talk to you, if we may," Mina said softly, directing her words to the woman. "About skeletal remains. Then we'll get out of your hair and leave you in peace. That's a promise." Silence. She felt the doubt radiating towards her. She wanted to say more, to persuade the woman, but she knew the best thing to do was to let the silence do the talking. "Very well, then. Follow me," the woman said before stepping out of the light. Mina shone her torch in the direction she had gone and saw her back moving quickly down a tunnel to their left. The big man waved eagerly at them, indicating they should follow. Their route took them down several branches where the tunnels forked. Mina hoped fervently that they would be able to find their way back. After a while, they saw a gentle glow. The tunnel opened up ahead of them into a larger space. As they drew closer, they could make out a small group of people gathered around a fire. They were sitting on the ground and didn't seem to be bothered by the smoke that hung heavily above them. Ruben began coughing, and she saw Adam holding his sleeve over his nose and mouth. That seemed a sensible thing to do, so she did likewise, and immediately noticed it made breathing easier. "You get used to it," the woman said, beckoning them closer. Big Johnny imitated her gesture, a happy grin extending from ear to ear. "He's not quite right," the woman said, caressing her son's cheek tenderly. "Well, this is us. Ask away." She waved her arm at the motley assortment of people. There were 5 of them, including the woman, and Johnny, all with expressions of suspicion. Mina hesitated for a moment. Then she stepped forward. "My name is Mina. I'm going to come around you all and introduce myself, if that's all right." No reply. She took a deep breath and felt the smoke stinging her lungs. Then she took a couple of determined steps forward and proffered her hand to the man at the far left of the group. "Mina." "Shille." She moved on to the next one, a woman. "Mina." "Nataza." "Mina." The next man refused to take her hand and glared angrily at her. "I'm not going to tell you my name. I'm wanted by the government for the murder of Olof Palme. I have to hide down here because they want to put me away for it. I have the same initials as Palme. That's all it took for them to decide it was me." OP is quite suspicious of people, the woman who had led them there said, sounding apologetic. "I'm Vivian." No worries. You only have to introduce yourself if you want to, Mina said. By the time Mina had introduced herself to everyone except OP, part of her wanted to burst into tears and rush out of there, back home to her shower, home to her scalding water and more soap than could be bought in the whole country. She really hated shaking hands, but it had seemed like an important acknowledgement. They were human beings. They lived there. They had ended up there, for whatever reason. Perhaps they'd once had families, someone who loved them, another life. In a way, their mere existence down here was the ultimate proof of humankind's deep-seated drive to survive at all costs, she thought, even when there didn't seem to be much left to live for. Do you mind if we sit down? Mina said, which was met with looks of surprise and mild horror from Ruben and Adam. Her entire being was protesting against sitting among the rubble and dirt, but the police could hardly loom over the others if they wanted to talk to them sensibly. Please do, the woman called Vivian said. Here. She generously nudged pieces of cardboard towards them. The three detectives accepted these as if they were precious gifts and carefully placed them underneath themselves. As I told you, we're here about the bones, Mina said. She pulled out her phone and started an audio recording before laying it down discreetly on the cardboard by her side. Adam and Ruben remained completely silent and passive. They had wisely read the situation and noted that Mina had managed to establish a rapport. The fact that she was a woman might also make her seem less threatening in this environment. We knew Crazy Tom was innocent, OP said, glaring at Mina. But once the state has made up its mind, it's impossible to get them to unmake it. It was the same with Palmer. How could you be so sure he was innocent? Mina asked curiously. She saw them exchanging glances. Don't look at me, Natasha said in heavily accented Swedish. It was before my time. I never knew Crazy Tom. I knew him, said Vivian. She patted Johnny gently. He had begun to rock back and forth anxiously on the spot. Hungry, he said dully. Johnny hungry. Vivian rummaged in her pockets and handed him half a cereal bar. He devoured it in one bite, and it seemed to sate him, at least temporarily. Crazy Tom was crazy for sure, she said, hence the name. But he would never have hurt anyone. He was the kindest guy to ever walk this earth. But he should have known better than to take the bones from their resting place. Resting place? Mina said, pricking up her ears. Something small scuttled across her hand, which was resting on the cardboard, as she quickly withdrew it. Oh, God. She inhaled. In, out. In, out. The crackling sound of the fire helped her to maintain her composure. He had no business being in Bagarmossen, Vivian said. It sounds like you're pretty familiar with the bones. Silence. More glances. We've seen it before. So when Crazy Tom found them, we knew what it meant. It's a sign of respect to the person who's died, to death. It's an honor. When would you say you saw it before? Ruben said. A long time ago, Vivian said, pursing her lips. It was apparent that she didn't want to talk about it anymore. OP was complaining loudly. The king knew they were trying to pin the Palmer murder on me, he said. He tried to take responsibility. He sacrificed himself. It was a stratagem, worthy of a king. Still, they won't give in. He died in vain. Mina ignored him. His paranoia apparently extended beyond the government and the murder of Olof Palme to the royal family itself. At the risk of drawing ire from Vivian, she still had questions she wanted to ask. "But you don't know who left the bones that Crazy Tom found?" she said. "How do you know it was a mark of respect?" Vivian exchanged looks with OP, and then she shrugged. "Isn't it obvious from the way they were laid out? Like some kind of altar?" "The king didn't want to die," OP murmured. "He didn't want to die, but the darkness took over. In the end, the darkness took over." "That doesn't mean much to me," Mina said. "But if you say so." She picked up her phone and began to get to her feet, but she stopped mid-movement, as if she had just thought of something. "Actually, there was one more thing," she said. "We found several heaps of bones in the last few days. In your tunnels." It was hard to make out the others' reactions in the flickering firelight, but she thought she saw Vivian, Natasha, and OP exchange hasty glances. No one met her gaze. Johnny continued to stare straight at the ground. Whatever they knew, if they knew anything at all, wasn't something she'd find out now. She stood up and brushed down her trousers. "Thank you for your time," she said as kindly as she could. "We might come back. I hope that's okay." "Bring buns if you do," Johnny said with a giggle that made his bushy beard undulate. "I'll show you the way out so that you don't get lost," Vivian said, pointing to the tunnel they had come from. Mina gave her a look of gratitude. She wanted nothing more than to escape from the darkness and dirt. She wanted to be at home in the shower. 78. Vincent had forgotten all about the reports he was reading. They were scattered across Mina's desk in front of him as he sat there in her office, but he'd been distracted by a text message. Benjamin's plan had been to stay the night with a friend who had just moved into their own place, which suited Vincent down to the ground. He was eager to be home alone, for everyone's safety. But Benjamin had just texted that he'd prefer to wake up in his own home on Christmas Eve. Vincent knew he ought to be touched by the fact that his eldest son would prefer to spend the morning of Christmas Eve with his father instead of his friend, but this was not the Christmas Eve for that. Vincent had written back that he would be fine on his own. They could see each other later in the day, and Benjamin should prioritize hanging out with his friend. His son still wanted to come home. Vincent couldn't help feeling proud. It was presumably his own bed that was appealing to Benjamin, given that the alternative was sleeping on the floor at his friend's. But all the same, it would have been great any other time. Vincent was clutching his phone, unsure what to say. After all, Benjamin was more or less grown up. Surely Vincent would be able to protect one other member of the family. He would have to pick up some saffron buns on his way home. My, you're looking focused. Looking for porn, are we?" Mina's voice made him jump. She was standing by the desk, leaning over to look at the display on his phone. "Far from it," he sighed. "Family trouble." He detected the faint smell of cleaning fluids, which for some reason brought to mind white tiles and swimming baths. Then he saw that Mina's hair was damp and that she was wearing different clothes to when he'd seen her a few hours earlier. "Have you been for a swim?" Mina looked confused. "Why would I have—" she said, before sighing. "Yes, Vincent, I've been for a swim. Spot on. In the middle of the working day. Have you found anything? Vincent cleared his throat and pushed aside the mental image of Mina in a swimming costume. He furrowed his brow as if he were concentrating and began to rifle through the papers on the desk. He grabbed a sheet of paper. Well, I've been giving some more thought to the victims, he said. Marcus Eriksson's mother said he had a tough spell years back. She said he was a seeker. It was after that when it all turned around for him. Irilka Sävelden's sister said that Irilka had what frankly sounds like depression some 20 years ago. After that, she went on to make a stellar career for herself. And Peter Kronlund told Adam and Julia that John Langset had a really tough time a few years ago and that John was reluctant to talk about it. So all three of them were basically at rock bottom before life suddenly turned around. Of course, that could be down to good old-fashioned I'll show them impetus after some sort of revelatory insight. But anything that unites your victims is probably worth exploring further. If I were you, I would contact both Marcus's mother and Josephine Langset and find out exactly when Marcus and Jon had their tough times. It wouldn't surprise me if it was 20 years ago, right when Irilka had hers. You think they might have met back then? That their depression brought them all together somehow? It's not impossible. And there's something else. Did Niklas ever have his own spell like that in the past? Nina's eyes widened. He never talks about the years before we met. That's too bad. It would have been very good to know. 79. The procedures for entering the remand prison were becoming routine. Ruben felt a degree of curiosity as he went into the visiting room to meet Peter Kronlund. Dragan Manojlovic was a legend in the criminal underworld, so inevitably Ruben wondered what his son was like, especially a son who had created a completely different life to his father's. No one could deny that the murders were sophisticated, so it was hardly far-fetched to look more closely at a man with ties to a known criminal syndicate. Another visit, the man in the visiting room said. I do seem to be popular with you lot. He stood up to greet Ruben. Peter Kronlund. The handshake was firm. Ruben could quite easily picture the man in front of him wearing a swish suit and pricey leather shoes in a snazzy office. The grey prison tracksuit wasn't quite as flattering. I'll get straight to the point, Ruben said. We found a link between your father and Confido. There was a dogged silence from Peter. Ruben kept waiting. Silence was the best weapon in a detective's arsenal. Finally, Peter clasped his hands on the table and leaned forward. So you know who I am, he said. If you know who my dad is, who my family are, I don't seem to be able to shake the fuckers off. Yes, I know who you are, but I also know who you were, Ruben said. To be honest, I'm surprised that more people don't know. You've done a good job hiding your background. I had no other choice, Peter said, sighing. It was the only way to have a real chance in life. But my old man, huh? I didn't think there was anything left that could surprise me. What kind of link are we talking about? We've traced payments made by your father to Gustav Brons. Big payments. Peter let out a low whistle. Well, I'll be damned. He looked genuinely surprised, but Ruben asked anyway. You weren't aware of this? No, Peter said abruptly. Gustav was borrowing money from your family to cover gambling debts. Did you know he was gambling? Peter looked up at the ceiling. What a fucking idiot, he said. Yes, I knew he was gambling. That was his problem to solve. But borrowing money from my old man. He didn't mention that to me. and he should know better. Now I understand how you see it as a link to conceals. If my dad has a hold on Gustav, it gets better. Did you know that Gustav and Josephine, Jon's wife, were having an affair? Peter chuckled loudly. Yes, I knew about that. I even walked in on them once when Gustav had Josephine bent over his desk and was doing her from behind. Fuck me, the sight of his hairy pink arse isn't something I'll be forgetting anytime soon. As you can see, there are a lot of circumstances here, lots of reasons within your company to want to get Jon out of the way. Everything from infidelity to the fear that he would let the cat out of the bag about your business to save his own skin. Or, I'm just speculating here, perhaps there was a certain trepidation that he would reveal your true identity. So I'm going to put it to you straight. Were you or your father involved in the murder of Jon? Peter leaned forward. You're right that I've done everything to erase my last name, he said in a low but clear voice. It was the only way out. Everything I have, I've earned by myself. The company, the Östermalm apartment, the Porsche Carrera, the second home in Sörmland. Everything that's mine has been earned by me. My old man had nothing to do with it. Nothing. And that's exactly how I want it. Does your father accept that? Ruben mimicked Peter's body language, clasping his hands on the table in the same way. Vincent had once said that you could establish a rapport with people by imitating their body language, and it seemed worth a try. Not everything that Vincent said was completely stupid. What the fuck do you think? Peter said, seeming to relax a little. Of course he doesn't fucking accept it. I promise you that my old man would have forced Gustav to spy on me for him. Peter laughed again and leaned back, his hands behind his head. Ruben wondered whether to mimic that movement too, but realized it might be a little too blatant. Could Jon have